I got loyalty, got royalty inside my DNA. I got love, peace, got war and peace inside my DNA. I got power, poison, pain, and joy inside my DNA.
Hello and welcome back to my channel, Fanfic Fantasy. Join us as we delve into the realms of fanfiction and fantasy, bringing you the best stories and discussions. Today, we're kicking off the first part of our series, What If Tanjiro Teamed Up with 4 Slayers? If you enjoy this video, please give it a like and subscribe for more content in the future. The author of this story is SaiakuMonoNarrator from AO3. All the relevant links are in the description. Feel free to say hello to the author on their profile. Now, let's dive into the fanfic. Chapter 1, The 5 Trailer. Chapter text. Tanjiro slashed at a demon's limbs. Genya fired his gun at an enemy off-screen. 5 senses. Kano made a sweeping motion as she dodged an enemy attack before an arm fell to the ground. Trailer. Inosuke rushed toward an enemy, uncaring of the limbs that came surging at him. Starts. Zenitsu disappears in a flash of lightning before multiple limbs fall behind him. Now, all 5 of them stand together against a powerful-looking demon before rushing forward. Kage Yubayashiki is seen talking to all the pillars. It has been 10 years since we have received any new slayers. All because of that one demon. His mind flashes to the ones that did survive, though they were missing limbs. Oh dear, the love pillar, Mitsuri Kenroji, said as she put her hands to her mouth. Sir, forgive me for sounding crude, but if they died in the final selection, does that not mean they would have been dead by now anyway? The wind pillar, Sanmi Shinazugawa asked. You may be right, but if this continues, the Demon Slayer Corps will die out in a matter of decades. All the pillars tensed at the realism of their lifespans. If this demon is such a problem, can we not go and kill it ourselves? The flame pillar, Rengoku Kyojiro stated boldly, the smile on his face not present. Alas, we cannot. The purpose of the final selection is to prepare slayers for the life they must survive, and thus we are trapped due to the nature of our rules. As such, we can only hope that this year's group can end this. Zenitsu screams loudly as he falls over, causing everyone else there to groan. We're doomed, Genya said as he put his hand to his face. What if things changed? I'm Tanjiro, it's a pleasure to meet you, he said as he ducked under Inosuke's blades. What if friends met earlier? Wait, I'm not a fucking demon, Genya said as he ran after Zenitsu. What if there was a stowaway? What type of demon are you? Kano asked as she looked at a small demon girl in a pink flower-patterned yukata. Nezuko said as she tilted her head to the side. Witness, I will soon reach the level of a moon. Arms raged about, destroying everything in sight. The origin. If we don't work together and stop him, who will? Elsewhere, a man in a white suit and tie with a white hat with pale skin, black hair, and red eyes smiled sinisterly as he spoke. Your obliteration is at hand, Demon Slayer Corps of Legends. Let's go. Who doesn't love a good team-up? They are all at the Butterfly House, being patched up by AI. So let me get this straight, you feel really well, Inosuke grunted. You hear really well, Zenitsu giggled as he looked at her. You see really well, Kano looked at her blankly. You smell really well, Tanjiro awkwardly chuckled. And you just straight up eat demons. It's a bit more complected than that, Genya said in an annoyed tone. You know, you guys need a name. They all looked at her, curious as to what she meant. Oh, she put her fist on her open hand. How about the 5 senses? The scene then shifts to Tanjiro dancing outside a dilapidated shack. What are you doing? Kano asked as she and the others watched him. Oh, it's a dance that's been passed down through my family for generations. We're supposed to only do it come winter, but I figured since I might not get the chance later I should do it now for a good fortune of sorts. That sounded like it made more sense in my head, he said sheepishly as he rubbed his head. Kano looked at him for what seemed like ages for opening her mouth. It looks like a BR. The scene shifts to all of them rushing at one demon, screaming in desperation to cut its head off. It was morning, and light shone through the sky, and landed on a mansion. It was very well kept, and surrounding it was a lovely garden. The trees were healthy, the pebbles were clean of dirt, the miniature river was flowing. It was hard to think, that the mood inside would be so depressing. Inside the house were 10 individuals. 9 of them were those who stood at the top of the Demon Slayer Corps. The pillars. They had gone through intense training, possessed incredible attributes, or in most cases, both. The 10th, however, was in physical terms, the exact opposite, yet commanded the respect of all 9 of them easily. The Demon Slayer Corps were those who risked their lives to fight monsters who could heal from fatal wounds as easily as a human could deal with a paper cut, who devoured humans by the day. Naturally, their leader would be of insurmountable strength, would he not? Kage Yubayashiki, a sickly man who could not see or move on his own. His face was riddled with disease, and his health was even worse. The leader of the Demon Slayer Corps was quite the opposite of what most would expect. "I assume you all know why I have asked for you all here," he spoke, the smile on his face not matching the somber tone he had. "If I remember, it's that time of the year again." What was it called again?" said a boy with large mid-green eyes and delicate-looking physique. Long straight black hair that faded to a pale turquoise reached down to his waist. "The final selection," spoke a petite young woman with a pale complexion and large, compound-like eyes that lacked pupils, having only a haze of gradient purple, which made her eyes appear similar to those of insects. She possessed short black hair faded to purple and had a butterfly pin in her hair. "How sad. Another group of kids shall meet their end." Yes, specifically, it has been 10 years since anyone has joined the Demon Slayer Corps, and if things are to be believed from what the survivors told us, it is all because of one demon, Kaguya said with a grim tone. A curvaceous young woman of average height and muscular build put her hand to her mouth as she gasped. She had a slightly pale complexion and round, pale green eyes with long eyelashes, a small beauty mark lying beneath each of them. She possessed long, light pink hair that faded into a lime green color at the halfway point, which she wore in 3 thick braids. "Oh my, sir, forgive me for sounding crude, but if they died in the final selection, does that not mean they would have been dead by now anyway?" A tall, muscular young man with large sharp eyes scoffed mentally. His hair was short, spiky, and white, contrasting his pale purple eyes. He wore the standard black Demon Slayer uniform with his shirt unbuttoned, showing his many scars on his chest and face. "You may be right, but if this continues, the Demon Slayer Corps will die out in a matter of decades." All the pillars tensed at the realism of their lifespans. Though they were strong, they were still subject to the limited life they could live. In 100 years, as much as they all could deny it, they'd be dead. Even the weakest demon would outlive them. The next one to speak was a man with long bright yellow hair with red streaks akin to flames along with 2 shoulder-length bangs and 2 chin-length bangs on the side of his head, black forked eyebrows, and golden eyes that fade to red with white pupils. "If this demon is such a problem, can we not go and kill it ourselves?" he stated boldly, the smile usually adorning his face not present. Everyone else, barring Kaguya, mentally groaned, winced, or prepped a rehearsed script in their head. He had asked this before, but he always tried, much to no avail. "Alas, we cannot. The purpose of the final selection is to prepare slayers for the life they must survive, and thus we are trapped due to the nature of our rules. If we remove the threat they could face in the real world from what is essentially a test, how will they deal with when they meet it?" Kaguya didn't need to see to know how Kyojiro felt at this, and say what they will, all the other pillars felt the same way as well. He prepared to finish the meeting on a lighter note. "As such, we can only hope that this year's group can end this. While at least we know if they do, they'll be flashy enough to become our Tsuguko." Eyes turned a very tall, broad-shouldered, and muscular man with lightly tanned skin and white hair. His hair having an uneven length, the longest strands reaching his shoulders, and styled with 3 more notable, shorter clumps arching up to fall as bangs between his eyes and on either side of his face. A voice spoke snarkily, "Making someone a Tsuguko isn't something you should make jokes about. Save those for your wives." A man with eyes that were almond-shaped and tilted upwards on the far sides, his right eye being yellow and his left eye being turquoise. That isn't a bad idea." Everyone turned to Kaguya as he spoke. "All right, I've made a decision. Should anyone survive this year's final selection, one of you shall take them under your wing and train them, provided they still want to be in the Corps. If there are multiple, they can be split up, one going to one of you. You don't have to make them your Tsuguko, you just need to increase their fighting capability. Is everyone here in agreement on this?" The pillars mentally weighed the benefits of this before agreeing, some believing no one would survive. "Though the odds are against them wanting to stay, I shall train those who survive and wish to walk this path." An extremely muscular man with spiky black hair and a prominent scar running horizontally across his forehead spoke, everyone taking notice as he was the tallest of them. Afterwards, all eyes looked to the one who hadn't spoken yet, a tall young man of a muscular stature and pale complexion, who wore the same serious and emotionless expression he always did. He had unruly black hair of uneven lengths that stuck up in tufts around his head, which he wore tied back in a low messy ponytail at the base of his neck. Sure, for the first time that meeting, everyone shared a singular thought. So short, Urokodaki yawned as he got up in the morning. He stretched before heading out, taking notice of the bundle that was Nezuko Kamado. He had his doubts, but the girl had been docile as a baby. Of course, she also was sleeping, but she hadn't hurt anyone. Besides, he never knew of a demon who slept, so maybe she was different. Either way, it was time to check on the other one. Another day, another failed attempt. He had to admit, making a test where he had to split a giant boulder with a sword was a pretty ingenious way to keep him from taking final selection. Call him cruel, but he was done with holding ceremonies without bodies for all the kids he had sent to death. I hope the boy hasn't given himself a fever though, he thought as he came into the clearing that possessed the boulder. Jigoro yawned as he headed to fetch Zenitsu. When he saved that boy from death, he'd never thought he'd end up so attached to him, which he was never ever going to even think about sending him to final selection. If it was a regular powerful demon, he'd just train him until he was strong enough, but this one was different. It sent Kaigaku. Forget it. That boy should be up by now. Have I taught him nothing by now? He thought as he opened the door. Wake up, he yelled as he entered the room. Shinobu sighed as she walked throughout the halls of her house, only a minute or so from the butterfly house. For a pillar at least. Another year, another final selection. Another round of dead kids. She thought Kana would have been strong enough, but judging by the amount of humans it must have consumed by now, she wasn't willing to take such a massive risk. Not even if she trained her for 10 years. Well, no. She cut herself off. I'm not risking it. She's all I have left, she thought as Kani flashed through her mind. She's probably already started on her regime. She's very diligent. Or rather, her coin toss is very direct on when she should wake up. She really should find a way to break her from that habit. Strategies on how to do this flashed through her mind as she entered the training room. Urokodaki was paralyzed at the sight of the boulder, split directly in half, and Tanjiro was nowhere in sight. No, he thought as he rushed back to his house. He must have split it in the middle of the night. The door slammed open as he hurriedly went to the cabinet where kept his old Nishirn blade, and was unfortunately greeted by the view of an empty cabinet. He dropped to his knees in despair. Jigoro was more of a slow burn, thinking that for once his pupil had gotten up early to train. He headed towards the training area, and past the Nichiren blades he kept for training, only to do a double take. Upon closer inspection, he came to a grim realization as he rushed outside, cursing his peg leg. One of his blades was missing. Zenitsu, where are you? He knew the boy would hear him and come running, unless. He started laughing as he realized he had nothing to worry about. He was probably stuck in one of the hundreds of traps he had set up around the area. He had nothing to worry about. He laughed as he started checking his traps one by one, all while listening for his telltale wimpy screaming. The first 10 traps yielded nothing. Same with the next 10, then the next 50, then the next 100. By the final one, he had already given up hope, and as he found the last trap to be empty, he felt his heart get destroyed by the anguish he now felt. Shinobu rushed throughout the house, hoping beyond hope that maybe, somehow, she had actually decided to disobey her and was just lazing around the house. Yes, that was probably it. The blade that was missing was probably just misplaced. Yes, that was it. The desperate hope that she was still here faded more and more with each second, until she was left at the front of her house, tears streaming down her eyes. Tanjiro, Zenitsu, Kano, what have I done? Tanjiro yawned as he continued his journey towards final selection. Leaving in the middle of the night was rough on him, but he needed to get to final selection as soon as possible now that he had completed his final lesson. He had left his master a note, but he probably could have done better than that. In his defense, he needed to get his sister cured as quickly as he could. He looked at the makeshift box he had made before he came to train with Mr. Urokodaki that he was now carrying on his back. When he became a slayer, he was going to need to take her wherever he went, so this was great practice. It even had a weight similar to her. Not that she had a noticeable weight. As he continued, he thought about Sabito and Makomo. They had been so incredible at teaching him. He wanted to ask Master Urokodaki to say bye to them for him, but he left in a hurry as was advised by Sabito, who was then oddly scolded by Makomo. He wondered why. Either way, he needed to get to the final selection. Kana rushed towards the mountain where she knew final selection took place, having already learnt the location. She suspected that Shinobu would try and stop her from taking the test, but she couldn't understand why. The demons she'd overheard them talking about seemed strong, but so was Shinobu, and she had been trained by her. Besides, she recently noticed the butterfly mansion seemed oddly, what was the word? Off-barren. She couldn't understand why, but either way she had been training for quite some time, so naturally she would go to final selection. It only made sense. Besides, her coin had landed heads up, and with the memory of her oldest sister, how could she not go? Mistake, this was a mistake. These thoughts ran through Zenitsu's mind as he headed towards the mountain. Well, crawl was more accurate. Why did it have to be today that he got past all the traps? Why not every other time he tried to leave? Now he'd never get a wife, he'd die alone. I'm gonna die. He You can do it, Zenitsu. He stopped as he remembered Gramps' words. Slowly, he shakily stood up. Come on. He then ran forward, barely being noticed as he ran past farmers and travelers. Not because they were uncaring, but because of how fast he was going. Gramps had trained him for all this time. He was going to prove he was worth something. Or die trying. Tanjiro panted as he finally came to the area of the mountain that acted as the entrance to final selection. He put his hands to his knees as he caught his breath, taking in the scenery while he did so. He smiled as he looked at the beautiful pink flowers, or were they lavender? He could never tell. For some reason, his bag felt heavier as he climbed closer to the entrance. Hey, I must be more stressed than I thought. Bags don't just get heavier like that. He shook his head as walked toward the entrance, eyebrow raising as he saw two girls. They were pretty young, so it was hard to tell. Best not to ask or say anything. He noticed others, likely his age, walking around him. There were several, likely around 30 if he was being accurate, though it could have been 40. With all their scents together, it was hard to make a specific guess. Greetings. He and others had their gaze shoot forward to look at the two children who spoke in eerie synchronicity. Thank you for coming to final selection. Allow us to tell you what this trial will entail. He heard several others snicker, but he couldn't really blame them. How much could these kids know? For 7 days and nights, you will have to survive in the Wisteria enclosure. This has been made to keep in the several demons that have been captured and placed here over the years. However, humans will be able to cross through this without any trouble. This makes it incredibly easy for any who may wish to back out. Just simply pass back through the Wisteria enclosure and make your way down the mountain. Okay, they knew a lot. Made sense though if they were here. The test will begin shortly. Please make your preparations. They both said before one of them held out a piece of paper. Please enter your name here. Okay, that was odd. It was likely just something new that had been added. He shuffled forward as he signed his name along with others, who grumbled at why they needed to do this. As he did, he looked around at the crowd. Any one of these people could become slayers alongside him. He should try and take note of them. As he did, he accidentally bumped into someone. Oh sorry, he said before the one he bumped into shouted at him. Watch where you're going. The boy said angrily. You trying to psyche me out or something? And no, Tanjiro said as he was put off by such hostility. I was just trying to. Leave me the hell alone. He yelled before turning away and marching off somewhere else. That could have ended better, he said as he watched the boy leave. He probably should stop saying boy given they were likely about the same age. Final selection is about to begin. Please enter the forest. Others tensed at this, while Tanjiro and 3 others walked forward after taking a deep breath. As they entered the forest, Tanjiro got a good look at who he was walking with. One was the boy he bumped into, who had a buzz cut for his black hair along with scars on his face, which still held an angry look. He also wore a purple yukata. The second was a girl with black hair tied in a ponytail shifted to the right with a butterfly pin. Her emotions blocked by a smile that looked false. She wore all pink with her lower half being a darker shade than her upper part. Weird. The final one looked terrified to even be here, and he could hear him muttering about how this was all a mistake and I'm gonna die. His yukata was all yellow with white triangles decorticating the print. It matched with his yellow hair. He wanted to say something, but judging by his last attempt at that, he felt it better not to. With the silence in the air, he felt his heart beat as they all went into the forest, with others following behind them. Let's do this. 4 hours later, Genya had immediately split off from the others. A large group would only draw the attention of the demons, and he needed all the advantage he could get. He gripped the gun in his hand, making sure his grip on it was firm. He was lucky to have found a weapon like this, even more so that he was able to learn every part of it inside out. In a forest like this, he couldn't easily repair it, so he had brought some spare parts. Nothing big though, so he had to be careful. If he passed this, he'd be one step closer to it. He was forced to the ground back first as a demon came out of nowhere. He felt one arm get pushed to the ground along with the other. He couldn't get a good look at it since it was night, but from what he did see and hear, it seemed desperate. Was it drooling? He was snapped out of his thoughts as the demon put pressure on his arms, specifically his shoulders. Snap! He screamed as the pain of his arms breaking shot through his skull. Fuck! He yelled as he bit into the arm of the demon, his broken arms allowing him to reach it, and chewed off a piece of its flesh. This action shocked the demon, who looked at him oddly before refocusing on killing him, only to be headbutted. Usually, this wouldn't affect a demon all that much, but this one had so much strength behind it that the demon was sent flying into a tree. Recovering from the attack, it looked to where the human was and paused in shock. Genya was standing and pointing his gun right at its head, though it was so desperate it didn't care, so it rushed forward. In what little pieces of conscience it had left, it found it curious how the human held a gun with his broken arms. Bang! As the sound of the gun was carried throughout the area, a splatter of blood accompanied it. The demon's momentum carried its headless body right to Genya's feet. The person in question scoffed as he winced at his shoulders, which were still broken, but healing. His hands themselves weren't damaged, so as long as he got the angle right he could still fire his gun. Luckily he could fight through the pain. As he looked to the body, which was currently disintegrated, he thanked whatever was up there for wisteria bullets. He then winced once more at his broken shoulders and figured he may as well not let the currently disintegrating body in front of him go to waste. He awkwardly positioned his mouth around the body so he could eat it, grimacing at the taste. I know this is the only way I can fight, but seriously, who made demons taste so bad? Genya looked up, disintegrating flesh in his mouth, to see a yellow-haired kid around his age. He was looking at him in utter terror. For a second he thought there was another demon, until he realized that A. He was currently healing broken bones in around a couple of minutes. B. He was currently eating flesh. C. His face wasn't exactly that welcoming to begin with. He winced as he covered his ears and watched as he ran away, leaving. Was that actually smoke? Yes, he runs as well as he screams. He sighed as he faced the realization that this was probably going to be his life. Take down a demon. Eat the demon to take it down. Probably be mistaken as a demon by his comrades. Likely have said comrades attempt to decapitate him. Fun. Whatever, not like I'm going to. His thoughts were interrupted by a sudden quake in the earth. The hell? He thought as birds flew up from an area in the forest. Wait, this is a demon forest. Any living thing that can't kill a demon should be dead. So how? Wait. His mind flashed to the boy he had just seen, who had ran off in the direction of where he had seen the birds fly up from. Something was definitely keeping those birds alive, and that wimp was heading right towards them. And judging by the quake in the earth, it wasn't human. He scoffed as he dismissed any thoughts of going to go get him. For about 5 seconds, hey, come back here, he said as he used the strength he had received from the demon he had just ate to rush in the direction of the boy he had just seen. I'm gonna regret this. Rewind 5 minutes. Kano had vastly overestimated the difficulty of final selection. The demons were foolish if anything, simply lunging at her in an attempt to hit something vital, or maybe just to do any damage. Even if she didn't have such good eyesight, she would have been able to cut their heads off instantly. Were they emboldened by the cover of the night sky? No, she didn't understand emotions, or people in general that well, but she knew something was up. The question was what? As she walked through the forest, simply wandering at this point, waiting for her body to become tired enough to the point where she could flip to see if she should sleep, she heard rustling from the nearby bushes. She turned around, hand on the grip of her blade, ready to slice at the enemy. Which is why she was surprised when a girl came out of the shrubbery, looking around before spotting her. They both stood still as they watched each other, which allowed her to get a proper look at her. The girl was about as tall as her and had a pink flower-patterned yukata, and a brown overcoat with black hair that faded too. Was that brown, red, or orange? She also had a nice little pink hair tie, and a bamboo muzzle. Why does this girl have a muzzle on her mouth? I didn't see her with the others taking the test. I would have noticed her. Her mind flashed back to her days before she met her older sisters. Is she like me? No, her hands don't seem worked and she looks well cared for. Her clothes look nice as well. So what? Her line thought was cut off as the girl's eyes turned feral and jumped towards her. Is this the demon Shinobu talked about? She thought as her eyes widened in panic and her sword flew to cut off her head. Alas, the demon had been too close, and as the demon placed its hand on shoulder she was only able to sever its leg. She closed her eyes, wanting not to have her lifeless body be eternally awake. Instead, she felt herself be shoved away. Her eyes opened as she impacted the ground, and widened at what she saw. The girl demon was contending with a much more inhuman-looking demon. It was gray, had horns, and was masculine in appearance. How did I not notice it? She thought before watching the first demon nail the second one down on the ground, before looking to her. In that moment, there was a silent understanding between them, which led to the second moment where she sliced the head of the second demon off. As it disappeared, it didn't even seem to register that it had been killed, only snarling and slobbering everywhere as it turned to ash, the only evidence left behind of it being the drool it left. This didn't stop Kanao from pointing her blade at the first demon, who froze at this while keeping that innocent gaze locked on her. Funny, she'd never thought to describe anything a demon did as innocent. Logically, she should have already cut off its head. It's what she was trained to do. However, that logic also dictated that demons should have let her get hurt. Instead, it saved her from getting wound that would have been troublesome to deal with here in the middle of a demon-infested forest. It also could have attacked her with that demon, though maybe it just wanted her all to itself. One way to do this. Eyes locked on the demon, she reached into her pocket and pulled out her coin before flipping it. The seconds it took for the coin to reach its apex and fall back under the power of gravity felt like eternity before it landed in her open hand. Heads. Ironic. Slowly, she lowered her blade and sheathed it. She looked at the demon who looked at her while as she tilted her head. She then moved closer to her. What type of demon are you? She said, as she tilted her head to the other side. Oh, right, the muzzle. She should probably remove that. Though as she went to remove it, she moved away, defensively guarding the muzzle. Odd, you don't want me to take it off. She watched as she shook her head and moved to the side before taking her hands and putting them in midair, then awkwardly moving her body to where it was before with her hands being where her muzzle was. Why would she need to move her position when? Wait, someone put it on you. She watched as the demon nodded her head yes. Did she not trust herself without it? Or did she just not want to break the trust of the person who placed it on her? Wait, even more importantly, how did you get here? Clearly she didn't want to eat humans, so she couldn't have been one of the demons here, so how did she get here? The only way would have been, oh, did someone bring you here? She watched as the demon girl then shot up straight. Before looking around, oddly enough, she seemed panicked, worried, lost. You're looking for the person who brought you here, she inferred from what triggered her. She watched as she nodded before a quaking sound came through the forest. She looked in the direction of where it had come, and with her unique eyes saw the most peculiar thing. Birds? That's impossible. Even though birds can fly, they should have a basic instinct not to come here. Even then those birds flew up from the forest, so how did her thoughts were put on hold as she watched the demon girl sprint forward, towards the area the birds have flown up from, and likely the source of the quake. Immediately, she flipped her coin once more, needing to make an important decision. As it landed once more in her hand after flying upwards into the night sky, her legs moved as she felt the coin in the direction of the demon girl. Heads again. Rewind 5 minutes. Tanjiro had been having an interesting night. The demons were weirdly easy to deal with. He barely needed to spend any time on them. The only problem was he still needed to ask if they knew anything about a way to turn Nezuko back to normal. If anything, he was grateful he lost the original box he made when the strap broke and it was flung away while he was trying to talk with the demon. He didn't know where it was, but he was glad nothing valuable had been in it. After all, he needed to cover a lot of ground if he wanted to get the answer to his question. Do you know anything about how to turn a human back from a demon? Tanjiro said as he repeatedly blocked attack after attack from the white-skinned demon, hoping to give him enough time to answer before he attacked. Die human. He mentally sighed before slicing his head clean off. He turned around again, intent on heading off. However, this was not meant to be. Out of the bushes burst a demon, this one with orange-coated skin and black eyes. Tanjiro dodged this one before looking at him intently. Do you know how I could turn? It yelled as it lunged at him. Tanjiro sighed once more before cutting its head off. As it disintegrated, he pondered the attitude of these demons. Something's different about these demons. Their scent is. There's literally nothing to say. When I smell them, I smell nothing. It's like they don't exist. His thoughts were interrupted by the appearance of another demon, and this was the weirdest one yet. As he dodged its attacks, he took in what he was fighting, and just what made the weirdest one he fought. The way it snarled and cackled, the eerie head of a boar it had instead of a humanoid one. The way it swung those beaten blades around with skill and accuracy, and the way it didn't even smell like a demon, how it smelled human. He paused as he mentally facepalmed. You idiot, this guy can't see you properly and you both think you're fighting a demon. I think we got off on the wrong foot. I don't think any of us are demons. He smiled as the board-headed person stopped and looked at him. At least that's where he thought he was looking. It was really guesswork. I'm Tanjiro Kamado. Nice to meet you. He yelled as the boar-headed boy rushed toward him, blades bared. Okay, maybe he's just trying to kill me, he thought as he bent backwards to avoid the blade, only to watch in amazement and pain as he used him as a leaping board to get in the air. Thump. As he righted himself, he saw why the boy had done that. There was a decapitated demon lying next to the boy now that he had landed, and the head of that body lying a few feet away. He couldn't make out what it was saying, but it was likely only snarls anyway. He was pulled out of his shock by the boy laughing and kicking the disintegrating body. Huh, take that. You think you can get the drop on Lord Inosuke Hashibira, the king of the mountains. You make me laugh. As he continued his actions, Tanjiro looked at him oddly. Are you Inosuke? Is that you? The boy whirled around and looked straight at him and snorted. Of course I am. Who else would I be? In the 1 minute he had since meeting him, this was calmest he had seen him. Are you an idiot or something? Oh, he was the idiot here. He was shocked once more as Inosuke immediately started laughing again. Congratulations Gennaro Dame Kendo. Due to displaying such skills, you've just become my underling, he stated boldly. It's a great honor, you should be proud. What? Your mind shocked from the sheer awesomeness that comes from working for me. Do you mean me? He said as he pointed to himself. Will da. Wow, you sure are slow, Gentaro. That's not my name. And it's not even what you called me earlier. Of course it is Dentaro. You're just saying names now. Yeah, the right ones. Now you've just admitted you're saying multiple names. Caw. Shut up, bird. Inosuke said as he turned and pointed his sword towards a crow in a tree, who cawed even louder in response to this. This set off something that creeped both boys out. The sound of crows cawing came from all around them as they realized they were essentially surrounded by birds. Even more creepy was how ominous they all sounded. I thought this was a demon forest. Why the hell are there so many birds here? Tanjiro turned to Inosuke at his question. He had clearly asked it in annoyance, but that was a good point. Regular living things couldn't survive here with all the demons. So what? Oh, I just keep them for the company. Both Tanjiro and Inosuke were by no means weak. They had been training for a very long time, at least 2 years each. But the only thing that kept them from being killed in that instant was pure instinct. Before they had known it, their bodies were positioned away from the places where they had just been. And they were grateful, because there were now 2 small craters where they had just been, the thing that made them obscured by dust. This smell, compared to the others, it's overwhelming. Whatever this thing is, it's caked in the red scent of death. Beside him, Inosuke shook, clearly sensing how powerful the thing before him was. His hands gripped his blades, not willing to let go lest he never regain them. They both looked in shock as the dust slowly cleared, though listened was more apt, giving the thing in there started clapping. Bravo, the last one that dodged that attack ended up losing a limb, yet you guys don't have a scratch on you. Though should I dock points because you guys only did that out of your basic instinct, or add them? Decisions. A voice said as the dust fully cleared to reveal a demon with ragged clothes that still covered everything. Greenish-gray skin, and slicked-back black hair. He looked to be about 1.5 times their height. Either way, as he spoke his body tensed as he aimed both his arms at them. Die. Hold on you idiot. I'm not a fucking demon. I'm PH. Where is she going? As the demon prepared to attack, his head turned at the sounds coming from the left and right of the 2 would-be slayers before him. Suddenly, out of the bushes came 3 more would-be slayers and a demon. She didn't look like any he had seen before, was she new? No matter, she wouldn't be getting any food today. But what luck. Everyone who he had left was all here and in an easy-to-kill group. Should be fun. Zenitsu and Kanao both sensed things better than most. One could hear supernaturally well and the other could always see things people couldn't. It made sense they were better at sensing a demon's presence than others. So when they detected the demon before them, they froze. Because compared to the other demons, this one held so much presence, so much power, it overwhelmed the 2 who had been swarmed by demons with barely any presence. Their hands went to their hilts, gripping them tightly. Something told them this was going to be their toughest battle yet. Genya couldn't sense things like the other 4 slayers, but he had common sense. And this demon was powerful. Before he realized it, his hand was on his gun and he was aiming it at the demon, ready to fire if given even the slightest opening. This was bad. Tanjiro gasped at the arrival of the newcomers, and was even more shocked at the familiar smell that entered his nostrils. But that could wait. The demon in front of them took precedence. Weirdly enough, he looked a bit agitated. What was up with him? Is that everyone? The demon had been annoyed to say the least, if not a bit interested. He always got the weakest ones first and saved the strongest ones for last. It was more fun that way. But to think there were this many would-be slayers of noteworthy strength. He was certainly going to have some fun. If we're all together, he said as he got into a fighting stance. Time for you all to die. Light, that was the first thing she saw when she opened her eyes. That was a given. Was that fire? No, it was moonlight. She should probably get up so she could start making breakfast for her sea. Blood. Oh, that was right. Her family was dead. That should be more devastate. Tears. There it is, she thought as she silently cried. She was alone now, what was she gonna do? Sun. She was a demon. She couldn't even go out in the sun. What could she do with this life? It barely even was one. Warmth. Her eyes shot open. Her brother. He wasn't dead. Where was he? She wanted him here. She needed him here. It was then she heard scuffling as she realized she didn't even know where she was. Tengu. Urokodaki. She knew that name somehow. Did I hear it in my sleep? Wait, why can't I talk? It was then she noticed the bamboo muzzle in her mouth. I can't really blame them for doing this, she thought depressingly. It was then she paid mind to the scuffling she heard and saw her brother. Tanjiro. She thought as she rushed toward him. She desperately wanted to hug him. He hadn't seen her yet. This was gonna be great. Everything was gonna be. She tripped on her own feet and hit her head, knocking her out as she rolled into the open box Tanjiro had made. Tanjiro heard this happen and looked behind him, noticing the old box he had made all those 2 years ago. He shrugged before taking it and putting it on. No use in losing the extra training. She looked strangely at the girl before her, who seemed not there. She had been woken up by the smell of all those weird flowers, and wondered where she was before the box she was in went flying. When she got out, the only thing she saw was a dark forest. I'm lucky it didn't happen in the day, she thought gratefully as she looked around Tanjiro. She had a good sense of smell now, though likely not as good as Tanjiro's, but there were all these weird ones now. She couldn't smell a thing. Actually, the problem was she could smell too much. Was this what Tanjiro put up with every day? Her eyes then widened as she saw a demon drop from above, aiming for the girl. Blood? No, she yelled in her mind angrily as she lunged forward to stop the demon from attacking her. She offhandedly noticed her leg getting sliced off, but that didn't matter. The only thing that mattered was keeping people from dying. She wrestled with the demon, not knowing what else she could do. For being one, she didn't know how to kill demons. Slice, thump, I guess that's more her department, she said as she looked at the girl who now held a sword to her neck and was she flipping a coin. Once it landed, she mentally sighed as she put the sword down. What type of demon are you? She didn't know. Apparently, she was supposed to be like the demon that she had just stopped from killing someone. She didn't want that. She wanted to be a demon who didn't kill. She wanted to be human again. She couldn't say that due to the muzzle though. Her mind then flashed to a memory she didn't have of an old man putting it on her. Urokodaki, I know you can't hear me, but should you retain your humanity, I am sorry for this. This is to protect those around you, so please try and bear it. I shouldn't take this off, she thought as she pulled away from the girl trying to take it off. He didn't want me to take it off, but when he put it on, there wasn't any meanness in his heart. He seemed nice. Her thoughts continued as she portrayed this to the girl. How did you get here? Tanjiro, she thought as she shot up straight. Where was he? Did someone bring you here? Yes, she thought as she looked around. Where am I even? You're looking for the one who brought you here. What gave it away? She thought dryly as she continued to search frantically. It was then she heard the quake. She rushed towards where birds had flown from. She didn't know much about what was going on, but she knew that her brother was likely going to go where the commotion was. How long have I been asleep? Why was there a demon here? What is going on? She thought as she rushed through the bushes, only wanting to find Tanjiro. When she burst out, she landed right next to someone. She noticed the person had a blade, along with 2 others. Another had. Was that a gun? Wait, I know that smell, she thought as she properly looked at the person she was now next to. He was different, but that didn't matter. So was she. She then noticed the demon. Her instincts told her to run. Were they human or demon? No, for once both sides of herself were in agreement. Before, she could tell her human side was repressing her demon side in full, but now, they were both telling her to run. He was in a stance that implied he was about to attack, and he was looking at no. She screamed as she shoved him to the side. It was then a pain shot through her stomach. She looked down. There was a hole in her stomach the size of that demon's fist. But she was a demon. What mattered was the one she had shoved to the side was all right. He was all right. Her brother was all right. Tanjiro was all right. Tanjiro gasped as he was shoved to the side, looking back to see Nezuko get impaled. No, he didn't even see her get impaled. She was fine one moment, then had a hole in her stomach the next. There was no other way to describe it. Nezuko, he screamed as he then turned to the demon in rage, who was now scratching his head. He doesn't even look like he moved. So how did he? Now that's weird. Never seen a demon protect a human before. Though, humans haven't exactly been around here long enough for that to be tested thanks to me. What? He thought as he noticed looks of confusion on everyone else. Well, he had to assume for Inosuke. I can see your confusion, that's my bad. Let me explain, he said as he then sat down. Logically, Tanjiro knew he should attack. But somehow, the demon still seemed in complete control of the situation. I am Akumate. It's pronounced Akumate. Before you say anything. Yes, I know it's just hand and demon translated, but it works so I'm not complaining. I don't really remember my human name so. Anyway, I am the demon that will destroy the Demon Slayer core. Beside him, Inosuke snorted. How the hell are you gonna kill anyone? You're stuck here, Doromaje. He watched the demon look at him in confusion. That's not. Whatever. Anyway, you're half right. I'm stuck here, yes, but any slayer must make it a week in this forest with me and survive. And as your demon friend there just found out, that's not possible for a rookie slayer. Speaking of which, he started as he looked right at Tanjiro. No way. I thought I was imagining it, but all this is too good, he said as he started laughing. I never thought I'd get to kill another one of Urokodaki's little foxes, he said as he pounded his fist to the ground in joy. Tanjiro paled at this. What was he talking about? After those last two, I thought he'd never send another one. Oh, what joyous day, he said before pausing and looking at the white yukata he was wearing. Aw nuts, out of all the ones I took this was the one with the least blood on it. Ironic but still, he said before looking at them all. I'll have to get a new one. They all tensed as his gaze lingered on their clothing. This is the most diverse catalog I've had in a while. I know it's not important and doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things, but when you have eternity, you think about what you're gonna wear. I mean, do you know how hard it is to clean white clothing? This demon, he doesn't see us as an enemy, prey, or even food. All we are to him are walking corpses. Zenitsu didn't know why he did this. He did know one thing, however, he was gonna die. There wasn't any hope of them beating a demon this powerful. He was gonna die here and now, he was gonna die alone. He was gonna die a coward, cause that's what he was. A deadweight, a failure, nothing. Kaigaku was. Get your ass out of there. If you don't run over here now, that demon's gonna kill you all. What? He thought as he moved his eyes, not willing to move anything else. The demon was currently commenting on their clothes. Weirdo. Who said that? And why do they sound so familiar? Listen up. If you and your friends don't run your little asses over here, that demon will turn you all into corpses. Just get over here. He knew where it was coming from, and he didn't want to die. But how was he gonna get everyone else to follow him? He's too strong for us. We need to run, he said before turning around and heading toward the voice, hoping they would follow him. What? Simple was best sometimes. Genya didn't need to be told twice. He was a future pillar, that much he wasn't budging on. But he needed to have a future to be won. So Genya Shinazugawa ran. Kanao didn't want to listen to him, as it was her job. But logically, in order to survive, she would have to follow his orders, and if she survived, she could kill more demons than if she was dead. So Kanao Tsuyuri ran. The two siblings had just been reunited. After all these years they were back together, so they didn't even need to think. So Nezuko Kamado and Tanjiro Kamado ran. He was the king of the mountains. In what world would he run? But he didn't want to die. For all his strength he was nothing compared to this guy. Besides, he needed to stay with his underling. So he, betraying all that he stood for, broke every rule his soul had placed. Inasu Kashibira, king of the mountains, ran. Akumate watched as those slayers ran away. One hand, I could chase them. But on the other it's literally the first night. If I kill them now, I'll have 364 days to wait till my next actual meal. I mean, the birds keep great company, and I can always eat the one closest to dying if I get ravenous. Not that that's happened in forever. Actually, he thought as he remembered the move he used to take out every would-be slayer at once in the last year. He had used it since then, but without Slayer to really use it on, it was purely guesswork of its effectiveness on people with actual skill. These slayers certainly had talent, or raw potential, or intense training that resulted in skill. He got them mixed up, and maybe he also lied a bit. Only a select few had ever escaped him. A black-haired child with faded turquoise, and he remembered another. He was friends with that peach-haired fox brat, or at least was. What was the name the boy screamed before he died? Run away, Jiyu. Jiyu. There are others who have escaped me, but those two stood out the most. One because of how much talent he seemed to have, and the other because of his relation to the one I killed. I'd have to wager any who have escaped me have likely, or will soon be, pillars. They could likely kill me in a blink. Damn it, hard to get stronger when you only have a meal every year. As he thought in frustration about the unfairness of it all, he came to a conclusion. Alright, I've decided. I shall wait at the path that leads out of this forest. Those kids will either go to their deaths or spend the rest of their lives here. He thought as he headed towards the cave, preparing to spend the next night finding a suitable place to wait for them. Before doing so, he noticed a coin in the ground. He raised his eyebrow as he picked it up. As he looked at it, he shrugged and put it in his pocket before leaving. As he did, the earth beneath him shattered. Either way, it's over for them. Well, this is a flamboyant mess. Tenjin, the sound pillar, thought as they all surrounded a despondent Shinobu. Her eyes looked lifeless and there were bags under her eyes. They had all found her wandering around and, like the nice people they were, decided to comfort out of their own free okay, so one of them had to be forced while the other came because he knew Mitsuri wouldn't like it if he didn't. He could tell they still cared. Deep, 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 deep down. And maybe there's a way I see can go get her. Shinobu desperately asked through her tears. Yeah, apparently her creepy trainee had gone to final selection. That was definitely cause to cry if you cared about her, which Shinobu definitely does. He thought awkwardly as Mitsuri hugged her while the others just watched from a close proximity. You know we aren't allowed to do that. Everyone tensed as Iguro's snake-like words slithered in and out everyone's ears. He insanely whirled around to look at him and chopped at their necks with their hands to tell him to cut it out. Rule number of being a demon slayer: don't piss off the one that's in charge of you getting better when she has access to poisons designed to kill fucking demons. Not unless you wanted a flamboyant and painful death. What? If she wanted her not to go, she should have properly expressed how powerful that demon is. Iguro. This time, the serpent pillar was the one who tensed, fear being evident in his eyes as the love pillar looked at him with accusatory eyes as she comforted the insect pillar whose sobbing had increased tenfold. Well, we survived, so maybe she will too, he said awkwardly as he tried to comfort her purely so he could repair his standing with Mitsuri, and fractionally because he cared. They all turned to the stone pillar, Gyomai, who noticed this and responded to their silent question. Forgive me, I was just pondering about this demon. The 10-year drought in which only us pillars ever came out of the forest started shortly after I became a slayer. Do any of you know what this demon is like? All of them awkwardly shuffled around before they realized one thing. None of them had ever met the demon before. I am sorry to tell you, Gyomai, but none of us can attest to ever having met this demon. The one person as flamboyant as him spoke. The flame pillar, Kyojiro, was nothing if not direct. And even if one of us did, he'd probably forget. Sanmi, the wind pillar, said snarkily as he not so subtly gestured to the mist pillar, Muikairo, who true to his nature currently wasn't paying them any mind. Well, they all turned to the gloomiest looking of them. Jiu, the water pillar. He's very danger. Wait, you've met the demon? They all said in shock. Well, most of them. Why the hell did you never say anything? I did. You guys always leave before I finish. Okay, that was on them. In his defense, the guy was seriously gloomy, combined with his horrible fashion sense it might damage his flamboyance. Seriously, who wears a mismatched Haori on purpose? So, what's this super demon like anyway? Might as well ask. It's likely been building up power for the past years. It's likely got a blood demon art by now. Demons build power at a slower rate when they have limited access to humans, but with how powerful it was when I ran from it, it's likely got one by now, he stated as he looked at the green and yellow checkered part of his Haori. What the? He then looked at Shinobu, was practically staring holes into him. If we took the final selection now at the power level we had when we first took it, I don't have faith all of us would survive on our own. It was unnoticeable to the naked eye. All the pillars slightly widened their eyes at this. Gee, you couldn't be joking. Most of them weren't even sure he knew what a joke was. So to answer your question, at her level of power, there's only one way for her to survive on her own, he said in his relatively quiet voice as he walked away, leaving the others to look at his back. Run. They didn't stop running, even as the one in the purple Haori slowed down. But they didn't know what else to do, even as they felt branches scratch through their clothing. Even as their legs grew sore, even when they felt their lungs catch fire, even as their vision was obscured by fog. They all stopped as they came into a clearing, the most trained of them not visibly panting but still a bit fatigued, the least trained one panting so loud he could hear it even if he wasn't right next to them. He was right to call out to them. They would have lasted about a minute against Akumate in their current state, maybe two. What could he say? He had become a bit more optimistic ever since losing to Akumate himself, weird as it was. Not that these guys aren't any weirder, he thought as he looked at one of them who was a literal demon. I've seen weirder. Luckily it seemed he was given a chance to rectify his mistake. And given Zenitsu was in the group, maybe it was fate. Ugh, who would have ever thought I would be regulated to the role of a teacher? He thought before he saw them looking around, still on edge due to the demon attack. Guess it was time to make himself known. Damn it. He stopped as the one in purple screamed as he pounded his fist to the ground. We were fucking helpless. The others looked at him, wanting to talk before realizing he was right. They were helpless, crushing to learn in the literal entrance exam, holding the weakest demons they would face. Potential only did so much, of course, unless it was trained. We should keep running. That demon is likely right behind us. The only female spoke. It was good to be cautious, but you don't have to worry. He watched as they all went on edge, with Zenitsu being more shocked than any of them. That demon won't come around here. He'd get lost in the fog before he took 10 steps. He then jumped down from the tree he was in. Immediately, they all drew their swords and pointed them at him, with the one in the purple Haori pointing his gun at them. Zenitsu, however, immediately dropped his sword at the sight of him. He raised his hands, showing he was unarmed. Don't worry, I'm not gonna hurt you. If anything, I'm here to do the opposite. He watched as one by one they all lowered their weapons. What do you mean? The one in blue cloud Haori and fox mask spoke. So he's the one you two went to train. He chuckled before looking at them with serious eyes and a smile on his face. Acclimate's a huge problem for everyone, so long story short we're gonna train you, he said before looking at Zenitsu. Hey Zenitsu, it's been a while, he said happily as the boy in question ran forward and wrapped his arms around him while sobbing. Kaigaku. Zenitsu yawned as he woke up before pausing. Why hasn't Gramps come and woken me up? He thought before he headed out of his room he had been sleeping in. I mean, I'm grateful for the extra sleep but ... has he finally given up on me? He thought depressingly as he walked around the house. It wasn't as if he could blame him. No one ever truly believed in him. No one ever truly liked him. And no one ever truly loved. He paused as he heard sobbing. He was just waking up so it was natural his senses were a bit groggy. He rushed in the direction of the sobs before seeing Gramps hunched over as he was reading a letter along with a box. What the? Alright, that's enough, get off me, Kaigaku said as he shoved Zenitsu off him before holding him at an arm's length. He might have missed him but he still had boundaries. But I'm so happy to see you after all these years, Zenitsu said as he continuously tried to hug Kaigaku, who tensed at what he said. Yeah, sorry about that. I know it must have been hard on you and Sensei. I haven't exactly been able to leave here ever since I lost to Accumate. None of us have, he said somberly. What's going on here? It was then they both remembered they had an audience. To Kanao, Genya, Inosuke, and Tanjiro, they had just seen a muscular young man of average height who has short, spiky black hair, with two thick strands framing his face, and a pair of dull, cold turquoise eyes framed by thick, arched eyebrows, come out of nowhere, claim he was gonna train them, and then hug the yellow-haired boy they didn't even know. Kaigaku awkwardly chuckled at this as his sweat dropped. Sorry about that. Long story short, I'm this guy's sibling disciple, and for the next few days one of your many senseis. But first, introductions are in order. And Kaigaku. He then gestured to them all to state their names. Tanjiro the Cloud Haori boy spoke in a despondent tone. Genya, the scarred one, said, discouraged at what had happened. Kanao, the girl, spoke as she was checking her pockets, dispirited. Inosuke, the boar-headed, said in a most quiet and downcast he had ever heard him. Zenitsu, his sibling student, mumbled in a barely intelligent, downhearted tone. Wow, real enthusiastic bunch we got here, Kaigaku said sarcastically. The hell do you expect? Genya exploded in anger. We just got our asses handed to us and that demon didn't have to do anything but show up. We're supposed to demon slayers. And we fucking ran. The other four thought about this, and sadly, he was right. They had been training for years and they ran. They were supposed to be demon slayers, but they couldn't even kill one demon. Of course you ran, Kaigaku said as they all tensed. That's what you do if you don't want to fucking die. You guys aren't suicidal, so you ran. And now we're gonna train you so that you won't have to run from that demon. In fact, you guys are gonna be the ones who decapitate that son of a fuck. Though first things first, he said as he pointed both his fingers at Tanjiro. What's with the demon? At this, Inosuke and Genya whirled to the demon while Kanao and Tanjiro moved in front of her, all while Zenitsu eeped as he watched from the sidelines. What are you doing, underling? Get away from her, Inosuke said as he and Genya drew their weapons. Underling? Whatever, she's not a bad demon. She's my sister, Tanjiro explained as Inosuke and Genya looked in disbelief. Or at least he thought it was disbelief. Boarheads don't exactly show emotion. She hasn't eaten a single human, I swear. Kaigaku watched as the air around them grew tense and tenser by the millisecond. Eventually, Inosuke lowered his swords and walked over to the three, causing Zenitsu to move over with them. Probably safety in numbers. The fuck are you doing? Genya said as he faced all of them. That is a goddamn demon. I trust my underling. He wouldn't lie about this to his lord Inosuke. They all paused at this before they heard Kanao speak. I flipped heads when I spared her, and she saved me, she said as she was now checking her pockets even more desperately than normal. I should probably check on that. These guys have a nice S sound, so I believe them when they saw she's G good. Huh, he finally grew something of a backbone. Super. Genya looked at them in stunned, incredulous disbelief before eventually sighing, groaning and putting down his gun and walking over to join them. It was clear he didn't trust her, but he acknowledged it, and fighting would be useless, if not incredibly detrimental. They all then uncertainly looked at him, likely wondering if he was okay. He smirked before speaking. Hey, I'm cool with you bringing a demon along. We wouldn't have let her in if she was a regular one after all. So what's her name? And more importantly, how did she get into a forest guarded by wisteria? Did you bring her or something? It was then Tanjiro stuttered as he realized he never stated her name. Sorry, her name is Nezuko, and I don't know how she got here. The only things I brought with me were my sword and box. They all deadpanned at him as he realized what he had done, him specifically facepalming. Ignoring that, she won't have to worry about the sun here. It doesn't reach through the fog, but we've always been able to tell when it's day or night. Due to our body clocks, he covered quickly. Seeing as you don't have a box now, we'll get to work on making you a new one, he said before Tanjiro spoke up. Thank you, but you've been saying we and us and where. You're the only one here. The others noticed this as they looked at him with unease. Oh, am I? He smirked as he raised eyebrows. He then yelled as he leapt to the branch of a tree. Come out everyone. We got students. He bellowed into the fog. Only for a minute. Give them some time, they take a minute, he said as they proceeded to stand by. Slowly but surely, countless slayers came from the fog. Boys, girls, all ranging from various looks and styles. Only something was different about them. We got flame breathers and wind breathers, and everything breathing style in between. My 6 students, I present to you everyone who has ever failed to defeat that demon and is now unable to leave because of it. The Fallen, their goal is to train you guys to take him out. I hope you're ready. Kaigaku spoke as he hung from the tree and grinned. Cause things are about to get brutal. Wait, if all of you guys are here, why don't we all just team up in AGH? He was cut off as he was punched in the stomach by one of the Fallen. Kaigaku smirked as he yelled from atop the tree. That demon is quick and smart. After all these years, he's learned to aim for spots that disrupt breathing and utterly destroy them. Give him an opening, and he'll leave you on the floor. He spoke as the Fallen came at them, holding their swords in their sheaths but still using them as if they were unsheathed. Learn how to fight together and cover each other's blind spots and weaknesses. He instructed as all 5 drew their sheathed weapons, well, most of them. Genya, not wanting to waste ammo, resigned to beating them over the head with his gun. Unfortunately, it seemed the Fallen were faster. Why isn't he using breaths? Kaigaku thought as the Purple Claws boy was overwhelmed with would-be slayers. One of your own is being taken over. If one of you doesn't help him, he'll be dead, Kaigaku said offhandedly. There are a lot of would-be slayers here, but he should be able to hold his own if he's been training with breaths and survived the final selection this long. So what gives? And why doesn't he have a sword? I mean, I can see the prospect of having a gun, but still, he thought as he observed Kanao get more and more flustered. Was she having a panic attack? Or was it anxiety attack? I forget. Eventually she was so distracted by whatever was happening that she accidentally hit Inosuke, who without sheaths, was hitting the Fallen with the pommels of his sword and rushing forward before turning around. What the heck, Nakaway? He yelled incorrectly before he was swarmed by the Fallen. Kanao tried to stop this before she was knocked over by Zenitsu, who was thrown into her. Zenitsu groaned before being kicked off her, and promptly out of the session. Tanjiro held his own, but with all of his teammates being taken out of the session, well, it was self-explanatory. Kaigaku jumped down from his branch before walking over to them and looking down at their beaten bodies. So, we have a lot of work to do. Apparently when you have time on your hands, you have time on your hands. The Fallen had been able to build a sort of shelter for them. It was in good condition as well. Tanjiro looked at the wooden structure he was in. It was rather large, could easily 4 times the amount of people that were here, though he was used to not having any room due to being in small family. At least I was, he thought sadly before turning to Kaigaku, who was in front of the house along with all of them. So good news, none of you appear to have any injuries from the session here. Not that that was possible, I just wanted to give good news. Bad news is you guys suck at working together and everything else that wrong in that battle. Let's go over what went wrong. Genya, what went wrong? He said as he gestured to the foul-mouthed boy. I can't fucking shoot people, Genya stated blatantly. That's a fair point. Kaigaku had practically thrown them into that fight with no warning. He was still sore. It seemed Kaigaku noticed as sheepishly scratched his head. Yeah, that's my bad. I'll figure something out with you. You use stone breathing, right? I'll get a group and we'll work on. I don't use stone breathing, Genya interrupted. My mistake, I just assumed with the weapons that. Yeah, so what breathing form do you use? Genya stood silent as the others looked at him, waiting for him to answer. Alas, they ended up fruitless. Alright, I'll figure something out. Kanao, he said as he looked at the girl, who looked statuesque. What happened to her? She looks more blank than usual. Alright, skipping that. Inosuke, bring it on. Tanjiro winced as the boar-headed boy yelled. I'll beat all of your Fallen guaco. Alright, Zenitsu. He looked at the cowering yellow-haired boy who he had called his sibling student. Train with multiple Fallen, you'll need to get used to unpredictability. He watched as Zenitsu fell over. Is he seriously his sibling student? Well, he could smell something from Zenitsu that was powerful, so maybe. And Tanjiro, he shot to attention as his name was called. You'll be training with every water-breathing user here. Oh boy. Alright, that's it for today. Go to sleep and I'll wake you up when it's training time. Kaigaku said before heading off. Tanjiro let out a breath as he headed inside the shelter, marveling at the mats they had. This was very well done for being in the middle of a mountain with no supplies from the outside world. He looked back to see Kanao standing alone, the others having headed inside. Kanao, do you want to go inside? He asked, concerned as he walked up to her. Weird. She's been getting more and stiff ever since we encountered that demon. Is she scared? My coin is gone. She eventually stuttered out. He noticed her eyes filled with fear and uncertainty. What? It's how I make decisions. Without it I can't. She stopped as she felt Tanjiro's hands clasp hers, and for a few seconds, they stood still as Tanjiro tried to figure what to say, having only done it so that she could stop shaking. Earlier, you said you only spared my sister because you landed heads. Does that mean had you landed tails, you would have killed her? He asked fearfully, not wanting to know but needing to know and just to talk about something. Yes. His heart dropped as she stuttered out an answer. Are you glad you didn't kill her? He needed to keep her talking or else he'd never get her inside. He slowly started moving her towards the door, having to go at a snail's pace so as not to force her. Why yes. Then maybe you don't need that coin to make decisions. Maybe you just need to follow your heart. He volunteered. But the coin, she gave it to me. She sputtered out as she started shaking again. Who's she? He asked. Maybe if I learn more about here I can do something. Oldest sister, Chenny. She's dead now, and she said as she closed her eyes shut. Oh, do you think she'd want you stuck on a coin she gave you, or listening to the voice inside you? The voice of your heart, he asked, knowing how it felt to lose someone. Why you don't? No. Her. This was the closest he had seen her get to being angry. But you do. They both stopped as they realized they were right outside the door to the house. So do you want to go inside? He looked at her intently as Kanao's eyes widened. Oh no, did I do something bad or? He was cut off as she headed inside. He looked at her stunned before walking in himself, greeting Nezuko, who hadn't taken part in the fight due to her being a demon, and Mr. Kaigaku wanting to train the humans. On the roof of the house, Kaigaku watched with a smile. Well, that makes this teaching thing easier, he thought as he went over lesson plans in his head. Of course it helps that they're helping each other. Day 2. Break. The five curiously and slowly stopped and went over to Kaigaku, who was talking with someone. They had all woken up early, though not as early as the cultivators usually woke them up. Kaigaku's reasoning was that since they had a limited amount of time, it wouldn't do well to deprive their bodies of energy. It occurs to me I haven't told you all that much about Akumate, so I figured I'd start with this guy, he said as he gestured to a brown-haired boy with no distinguishing features. Unless of course you counted the fact that he had no arms. What the heck? Where are his arms? Zenitsu looked at this and thought in shock, but didn't say anything, for fear of being. Where the heck are your arms? Inosuke stated bluntly, causing the rest of the group to mentally face-palm and visibly tense. Rude. Fuck, you idiot. He covered his ears as Genya yelled and hit Inosuke over the head. You don't just outright say something like that. The heck, Yunj? You think you can fight Lord Inosuke and his underling, Gonpa Kairo? Don't bring me into this, Tanjiro said as he tried to keep peace between the two as the brown-haired boy coughed to get their attention. It's fine, I've grown used to the remarks. In fact, that's why I wanted to talk to you. He inhaled before exhaling, and then looking at them with a sad expression. You see, I am the reason Akumate has grown to such powerful heights. Everyone froze at this, while Kaigaku looked at him with a similar sad expression. Rhyme, you none of us blame you for what happened. He was cut off by the boy, Rhyme, speaking. This does not change the fact that I helped in his power gain. I am of Merchai blood type, the most nutritious of blood types for demons, and every demon who caught whiff of me knew this. In another timeline, I never even knew what a demon slayer was, however, because I entered this mountain. Akumate ate both of my arms and achieved great power, which led to him feasting on more and more humans every year, thus starving the Demon Slayer Corps for new members. The burden is placed on me for the situation we are now in. Had I never even stepped foot on this mountain, we would not be in this situation today, he said as looked downcast at his feet. The others didn't know how to react to this. What did you say to someone who had ruined everything? That's a load of crap, Inosuke shouted, shocking everyone. I'm Lord Inosuke, and I declare that even if you didn't get your arms torn off, that demon would have still killed a ton of people. At the very least, this shocked the others out of their own stupor. That demon's terrifying. You should be lucky you got away with your life, Zenitsu stated, not noticing the two trainers wincing. Yeah, you shouldn't be held to blame for what that demon has done to others, Tanjiro stated. The only one to blame is Akumate. Kanao struggled, though it was clear she was getting better by leaps and bounds. Though the most shocking thing was what came next. You're looking at a future pillar. Genya declared, cueing all of them to look at him. I didn't come here expecting an easy fight, so don't apologize for getting your arms torn off. You didn't ask for it. Apologize for wasting our training time. Because I promise you, we're gonna kill that demon. Now let's get back to fucking training, he stated as he went back to fighting the Fallen, leaving the others to stare at him before quickly following his lead, not expecting such kind words. Rhyme and Kaigaku were left speechless. Those had been different from what they were expecting. Out of all the would-be slayers that had been told this, they were the first who didn't. I'm sorry, Kaigaku said to Rhyme as he looked at them, reminded of how he reacted to the story. You fucking idiot. I've never asked for an apology, Rhyme said as he sank down to his knees, thinking of all the other things he had been told in reaction. Dumbass. Seriously. Oh god. From anyone. The tears that fall from your eyes, Kaigaku stated as mist-like tears flowed from Rhyme's eyes as he watched the five train with even more vigor. Show that it was long overdue. Total concentration constant, Tanjiro asked as they all prepared to sleep for the night. After rigorously training after hearing the story, they were all exhausted and had come home to find a tray of wheat balls. However, he had noticed Kanao was still doing the total concentration breathing even though they weren't training. His inquiry had brought about the topic they were currently discussing. Yes, it's the method in which the breath is used constantly, all day, all night, even while sleeping. Inosuke and Zenitsu balked at the suggestion of doing the breathing exercises that allowed them to fight constantly, even more so in their sleep. Genya on the other hand groaned as he turned away in his sleep. Seriously, Tanjiro said as he froze at the thought of keeping it up for that long. Kanao nodded. It's one of the few techniques all the pillars share. Shut the fuck up and let me sleep. Kanao tensed at this and practically turned to a statue. Hey asshole, quit being such a jerk, Zenitsu scolded before cowering under Genya's gaze. Tanjiro pondered this while the others bickered. If I can achieve that, I'll be able to gain more power and beat Akumate. I'll watch over you while you sleep. All five turned to see Kaigaku in the doorway, having managed to get close to them without them even sensing his presence once again. How does he do that? I'll watch over anyone who wants to do the total concentration breathing constant thing and wake them up when they falter. Thank you, Tanjiro stuttered before bowing, and then raising his head with a question in his mind. Don't you need sleep? Kaigaku tensed at this before laughing. Don't worry, I'm your sensei, so it's my responsibility to make sure you get the most out of your training, he said as he ruffled his head. Hey, do that to me too, Inosuke yelled. Could I maybe get that treatment? Zenitsu timidly asked. Same here, Kanao stated quickly. Alright, Kaigaku said before looking at Genya, who was faced away from the group. Just get to bed. Needless to say, their night wasn't as peaceful. Day 3. Hey Genya, wait here for a second, Kaigaku said as Genya came over with a scowl on his face. What? He asked bluntly. Ooh, so serious. I just want to tell you a story. He was interrupted by a groan. It'll be quick, he reassured him as he started. Once upon a time there was this guy who just wanted to survive. So he took up the art of the sword. He quickly took to the most powerful techniques and learnt them all but one. It drove him freaking crazy. Like he was this close to being the most powerful swordsman and he was denied this one thing. Kaigaku's gaze then turned somber. He was driven so crazy that he drove everyone else away. His master, the master's other disciple. Eventually, he was alone, just like before he took up the art of the sword. And walking that path alone, it was easy for him to be cut down and more alone than ever. His voice was dim, his sadness seeping every word as he looked at Genya. What the hell does this have to do with me? Of course he was the stubborn one. Unless you want to get cut down, Kaigaku said as he pointed to the other four. You might want to reach out to them, he said before disappearing in a flash of thunder, leaving Genya to consider what he had just heard. I can't use any breathing forms, Genya said bluntly as he headed to bed, making sure everyone else heard it. He didn't want to get roped into a whole conversation. He groaned as he faced them all while sitting down. Yeah, I just never really took to them, so yeah, it's whatever. You are eating that demon. Fuck, he had forgotten Zenitsu saw him doing that. Yeah, that's a thing I do. When I eat demons I gain enhanced strength and speed, and a handy bonus of regeneration. It's how I make for lacking in other areas. He watched as Inosuke thought about something. Or at least he thought he was. Could he even think? So if I start eating demons will I? No. Apparently I have a sort of organ in me that turns demons into fuel. I figured out I could do it when I was training and was attacked. Lucky me, I figured I could get my last meal and here we are now. He then noticed Tanjiro standing protectively in front of his demon sister. All crud. Don't worry, I'm not a reverse demon or anything. I'm not ravenously hungry for demon flesh. Though speaking of hunger, he said as he picked a wheat ball which he had found was made from the few crops that grew here. These are pretty good for being made here. Anyone catch the name of the one who's been making these? PH. He turned over to the demon girl, who had her hand raised, and froze. Have you been making these? He paled as she nodded. He had been eating the food made by someone who he tried to kill this entire time. Earlier, he said in reference to him trying to shoot her. I'm sorry, I've had some bad experiences with demons. He watched as Tanjiro tensed. Guess he had similar experiences. So yeah, eventually I was able to get my hands on this gun and then find some shells coated in wisteria. And I made my way to final selection. I don't really like anyone knowing about the whole demon eating things because you think you're inferior to everyone else around you, like you aren't anything but deadweight. He looked to Zenitsu, he looked at him. Was that sympathy? You're fighting alongside us even though you can't use breathing forms, so you're anything but deadweight. It would very useful to heal in the middle of a battle. I wouldn't mind having it. Kano stated. Yeah, Inosuke agreed, before putting his hand under his chin. Hey, do you think if I cut off your arm you would? His mouth was quickly covered. Tanjiro, who predicted what he was going to say. The point is, we're all here to become demon slayers, and if you have a skill no one else can bring to the table, then that's all the better for everyone, he said, causing Genya to blush before his head to Kano. Hold on, did you say that entire sentence without stopping? All on your own without that stupid coin? Tanjiro had explained her situation to everyone, and regardless of whether they were aware of it or not, they had been monitoring how long she had been able to speak without stopping. And this was a new record. The demon sister hugged her in celebration, gesturing for everyone to join with her look. Tanjiro immediately obeyed. Congratulations, Kano, he said before Zenitsu joined in with a blush on his face right before Inosuke joined in, stating that he could give hugs better than anyone. This left Genya, who was still on his mat. Look, you guys are nice but I'm not going to wait. What are you doing? He asked as the group moved closer to him, only stopping when they were standing over him. He saw the demon girl's face and it screamed last chance. I am not joining in on the oh no. No, he yelled as they all fell on him. Oh, he groaned as he looked up to see everyone on top of him, with the demon sister on his stomach, looking at him smugly. This is probably a bad time to admit I forgot your name. Was it just his imagination, or did the pile get heavier? Day 4. Kaigaku admitted he wasn't exactly sensei material. Ask anyone here who wasn't currently a student. However, the two that left all those months ago seemed to think otherwise. Why? Boy would he like to know. Zenitsu, don't give up. You're doing great, he said as Zenitsu was close to fainting from how much work they had been doing. On the plus said he had a second chance with Zenitsu, so that was a plus. He smiled as Zenitsu continued with greater vigor than he had seen previously before looking at the others. He had been able to build a better training regimen by examining them and finding their strengths and weaknesses. Genya, for example, was practicing adapting sword styles to hand-to-hand combat to make up for his normal lack of strength and maneuvering his gun in a way that allowed him to get a headshot. They weren't exactly able to work on his aim without wasting shells, so this was the best they could do. Tanjiro had been working with water and flower breath users with Murata at the head to better his techniques, alongside Kano due to their lack of flower breath users in abundance. But Mei was good enough. He'd noticed Inosuke's beast breathing stemmed from wind breathing without him noticing, so it was a no-brainer who he was placed with. Though he was worried Janryu might be a bit of a pushover, endurance was key when facing Akumate, as well as speed, strength. Basically these guys needed as much training as they could get, which is why it sucked he was the only other Thunder Breath user here. Whatever, I've made it work. He'd likely put them through group training tomorrow to help them work together and pass their final test. And then the 6th day wouldn't include anything. He'd learnt from last time that going into battle with sore muscles didn't end well. Kaigaku froze as he remembered his attempt before speaking to Zenitsu. How has our sensei been? Zenitsu froze in a similar fashion. Ever since you left he's been pretty sad. But that hasn't stopped him from training me. Despite how weak I am he still believes in me, he said as he continued to train. Of course he's been. Hey, Kaigaku. His attention turned Zenitsu as he practiced swung his sword. When we beat that demon, let's both go home to Gramps. I'm sure he'll be happy to see you, he said smiling, causing Kaigaku to pause and go stiff. Home? Yeah, though you have to pass your training first. He smirked before ruffling his head. Break. So how does a cowardly crybaby make his way to final selection? Genya asked Zenitsu as he looked to the ceiling. I didn't wish to say anything, but I myself am curious about your story, Kano said from her own mat. Well, Zenitsu said as he scratched his head. Come on Minitsu, worried your story won't satisfy the great Lord Inosuke. That's not my name, and it's just embarrassing and really sad. This girl I like stole all my money and left me in debt. If not for Gramps, I'd still be being forced to work in a brothel," he said as he looked downcast. However, he was then snapped out of his sulking by the laughter of Genya. "Es serioso lai ha 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 ha," he asked before he devolved into laughter. Zenitsu looked at this display along with everyone before sobbing. "What is wrong with you?" he comically wailed as tears flowed from his eyes while he sobbed. Hey Kanao. If you ever need to know what to do when you're sad, just copy that face," Genya said as he cracked up. Kanao, on the other hand, took note of this. "Might come in handy." Day 5. Go go go, Kaigaku said as the Fallen attacked the group from all sides, with the group focused on defending themselves and not letting any of them into the circle that had been drawn into the ground. "We don't know what Akumate's blood demon art does, but all we can remember is that it came at us from all angles. So if you let any of us into the circle, that'll be like a fatal blow," he said as he watched Inosuke cover for Genya, who couldn't fire his gun. Likewise, Genya was covering how Inosuke was open for a second after he brought both his swords down. Kanao was good with circular quick slashes, which left her open to things that required a bit more power. Luckily, Tanjiro's force and speed with water covered her weaknesses, and Zenitsu had actually been doing well. He was using the first form exceedingly well, though it could have been much better. As they continued to practice, they looked less like would-be slayers and more like trained warriors. "Kinda tearing up here." Nah. It was late in the night and Kanao was curious. Not about the regular things like emotions. She had actually been wanting to show the others something regarding to that. No, she was wondering where everyone was. The shelter was empty, no one was in their beds. Where were they? It was then she noticed light outside. Is that the sun? Nezuko, she thought in panic before rushing outside to see Nezuko and her friends watching a beautiful sight. Tanjiro had started a fire outside the shelter. The others were watching as he was dancing around the fire. Kanao watched this in awe as she exhaled, happy Nezuko wasn't burning. It was then she realized she had worried for Nezuko and called these boys her friends. A warm feeling in her chest came from this. What is this I'm feeling? Is this happiness? Joy? No, she thought as she looked at everyone watching Tanjiro in awe, and for a brief second, she was reminded of how Shinobu, her, and Kani were. And then, she smiled, a genuine, true smile. This was before she noticed Tanjiro's movements. The way his chest moved, the way his muscles clenched. "What are you doing?" she found herself asking as she came up to him, much to the groans of the others when he stopped dancing to answer to her question. "Oh, this is a dance passed down through my family. My dad used to do it, but then he died and then I had do it every winter for the new year. But since the final test our senseis made for us is tomorrow, and after that is Akumate, I just figured it would bring us good luck," he said before looking sheepish. "Sorry, that was kind of dark." Kanao looked at him before recalling how she had seen pillars move and comparing it to what he had just done. "It looks like a breathing form." Tanjiro froze at this, while the others watched curiously from the shelter, being too far away to hear what was going on. "Sorry, that's not possible. My family's nothing but coal burners. They wouldn't know the first thing about breathing forms, much less have their own," he stated. "Besides, there's no reason for them to have learned breathing forms, and my parents never showed any enhanced physical abilities," he said as his smile remained, though his eyes gained something she had come to know as sadness. "Crap," she believed was the phrase. "Sorry," she said quickly. "It wasn't my intention to." "Oh, it's fine," Tanjiro said in a quick fashion. "You didn't know." She didn't want to assume, but she guessed with the rest of his family never being mentioned. Well, she could connect the dots. She believed was the phrase. She should probably do something to make it up to him, given they were facing a powerful demon soon. What was it people did when they upset someone? I've never had any emotions to upset someone with, so this isn't exactly my strong suit. You've gotten a lot better with speaking and showing emotion. I'm glad. Of course he was happy she was getting better at showing emotions, albeit they'd been toned down since idea. Great idea, Naoko, Inosuke said as he laid in his mat with the others around the fire. We'll be more ready than ever in the wilderness than in that hut, he said as he once more incorrectly said her name, though the thought was there. Yeah, if we were in regular final selection, the fire would attract the attention of every demon with a pair of eyes, Zenitsu said as his gaze turned somber. The others who came into the forest are dead, aren't they? The question hung in the air, somehow answered and unanswered. When did we get so desensitized to death? He asked depressingly, dragging the mood down with him, leaving them all to ask themselves that very question. When I was younger, my mom turned into a demon. Genya started as he drew the others' attention towards him. She devoured all my siblings and my ass of a father, leaving me and my older brother, who killed her. Only I didn't realize she was a demon when she did what she did and thought my brother had killed her. I said things I wish I could take back every single day. He became a slayer, and by the time I found out what had happened, he had risen to the most powerful ranks. When I went to apologize to him, I couldn't even get into his estate. Kanao's eyes widened as she realized she knew Genya's older brother, or at least knew of him. How did I not see it before? They look so much alike. I guess I always thought if I rose to the rank of a pillar I don't know, be able to face him and apologize. Funny enough, as much as I want to say sorry, if I ever came face to face with him I wouldn't know what to do. He chuckled dryly, before looking around and realizing now the attention was on him. I went out to town to sell coal, and when I got back all of my family had been killed. All except Nezuko. As he said that, Nezuko came out of the shelter, apparently having been in there for quite some time. Kanao was curious what she had been doing there, but figured she could ask later. Tanjiro continued as Nezuko snuggled up against him. I later found out she was a demon when she tried to kill me. Everyone tensed at this before Tanjiro continued. But she snapped out of it when she recognized me. Afterwards a slayer came to kill her, having been attracted by news of another demon, the one who killed my family. I was knocked out when I tried to stop him, but when I awoke, he sent me to Urokodaki along with Nezuko. I'm grateful every day that he spared her, he said as he wrapped his arm around his sister. Judging by the position and the silent decision they had come to, it was her turn to share her life story. I was slave, or rather a girl for sale. I don't remember much, but I remember that it was nothing. I one day ceased to feel anything while under the ownership of the man who owned me. Eventually I was bought by who I now call my older sisters. The eldest, Kanikacho, died fighting an upper moon. Everyone tensed at this, so they knew about the moons, the most powerful demons under Muzan Kibutsuji. Apparently the gap between lower and upper moons was as far the gap from here to the moon. That's why I became a slayer, because I felt something that went beyond any concept of sorrow, and I wanted no one else to feel that. Before she died, Kani gave me a coin, which I was always relying on for decisions outside of demon-slaying requirements. At least, that was before now. I've needed to listen to my heart and make decisions on my own. I've felt things I wouldn't have felt if I was reliant on the path laid out by the thing that reminded me so much of my older sister. I guess what I'm saying is, I'm glad I lost the coin. I'm glad I met you guys, she said as a smile grew on everyone's face. I didn't know you could smile, Genya. She watched as Genya's face turned red and everyone else started chuckling. Shut up, he yelled with no real bite behind it. Since when do you make jokes? He accused. Since I started hanging out with you guys. Oh, that reminds me of why I wanted to be out here. There's something I want to show you guys, she said as she stood up and got closer to the fire, and once she was in the center, she deeply inhaled. Guess who I am, she stated before screaming. Oh my god, there's a demon here. Kill it, kill it, kill it, she said as she curled in on herself while closing her eyes and making her voice sound as cowardly as possible. She then opened her eyes to see everyone looking at her in utter shock. Even Nezuko didn't look like she knew what to say, if she could speak. I've been observing you all, and through you I believe I have mastered showing emotions such as fear, anger, happiness, and pride. Who do you think I did just now? Slowly, all of their heads turned to Zenitsu, who was blushing madly and frozen in. Was that shock? Oh no, did I misread things? Was this not a fun thing friends did together? Her thoughts of failure were slowly interrupted by the laughter of Genya, which spread to Tanjiro and Inosuke. You freaking nailed him, Genya said as he rolled onto his back. Inosuke wasn't even able to form words as he cackled. And Tanjiro, we haha shouldn't laugh ha. He tried to stop them, but ended up laughing all the same. Kanao saw this as a success and approval to keep going. You guys shouldn't laugh at Zenitsu. Instead be calm and kind like me. The laughter then spread to Zenitsu. You're like his twin sister, he said as he laughed. Eh? She said as her face turned hard and her gaze became wrathful. You're talking to a future pillar here. Watch your tongue. Okay, I don't think I'm that regal, Genya critiqued before he continued laughing. Oh, do me next. She didn't even have to look to know what to do. Hey, you can't tell Lord Kanao what to do, Nezuko, she said as her tone turned savage and she pointed at Inosuke with a stick since she left her sword in the shelter. But for your courage, I'll make you all my underlings, she said if it were some great honor, causing everyone to laugh but Inosuke, who didn't get the last part, but laughed at the first part after saying that wasn't his name. Throughout the night, they laughed before getting their weapons from the shelter and sleeping outside. And as they fell asleep, they looked to the day ahead with determined eyes. Day 6. As they approached the area where they came in, weapons in hand, they were shocked to see everyone who had trained them, standing at attention. You have all trained hard, Kaigaku stated loudly, but now you must face the toughest challenge you have ever had to face," he said as he then drew his blade, which everyone else copied with solemn looks on their faces. "For our failure to cut Akumate down, you must punish us and cut us down in order to leave." Inosuke couldn't believe what he was hearing. He, the king of the mountains, had to kill the one who helped him on his path of kingliness. "No way, no way," he yelled towards the senseis with their swords drawn. "Why the hell would we cut you down?" he questioned loudly. "It's simple," Hirangaku said solemnly. "Because of our failure to kill Akumate in the past, this is the only way we can atone for our grievous mistakes," he said as he pointed his sword forward. "Now strike us down." "No, no, no," he yelled as the others voiced similar rejections. "Dentaro, Nokao, Hanio, Moni, wait. Where the hell was Moinishi?" He and the others noticed his absence and hurriedly looked around, wondering where he had gone. Did the others already start attacking him? No, they haven't even moved their feet. So where did suddenly? His skin stood on end as he looked at Kagamaru, shocked to Zen and Jakahamaru in front of him, knee bent and hand on his sword grip. "What the hell are you doing?" he screamed. "Zenitsu, we can't do this. You idiot, we can't kill them. You have to stop. Quiet, all of you." They froze. Tadakuma had never used that tone with them. He'd barely even raised his voice. They watched as he raised his sword. "So, you're finally standing against me." His voice was annoying now, as if he felt he was better than Zenadakian. So why do his words not feel all there? What's going on? Karma continued his rant. "You are always weaker than me, and 1,000 times more pathetic than I could ever hope to be even after failing to kill him. You think you could ever kill him? Don't make me laugh." Suddenly, both their surroundings got weird, like he's surrounded by something. If he noticed it, Manitsu didn't even show it as they both spoke at the same time. Thunder breathing. They both spoke as Kairatu jumped towards him. Fourth form, first form, distant fun, thunderclap and flash. He cut Kuramu off as he disappeared and reappeared behind him in a flash of lightning. The others looked at him in shock, unable to believe the wimp they had been living with had such a powerful move up his sleeve. Not that they had ever really seen him fight outside training exercises. But Kurentu looked unharmed. If he was so fast, how did he not do any damage? Kairuta for his part had stopped the moment Menetsuru had disappeared, freezing in attack before standing up properly, lowering his sword and turning to look at him, a smile on his face. "You, Gramps likely didn't ever want you to come here. He probably just trained you so that you'd be able to get out of situations regular humans deal with." Why does he sound so sad? I can't say I blame him, since I feel the exact same way. I truthfully never wanted any of you guys to leave. How could I? Suddenly, cracks started appearing across his body. "How long have you known my sibling disciple?" It was then that Inosuke saw Zenitsu's eyes. They were practically flooding. His face was practically drenched when he managed to force out words. "I knew from the very start." Everyone gasped as mist started to flow from Kaigaku's cracks, but they couldn't bring themselves to speak. No one could. Is he sick or something? Inosuke thought in vain. Deep down, he already knew the truth, but his soul had refused to accept it. Zenitsu had calmed down now and spoke more clearly. "Everyone else always sensed things differently from me. So I knew from the moment you spoke when I could only hear a hollow void. That you all lost much more than your pride. Rhyme lost much more than his arms." He screamed as Kaigaku's head fell off, much to the shock of everyone. Years ago, Kaigaku suddenly opened his eyes, gasping for air. He immediately looked around, only seeing fog. "Where the hell am I? I told you that you would fail." He turned around to see the peach-haired and fox-masked boy who had been training. "My condolences that you died. But for now we must prepare our lesson plan for the next generation." He spoke before turning away. What? And no, I can't be. He's always so blunt," the black-haired girl of a smaller frame said before she hoisted him to his 2 feet. "People are always disoriented enough when they first get here due to them being post-mortem." She spoke casually with sympathy. "Come on, let's go," she said as she let him lean on her as they walked forward. But Kaigaku's mind was still on what they had said. "I'm dead." Some years later, Kaigaku groaned as he felt the newest trainees pass on and come over to the fallen. He mentally groaned at that name. It was always so morbid even for him. "You did well, Kaigaku." He turned around to see Sabito and Makomo approaching him, their words causing him to look at them awkwardly. "You and I have very different definitions of the word well. Shouldn't you be welcoming them to the fallen?" he asked curiously, as they had been elected the strongest and therefore the leader. They had been elected to welcome the dead. "You were kind, Kaigaku. You listened to them and worked on bettering their flaws. It could have used some work, but no one's perfect." Sabito spoke before Makomo took over for him. "And you're right about that whole greeting the dead thing being the leader's job. So you better get to it." At this, his eyes widened. "Hey, now what are you guys talking about? If this is a joke, it isn't funny." he said before silencing himself as Sabito raised his hand. Urokodaki sensei's new student is currently attempting to split a boulder far thicker than any demon neck we have faced. Crafty old man. Urokodaki, their sensei, but his students are Akumate's favorite to hunt. We must go and assist him, and train him so that he actually succeeds, instead of spending the rest of his natural life trying to slice a boulder. It'll take about a year, so he will definitely be here for the next final selection. Wait, who is going to accept me as the leader? We already talked it over with everyone and they agreed you were the next best thing. Ouch, but look at me. I'm not a good sensei. I'm barely even a good person, he protested as they started to fade into the fog. You were once that person, Kaigaku, but the you that exists now that seeks to distance himself from power. He is someone we both feel can help the next year's batch. And with that, they both completely faded away. Wait, he yelled as he rushed forward, only to fall into the fog. He groaned as he laid on the floor. Why the hell does this still hurt when I'm dead? He yelled as he grimaced about what he now needed to do at that moment. Who was he kidding? He could do this. So you're dead, he said blatantly as he pointed both hands together at them, before wincing at the screams. Mistake, this was a mistake. Death changed me in the best way possible. I was always so concerned about doing whatever it took to survive that once I failed I was happy. I could do things without worrying constantly about the repercussions. I could afford to be kind. These thoughts went through his head as tears flowed from his eyes as he looked at Zenitsu, who cried tenfold more. If I had been like this when I was alive, things could have been different. I could have been more of what you needed me to be instead of like everyone else in your life before Gramps. He chuckled from the ground as his body was fully disintegrated. You've got me using your nickname now, he said as he tried to shed light on things. You don't have to cry over us, we're just specters who haven't seen the sun in forever. And if you can cut us down while still caring about us, there isn't anything your blade can't cut. Especially not a damn demon. Zenitsu watched him with tears in his eyes before speaking. Why? He screamed. You finally actually truly care about me and it's because you're dead. Why can't we have this? He sobbed as fell to his knees. Why can't we be happy? Hey, I'm sorry I couldn't be the big brother you needed. But you don't need me anymore. He could feel the others looking at him, dead and alive alike. He didn't care. You've got my other prized pupils, you aren't going to leave you. Out of their own volition. So I don't want you to come crawling back to me anytime soon. So smiles Zenitsu. And with that, his head fully disintegrated, and he faded into the fog. Around them, blades were used as heads of those who had passed fell to the ground. It was so noisy, and he couldn't even speak. But somehow his last words still reached Zenitsu. I love you, my little brother. Are you ready to go? A kind voice whispered. Zenitsu looked up after who knows how long to see something that made light come to his eyes. He saw his friends, looking at him with the same look Gramps gave him. A look that showed they would wait. And if not their looks, the sound in their hearts. They must have taken care of everyone else, but he knew that if needed, they would wait in the fog for years until he was ready. Tanjiro, Genya, Kanao, even Inosuke, they all held a sound that showed if you were to become a statue, a decade in the future would see them here. But they didn't have a decade. They didn't have years. They didn't have days. Slowly he stood up, sword in hand, and faced the fog. Let's go. Nezuko mentally, physically, emotionally, spiritually, poetically, metaphorically, theoretically, literally, and other fancy adverb a person could think of, rolled her eyes and groaned from inside the box the Fallen had made for her as she felt Tanjiro walk with the others. I know I have to be hidden, but come on. Wouldn't this count as a special occasion of sorts? She thought from Tanjiro's back before sighing and remembering what she did last night. Well, I technically already interfered a lot by doing that. She then thought to how she had watched her brother and her new friends train and bond. Tanjiro deserves to have people he can trust, she thought as she relaxed. I'll leave it to them. So, demons, do they? Genya groaned as Tanjiro asked his question, though he had to admit the silence was killing him quicker than any demon could. So he could count his blessings. No, they taste horrible. The only reason I don't spit them out is because I know the benefits they give me. Ah, I see, Tanjiro said as they continued walking. That makes sense, I suppose. And with that, they continued walking through the forest. This place is actually quite pleasant, aside from the demons. Yes, I think it would be nice to one day come back here and have a picnic of sorts. He couldn't tell if Kanao was joking, though either she was being sarcastic or she was being positive. So that was a win either way. Sue him for caring about his friend's emotional progress. He had a heart. Do you think demons mate? Inosuke asked bluntly. Naturally, everyone paused for a moment before blushing. The mental image of two demons, doing it in their heads. He was honestly surprised Tanjiro, Inosuke, and Kanao knew what doing it was. They all either seemed too innocent, clueless, or a nice mixture of both. Actually, well, it isn't an impossible thought. Demons are still human, just with an allergy to the sun, ravenous taste for human blood, and some handy super abilities. So in theory, he left everything else up to imagination. Maybe you're like a human and demon mixed breed or something. He and everyone else widened their eyes at Kano's suggestion. Not because of the allegation that his father wasn't human, but because it actually made a lot of sense. Instead of always having a demon's abilities and weaknesses, he could get them temporarily without going full monster. He was brought out of his thoughts by Kano realizing the negative aspect of what she said. I didn't mean to imply anything about your mother. I'm sure she was a great person demon. Wait, forget that part, the demon part, not the great person part. Not that you should forget that she was stopped by Genya placing his hand over her mouth, an exhausted look on his face. You're good, he said curtly before taking his hand off her mouth. Now where are we even going? I can't sense things like you guys, he asked, wanting to move the conversation along. We're going to where path to the exit of this forest lies. Kano answered just as quickly. We can all sense things much clearer now. His presence is the only other in this forest. She didn't need to tell him what happened to the other demons. Either way, with all the defeating of their senseis, it was almost sunset. Based on the mountain terrain and how they moved to conserve energy, they'd likely get there a little before sunset. Demons usually had the advantage in long drawn-out fights, so it was better for everyone if they finished things quickly. It's taken me days of rifling through dead bodies, but I finally got the perfect mix of clothing to wear for when I kill those. SaiakuMate thought as he stood at the entrance that would eventually lead to the path of escape from this freaking forest. He'd found it out long before he consumed that merchai, but he couldn't exactly go through it, now could he? I'll fix that soon. He grinned as he checked out his outfit. He wore a shirt with green to represent rebirth on one side, blue on the other for freedom, and a black yukata for those would-be slayers' funeral. He smiled as he thought about what he had envisioned a few nights ago. Hello. It was a simple word, one commonly known by all. Everything that achieved speech could claim to know and use a variation of the word. So why did he feel every atom in his body stand on end? Immediately, he bowed where he stood in a doza position, feeling every need to prostrate himself before something he wasn't even sure existed. All because of one word. You have done well to restrict the increase in slayers. Because of the strength you've built up over the years, I can finally talk to you. However, I can still only talk with you for a relatively short time because of the wisteria flowers, and I still don't know where you are. So I propose to you a deal. If you manage to increase your strength even more, I will find you despite the wisteria. I will summon all the moons and free you from your prison, and we will finally obliterate the Demon Slayer core and wipe them from existence. And you, who has risen to the power of a moon without receiving any more than the bare minimum of my blood, will have buffet of it. Deal. Despite the phrase that implied this was optional, every molecule in his body wailed, screamed, yelled, and screeched that this was an order, one that defied all others. Hunger, sustenance, fear, anger, sorrow, these orders defied all natural and unnatural things. Yes, he yelled to no one with no hesitation. And then it was gone. He was alone again. He gasped as he inhaled before panting while sweating. Was that food? 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 He looked to see his yelling had attracted a demon. He smirked before extending his arm to wrap around. My strength must increase above all else. This is a rule imposed by a force greater than heaven, hell, or the sun that kills me, he thought as he swallowed the demon, listening and feeling it wail as it was dissolved and destroyed in his stomach. There's a village at the base of the mountain. I need to get there and keep feeding and feeding and feeding till I can't eat anymore. That is how I will fulfill my orders. He realized he had started pacing and should stop before he went into the sun his makeshift structure had defended him from. It was then he realized, however, that his structure of wood and rock was nothing compared to clouds that now blotted the setting sun. He grinned as he walked out and sniffed the air, delighting at the familiar smell of his prey. He wagered they were a minute away. He wasn't letting them stick to their schedule. His grin split his healing face as his arms started bulking up, before rapidly ballooning in size. Blood demon art. Elsewhere, a man in a white suit and tie with a white hat with pale skin, black hair, and red eyes smiled sinisterly as he spoke. Your obliteration is at hand, Demon Slayer core. They had started running as soon as the cloud covered so much as a fraction of the sun, hoping against hope that they could end this quickly before SaiakuMate could have the chance to use the blood demon art that wiped out an entire forest of slayers in a night. But that was wishful thinking. As they rushed forward, they gasped as red cracks spider webbed through the forest floor. Tanjiro smelled it before he saw it, but Genya, having always needed to get close to demons to power up, yelled immediately, perhaps by instinct. Get away from the cracks, he yelled as he and the dove to the side as the ground burst from within itself. Hand over the world. Hands of the same hue as Akumate burst from the ground, tearing apart everything that could get there. Well, hands on. They frantically kept moving, trying desperately not to get caught by them, lest they be ripped apart limb from limb by the hands that burst from the cracks in the ground, randomly and rapidly flailing around. Every rock, tree, and area of ground that was grabbed by the hands was crushed. Genya gasped as some of them came toward him, only for Kanao to rush forward, a determined look on her face as she remembered her training. A new, breathing form, Kanao asked. She had been taken aside by Mayu, the main one who was helping her with fighting multiple opponents at once with her flower breathing. It was only the third day, so she was curious as to why the blonde short-haired girl pulled her aside. Yeah, Honorable Shadow Plum, the second form of flower is only good for defending the user, and at most one other person. 2 if the user is skilled enough. Given you're the only one with a sword form that could be called truly defensive, I felt it best to maybe build on that. Mayu replied. Tanjiro was the another one that had technical defensive forms, but Kanao's flower breathing had more speed to it, something that was essential to fighting Akumate. I was close to something that could defend a group, but I ended up failing and had to retreat here. She wasn't quick enough and her legs had been destroyed. Not a very pleasant feeling. I'm hoping you could perfect it. Let me show you what I have so far. She would end showing Kanao unfinished form for flower breathing. But it wouldn't be until day 4, in which Kanao had watched her friends train, that she came up with an idea. It had brought great stress to her body, and she hadn't quite perfected the forms on their own. But Inosuke and Zenitsu had, without knowing it, helped her create an entirely new breathing style. By watching them dedicatedly with her eyes, she was able to mimic the forms she needed for this, if only in part. But the parts she mimicked had helped create something incredible. She called it. She yelled as she bounced from limb to limb, rapidly cutting through each limb with the savagery she had learned from, while moving with the speed she had learned from Zenitsu. She couldn't move as quickly as the first form of thunder breathing, so it was good for protecting a compact group. She made up for it with the damage of the unpredictable swings of beast breathing, while making sure they rotated around like the second form of flower breathing. Thorn breathing first form, Ravenous Snapdragon, a breathing stele with one form, created purely for the purpose of protecting her friends. Genya watched as Kanao protected them, but he knew she couldn't keep this up forever. He tried to get the discarded limbs that had fallen, but the limbs were so unpredictable it was too dangerous to leave the perimeter she had made her attack. At least, not without a boost. He took a pouch he had been carrying around and grabbed a handful of what was it in and scarfed it down. Earlier that day, Nezuko was about to go into the box the Fallen had made before they gave them Thor tests, but she had approached him and handed him a pouch. He looked at her curiously before opening it, and his eyes widened in shock at what he saw. When did you? But she was already off to her box, likely knowing that he'd react negatively. What is it, Genya? He looked to Tanjiro, who now had the box on his back. Just a really weird good luck charm. He technically didn't lie as he put it away. He was not telling him what was in the pouch. Hell, it made him sick just thinking about, but it would definitely help in the upcoming battle. Even if he felt like throwing up. Demons always tasted horrible, that was a constant. But when he snacked on what was in the pouch, he felt a sense of sweetness bless his taste buds. Turns out Nezuko was the exception. She must have used the other's blades to cut her fingers off, and did it in secret, knowing he would object. He knew it was stupid. She could regenerate from much worse than losing a finger. Fuck, she regenerated from a hole that went right through her. And it gave him the leg up he needed. Didn't mean he had to like it. He felt strength familiar to him flow through his body as he looked at both Tanjiro and Kanao, and knew what he needed to do. This is insane, Zenitsu thought as he dodged freaky limbs after trying to move forward and retreated back to the safe zone that had been created by sweet and lovely Kanao. As if this was terrifying enough, how are we supposed to get to the freaking demon? You two. Break's over. Get on guard, Genya yelled as he rushed toward Tanjiro, who was weirdly where Kanao was after slowing down after constantly attacking. He gasped as he grabbed both of them and started leaping from limb to limb with them in hand, before screaming at the limbs that were no longer kept in check by Kanao. What the hell is he doing? He screamed thought as he noticed Genya leap high in the air after using the freaky arms as a springboards. The metaphorical connection in his head was made as he saw him win both arms back, Kanao and Tanjiro in hand. Is he gonna? From in her box, Nezuko felt what was happening through her blood which Genya consumed, and readied her fingers to snap. Hoping this would work, Genya put all his strength into what he was about to do, hoping it would be enough. Snap! Suddenly, pink flames exploded from his hands, the same time he did what he aimed to do, giving him all the more force to do it with. He grinned as gravity took over and he readied his gun with one hand, and loading it with the other. Looks like that plan worked. Akumate's arms were sore. He could barely use them after pumping blood throughout the entire mountain and having arms burst from them. Who could? Still, it was worth it. Those would-be slayers would be defeated, and he would get what he wanted for countless decades. Frito, what's that? His own thoughts were interrupted as he felt some of his arms get burned. In that same area, he saw pink flames. What the? It was then he noticed them, but only when they were incredibly close. Turns out Genya had already realized what he needed to do, and did it well. Tanjiro and Kano screamed as they came for his neck at high speed from the air, and for a moment, Akumate had flashbacks of when he was much weaker. As both blades went for his neck, he remembered the forms used by a peach-haired boy and short girl with black hair. Sabito, Nekomo. Their blades broke instantly and he devoured them. That is how it went with the fox brats, every single one of them. Even the peach-haired boy named Sabito, and the black-haired girl named Nekomo. No other was quite as swift, nor as fierce as those two. If he had fought them at the same time, well, things would have taken a bit longer. They might have even come close to killing him. Well, they would have also needed stronger blades, but he gave credit where it was due. But they died, and so did everyone else whose path he crossed. That was the nature of a demon or demon slayer, the one thing they could share, kill or be killed. So how did they seem to be before him now? How were their images in his mind as those two came for his neck? Cow, cow, cow. He screamed as the two would-be slayers' blades came for his neck, and they both screamed in tandem as desperately tried to decapitate him. His scream caused his neck to tense, causing both slayers' eyes to widen as they used his shoulder as a leaping board of sorts to get away from him. Why would they do that? He thought as they landed away from him and rubbed his neck with his shoulder due to his limp arms. It was then he felt something he'd never thought he'd feel from his real body. Blood. No, he thought as the cut on his neck healed and he looked at the drop of blood that came from it. I mean, it would make sense as to why they backed away. Their blades would have been broken otherwise from the density of neck healing. But no one's done anything like that to my neck in forever. Even the most powerful broke their swords like pieces of glass. In his thoughts of disbelief he looked to the would-be slayers, who looked at him in disbelief. He paused before he composed himself. To them it looked quite, but he did have reputation to maintain. Not that it really mattered around beings that would be dead soon. So you guys hid in that fog for a few days, and now instead of running like before, you've been sent to me by the heavens themselves. Ironic. He smirked as he looked at them, noting the determination of their eyes. Before noting, the girl put her hand to her chin before lowering it. You mistake us. It'd be more accurate to say we're emissaries of hell, she said with her blade raised towards him. I believe that's what Genya would say in a situation like this. Genya must be one of her slayer friends. I'll make sure he knows you know him so well, he said as he raised his leg and gesturing towards the fox brat. Now, how about before you die, you tell me how you know Sabito and Nekomo? The fox brat's eyes widened before he spoke. They trained me. Of course, he thought before he started giggling, and then full-on cackling, before he broke into laughter. Even when I bash their heads 3 ways and they come back to train you. How amusing. The fox brat's pupils would shrink, and color would drain from his face, but Akumate didn't notice. He was too busy laughing at the stubbornness of humans. When he finally calmed down, he looked at them with. He didn't know what to call the emotion he was feeling. Now die. Genya was lucky. It was a statement he would disagree with, and then he would punch you. In his defense, his life wasn't exactly something people should be envious of. His family was murdered. What's left of it won't talk to him. The breathing forms that allow him to fight what took his family from him were unattainable by him, so he has to eat demons which taste horrible. Yeah, his life spoke for itself. But he was able to survive this mountain of hell, get trained by a lot of people, could heal from broken bones in like a minute, had been taught many fighting styles derived from breathing styles, was a good shot for barely having experience with a gun, had been fortunate enough to make friends, and he was right about Akumate not being able to fight 2 would-be slayers while still keeping his blood demon art going at the same rate it had started as. Yeah, his life spoke for itself. He fell from the height he had been at when he threw Tanjiro and Kano from where he could sense Akumate. It was weird, but when he went demon mode it was like he was connected to demons. It didn't really work on weak ones, but Akumate wasn't really what he would call weak. Lucky for him, that made him like a bonfire. Throwing those 2 specifically was more of a random choice on his part. He couldn't throw himself and they were already there, so point is it worked. As he landed on the ground he moved out of the way of a hand with much less effort than before. He was telling everyone he knew the blood demon art would slow down. Better than letting them know he almost got them all killed. That was way too risky. Ugh. He groaned mentally as Zenitsu screamed at him. What if they don't survive? Fair point, but ugh. We needed to get to the demon quickly, and I can't waste any of my shots on its limbs when they aren't even connected to him, he said as he moved away from a limb. Now with the attacks lessened we can get to him. He was interrupted as a tree, or a stump, was pushed upwards, having been uprooted. We have to go now, he practically roared as he rushed to where he had thrown Kanao and Tanjiro, with Inosuke and Zenitsu wondering what had him so scared. I want to get that demon too, but why did he get so spooked? All he saw was a stupid tree uprooted. What's the freaking point of worrying about one tree? It's not as if that tree could have protected us. Wait, protect us? Hold on. Those trees I ran past were different from the rest. Don't tell me. The next thoughts were both thought by them in pure synchronization. So that's his plan, they thought as they rushed after him. After a few seconds of thought, he's planning to uproot the forest and break out. Before, the two of them couldn't see when SaiakuMonoNarrator attacked, but after training to fight an army at once, they were pretty well versed in noticing things. SaiakuMonoNarrator kicked at them from far away, which shouldn't have done anything, but his foot extended towards them at a pace that would have been unnoticeable to them. But that was then. This was now. Tanjiro swung his sword to slice the leg and move on to the head. He breathed before unleashing his attack. He steadily, but also rapidly slashed through the leg, chopping it into pieces while not moving from his position, making use of the fact it was extending towards him. Water breathing fourth form, striking tide turbulent. I trained with Murata and the other water breathers for days till my body felt like dying. I will not let their teachings go to waste, he thought determinedly before smelling intent to kill. His attention turned towards the pieces he cut off, or rather, the blood that spilled from them. In midair, hands came from the splashes of blood, intent on ripping him apart. So that's how it works. Limbs of the same properties as his come from his blood once it leaves his body. If that's the case, then all I need to do is cut everything, he thought as he rapidly rotated his body, and more importantly his blade. Water breathing sixth form, whirlpool, he yelled as he sliced limb after limb, not giving any of them an opening to get to him. He must have injected his blood into the mountain ground, which is why his arms are limp right now. There isn't any blood to use them with. But now, he thought as he realized he couldn't move without being injured by the arms, which he made more of by releasing blood from the original ones. He's got me in a bind. Fire could cauterize the wounds, but I can't do that. Damn it. If I hadn't made so many blood splatters I could have dealt with this by now. Idiot. Suddenly, he felt a pain in his side as the familiar feeling of being used as a kickboard came back to him. Luckily I'm not alone. Thorn breathing first form, ravenous snapdragon, Kanao yelled as she leaped from limb to limb, all while slowly making her way upwards. On the highest limb, she turned downwards to SaiakuMonoNarrator, who had sent his leg towards her in an attempt to knock her off course. In midair, she started rotating her sword and salshing in a space around her. Flower breathing second form, honorable shadow plum offensive, the technique that deflected the attacks now slashed at them. SaiakuMonoNarrator grinned as blood that spilled from the cut limbs gave birth to new ones that went toward the girl who just finished her attack, only for her to smile. Using the move she used to proceed upwards, she proceeded downwards using the limbs to gain momentum. As she raced towards his neck, Tanjiro did the same on the ground, not wanting this to be left to chance. We're going to win. It was then Kanao noticed something SaiakuMonoNarrator had kept close to his neck. An object that glittered in the dead of night. A coin. Kenny. Where is Kenny? She's late for dinner. Kanao, there's something I need to tell you. She shouldn't be late. I thought that wasn't allowed. She didn't miss by choice. Let's go get her then. Kanao, we can't. She should eat dinner. Kanao, where is she? Suddenly everything stopped and all but Kanao was there, frozen in her attack, but still able to sense everything as usual. Only everything else was white. Everything but the coin. Only 1 second the coin was there, the next it wasn't. In its place stood a girl, taller than her or Shinobu. I'm so proud of you, my little sister. She spoke as Kanao took in her appearance. Her eyes were pale violet and slanting, shiny and bug-like to the sides of her nose with several prominent white sparkles reflecting light off them. She wore a purple-tinted version of the traditional Demon Slayer Corps uniform, as well as a piece of fabric all over her calves and pale-strapped sandals. K-Chem, I'm sorry, it looks like you've progressed more without the coin than with it. Guess that was a mistake on my part. No, she denied as her eyes started watering. You never did anything wrong. You saved me and gave me a home. Without that coin I would still just sit in my own filth rather than go to the bathroom. And all I ever gave you was a blank look. The only mistake you ever made was She stopped as Kanny raised her hand and placed it on her shoulder. You were never a mistake. You've shown more emotion in this conversation than all the memories I have of you. You don't need the coin anymore. You have others. Images appeared in the whiteness around her. Inosuke, Genya, Zenitsu, Nezuko, Tanjiro, and everyone else she met while training with the Fallen. And then Shinobu joined in with, "You can't leave her alone. She'll never recover," Kani said as Kanao gripped her blade with determination. "Tell her I say hi." And then she swung her sword. The image of Kani being decapitated flashed through her mind, but she endured, screaming as reality went back to normal. And she was digging her blade into Akumate's along with Tanjiro, who was doing his work from the opposing side. Akumate had a panicked look on his face as the two differing blades grew closer together, before grinning. "You hesitated. Big mistake." He then extended his legs into the ground, propelling him away at an angle that freed him from both their blades. "Damn it," Kanao thought as she channeled Genya's anger before realizing something. Limbs had grown around them, creating a large, wide, demented arena of sorts. That must be the closest place he unleashed his blood in the first attack, she thought before she and Tanjiro noticed his leg coming for both of them, and they noticed too late to dodge. They both widened their eyes at the familiar laughter before they were both kicked in the side by a leg and sent away into the forest of hands, which while manageable took them out of the fight. For his part, Akumate looked in shock as the cause of the kick wasn't him, but a new arrival. "Behold, I, Lord Inosuke Hashibira, am coming through." Inosuke cackled with his blades in hands before starting towards Akumate. Inosuke was the king of the mountains. He shouldn't have had to deal with the limbs of a damn demon too scared to face him. So when his underling Genrisai tossed him forward to go assist his other underlings, there was only one answer. He rushed forward, knowing he needed to stop the demon before he uprooted the forest. And because his underlings had faith in him, which while deserving for any king, was not something he was going to let go to waste. "Die!" he screamed as started slicing at the demon, moving out of the way to avoid the attacks of his legs. "You first," he grinned before extending H's leg upwards and bringing it down like a guillotine. Inosuke gasped before moving out of the way before a few seconds later it cracked the ground. If he got hit by this demon he'd likely break a bone or two. He recovered before jumping towards him and slicing everything in midair. Beast breathing fifth fan, crazy cutting. The demon was unconcerned before his eyes widened and he used his legs to extend himself away from the boar-headed boy. "Damn it, I've got to stop him before he uproots this stupid forest. Otherwise he'll just run away and we'll never find him again. I've been training like crazy these past few days, getting woken up in the middle of slumber because I wasn't breathing right. Killing my dead senseis. What was the point? What was the point? You should use your head more," Janryu said to Inosuke. "You have skill, no one denies that. You made your own breathing style. But if you rush forward too quickly, you'll run right into the jaws of death." "Why the hell are you saying it from behind a tree?" Inosuke yelled at the brown long-haired boy, who shivered from behind the tree. "Look, you're horrifying. Can you blame me?" he said as he slowly came out from behind the tree. "I'm just trying to say think before you act. It could help you survive." "Whatever. You said you were gonna teach me wind breathing," he said after pausing. "Oh yeah, you made beast breathing on your own without properly taking it from wind breathing, which is what it appears to stem from. If you properly learn wind breathing you can modify it to your own breath and make it more powerful. We don't have time so I'll only be able to teach you the basics. Are you ready?" "Heck yeah," he said as he prepared to learn harder than everyone and anyone had ever learned. Then a few days later, he had to decapitate his sensei. He paused before breathing. "Calm down, think. What did you learn when you fought him? He can extend and retract his limbs quickly. That's how he blew a hole in Nurtako's stomach. I can keep up with it now but close up it's still dangerous." Wait, he thought as he remembered how he backed up when he attacked him earlier. Why was he so scared? He didn't seem worried when those two were fighting him. He had seen them fighting as he was making his way here, and he didn't seem scared when they both had their blades in his neck. So why was he scared when he was about to attack? This doesn't make any sense. Aside from his neck, I was only about to attack his. Oh. His cackling thoughts turned to his voice as he pointed his serrated blades at Akumate. "You're going down," he said as he rushed forward. Akumate widened his eyes as Inosuke attacked him with renewed vigor, only now he wasn't going for his neck. "You were pretty scared when I went and attacked all crazy like. I'm guessing you're used to people attacking your neck." "So," he yelled as he raised his blades to the air, "why were you so scared when my attack might have hit your arms?" Thump. Akumate grinned as he kicked the brat's head off. "You figured out how to destroy by blood demon art. Impressive. But now I'm gonna kill your buddies and what? He yelled as they body continued to swing his swords downwards. Upon closer inspection, there was a head beneath the boar, a feminine one with green eyes and blue long hair, and it was grinning at him. Don't underestimate my underlings. I have taught them my tricks and they took to them easier than defeating you will be, he said before he unleashed his attack, using the basics of wind breathing to boost it. Beast breathing second fang, refined slice, he said as he brought his blades down and lopped off his useless arms. Throughout the forest, flailing arms stopped moving as they were cut off from the source and fell to the ground. SaiakuMate paled as his forest of hands fell away, taking away his opportunity to destroy the forest. And that wasn't all. Finally out of that fucking forest. Took you guys long enough. There he is, the one who killed Kaigaku. Sorry, please forgive us. Yeah, my bad. One by one, Genya, Zenitsu, Tanjiro, and Kanao came into the clearing, all surrounding SaiakuMate, weapons drawn and ready to destroy him. I've taught you well, my underlings. Now let's end this. They all surged forward, with Genya aiming his gun at him. All while SaiakuMate thought about how he couldn't just kill these 5 kids, when the Lord had such high hopes for him. The kids drew closer. One of them fired his gun. Unacceptable. Only to hit nothing. A sudden pressure forced them all back, except Genya, who had fired his gun from far away. As they landed, they looked frantically to where he had gone, only to see the heavily damaged earth where he was, and they all looked up as their eyes widened in pure fear as their eyes bore witness to the demon high in the air. The pressure they felt must have been the force from the jump, but that was not their main concern. No, it was his new look. Where his skin was green it was now pitch black, where his hair was black it was now bright scarlet red. Blood demon art. He yelled before his extended much rapidly than before and shot into the cracked ground. Oddly enough, the earth was not destroyed, yet the hand kept extending. Only Zenitsu knew what was coming, and his body moved before he could properly think. Get away, he screamed as he pushed the one in the most danger away. The others took his advice and rushed away from the arm, but they weren't fast enough. Hands of the same pitch black came from the ground, destroying everything and knocking them all away into rubble to fall unconscious, or both. Hand over your lives. Genya, on the other hand, watched desperately as Zenitsu, who pushed him out of the way, took the attack he would have taken. He watched as the arm went and impaled Zenitsu on the side. Shit. He knew I needed to recharge my powers. Fuck. Did it hit anything vital? Fuck. Zenitsu, you idiot. And then everything went black. Elsewhere, 2 former pillars and a current pillar suddenly sat up in their beds, having been unable to properly sleep. They all had seen better days, and they all would have different thoughts, aside from this one singular thought. I need to get to the final selection, now. Wake up. Genya shot up as he regained consciousness, before wincing at all the pain he was in. His entire body was aching, as if stones had been thrown at it. As he regained his senses, he looked at the state of the area. It was in shambles. Everything had been reduced to rubble. Which, you know, it's a forest, so there wasn't much difference. He guessed there used to be more grass and trees. Shit, if I feel like this the others must be Zenitsu. He winced as his head jerked around, looking for his yellow-haired friend. Fuck, that attack he took went through his side, but it go close to his center. Maybe it didn't hit anything vital, he thought as he got up and regained his bearings. I have to Finn. Of course you're still alive. His fear flared as SaiakuMate appeared in front of him, new form and all, and ripped off Genya's right hand. He screamed as the pain of losing a hand hit his pain sensors hard. With his remaining hand, he gripped it in an attempt to stop the bleeding and assure himself of what happened, unable to believe it had happened so suddenly. And now you can't even load the gun you use so proficiently. Though I give you props for being the first one to use firearms. They were only a concept when I last outside this forest, so I thank you for introducing me to them. He raised his eyebrow as Genya still tried to load his gun, failing due to only having one hand. He laughed before kicking him in the stomach, sending him back. This is pathetic. You still think you can win even though I'm not even holding back anymore. That explained the form change, not that it really helped them. Let's do a roll call. We have that kid who's such a doormat, people use him as a leaping platform constantly. The girl who hesitated and failed to cut me cause she saw a coin. The boy who's such a animal he uses beast breathing. And the coward who's currently dying for you, the boy who hasn't used a single breathing form. And I'm assuming can't. He said as he eye to eye with him. Did you guys honestly think you could beat me? I've killed so many would-be slayers I've lost count. What did you think 5 would do to me? Someone who rose to the level of a lower moon solely by eating humans," he asked as he looked down at Genya, whose face was painted in fury before fading to hopelessness. He's right. All of those guys couldn't even beat him. What chance did we have? Genya thought as he lowered his head to the ground in despair. Don't worry though, I'm gonna make sure no one remembers you guys for your failures. In fact, no one will remember the Demon Slayer Corps for their failures. In fact, no one will remember you at all. It'll be like you guys never existed," he said as he raised his hand to split his skull. "Fuck you." He stopped as Genya spoke from the ground. "Come again," he said as he held his arm in the air. "We definitely existed." He gestured to the battlefield that was this fucking mountain. "The ones you killed had their blood spilt on this mountain. The ones who trained us ingrained their knowledge into us. The ones who became pillars saved countless lives and killed countless of you bastards. They all existed. Kaigaku, Tanjiro, Inosuke, Kanao, Zenitsu, Nezuko, Kanao's older sister, my older brother, the ones who trained Tanjiro and Zenitsu, they all existed and they all passed something down," he said before he slowly started to raise his head. "You demons who kill everyone you meet without remorse, you are the ones who will fade from memory with time," he stated as he picked up his gun with his left and slammed it against his neck, causing a click sound to come from the gun. He then pointed into Akumate and pulled the trigger. Bang! He then dropped his arm, relaxing now that he had taken down Akumate. "Now where's that hurt? Fuck," he thought as the smoke from his shot cleared and he saw that Akumate had extended his legs and he had only shot a hole through his chest, and he was not pleased regarding it. He was now preparing to crack Genya's skull, who was unable to fire his gun again. He watched his fist shot towards him, life flashing before his eyes as he prepared for the impact. Suddenly, something too fast to see flashed in front of him and sliced Akumate's hand off. Both pairs of eyes widened as Akumate instinctively jumped back, shocked by the speed in which he lost a limb in this form where his body density was increased. But what shocked him the most was who did it. "Well said, my friend," a stoic voice said as Zenitsu readied his blade to attack, leaving Akumate and Genya to wonder one thing. How the fuck is he still alive? That attack should have hit his vital organs, causing the fluids to leak out. It was then Genya remembered something. "Alright underlings, I, Lord Inosuke Hashibira, shall now teach you one of my greatest techniques." He was able to move his stomach away from where he knew the fist would impact his side. That loud-mouthed idiot actually taught him something useful. Genya thought joyfully in disbelief as Akumate roared in rage while Zenitsu stayed calm, something Genya never thought he'd see. "Now it's about time we go for the win. Just die, you damn punk," he yelled as he shot his fist at him, which split into multiple fists. "Thunder-breathing first form," he said calmly as he shifted his left leg forward as he bent downwards, right leg back, and placed his right hand on the hilt of sheathed sword with his left hand on the sheath. "Thunderclap and flash," he said as the ground cracked beneath him. "Fourfold," he yelled before disappearing in a flash of lightning as limbs fell to the ground as he rapidly cut through them, using the arms to bounce around like Kanao, only he was many times faster than her. When he was done, his final location was right in front of Akumate, whose face snarled in anger as he kicked Zenitsu away, who used the sword to block the attack, yet was still sent flying. Once he slid to stop on the ground, he used his sword to slash at the incoming limbs before vanishing again, aiming for Akumate's neck once more. He tensed for the same attack only to look up in fear as he saw Zenitsu with his sword raised above his head. "I can't teach you more thunder-breathing forms quickly, but I can show you how to do them. It'll be up to you to make the most of them even if they aren't proper. Kaigaku, even without the proper fourth form I can still use the momentum of the first form to unleash this surprise attack. I know this attack," Akumate thought as he flashed back to a blue-haired punk he killed. He roared before kicking the ground to get away. Zenitsu landed on the ground before rushing towards him once more, head-butting him as he barely blocked his blade with both hands. It was then Akumate noticed one infuriating thing. He was sleeping. This enraged him to no end, and he roared as limbs came from his back to snap his body in two, only for the Slayer to shift his attention to those and cut them. They ended up clashing multiple times across the battlefield, roaring as they both attempted to kill the other while keeping movement and only stopping to regain momentum and change trajectory. Their screams mixed together as one by one. Their screams helped everyone else regain their consciousness. They slowly opened their eyes to see who they had deemed the weakest of them, with justification, full out brawling with the demon that had given them all so much trouble. All of the would-be slayers looked at the battle in awe as they realized just how powerful their friend was, only for them to come to a second realization after about 30 seconds. Tanjiro realized at first and tried to get up, only to fall back down as he had gotten injured. He cursed his body as the smell of blood entered his nose. What's more is that his blade had been broken. He would be lucky if he got half of that demon's neck cut off with the length it now held. Genya realized it second and started desperately eating all of the fingers he had gotten from Nezuko, hoping beyond everything that he would get back the hand that had been ripped off. Kanao realized it third and proceeded to use her eyes to find some sort of opening to get into that battle and decapitate Akumate before it was too late. Inosuke was the last and started looking for his blades, roaring in frustration as he could only find one, before screaming screw it, and looked for an opening as he rushed forward, not caring where his boar head was either, nor that one of his arms was broken. Their realization was that with that wound and the amount of fighting he was doing, Zenitsu was going to reach his limit first, and Akumate would kill him. Zenitsu screamed as a leg slammed into his injured side, before hearing something and pushing through the pain as he rammed into Akumate's gut. "What's that supposed to do, you idiot?" he screamed as he prepared multiple arms to skewer him. However, they would all fall to the ground as they were sliced to bits and rendered useless as the momentum Zenitsu provided carried them out of the range the blood demon art gave sliced limbs, or rather the blood that flowed through them. The sources of the slices came in the form of two sword wielders who cut at opposite ends of the neck. Inosuke cackled as his blade went towards his neck as he cut into it, only making it a fourth of the way before being stopped by the density of the neck. Kanao had similar results but without the cackling as she tried desperately to connect with Inosuke's blade, with the boy screaming as he tried to force his blade further. Akumate grinned as hands started to grow from his back with intent to rip them all apart, only to wince as they were shot to pieces before feeling something grab both his main arms from behind and hold them in place. This was his main concern before seeing that one of the arms was handless and instead had pink flames coming from the wound. Genya screamed as he held both arms back and covered the arms that could come from Akumate's back. It didn't help that there was a new, weird pain coming from where his hand used to be, but he could deal with it later. "Somebody kill this guy already," he yelled as he felt the hand surge at his stomach, only surviving due to the intense training and his currently enhanced demon state. "Fat chance, none of you have the strength to do so. You're going to lose and die and be remembered as nothing but more weaklings who fell at my hands," he yelled before Zenitsu yelled in turn. "Oh yeah, wanna bet?" he asked, causing Akumate to raise his eyebrow. It was then he noticed someone currently in the path he was forcibly set upon by the yellow-haired boy. It was the doormat, currently trying to muster the strength needed to cut off his head. He grinned, knowing he would be unsuccessful. What else could it be with that broken and drastically shortened blade of his? As Tanjiro saw them coming towards him, he continually tried to perform any form of water breathing that could decapitate the demon, cursing as his body failed him at every turn. "Damn it, be useful to them. They did all this work and you can't even finish the job. Summon the strength right now or else this will have all been for nothing." As he screamed, his body fell forward towards the ground, finally reaching its limits, before relying on old memories to carry its owner's will forward. Mr. Murata, if you don't mind me asking, what are you doing?" Tanjiro asked awkwardly as the main water-breathing teacher inspected his body, laying his hands all over his body before sighing. "It's as I feared, you're not compatible with water breathing," he said disappointedly, causing Tanjiro to flinch. "Don't worry, it's not your fault. You can't really control these things. But I've always been able to use it so well, how cool. Trust me, I'm very familiar with the body type of water-breathing users," he said as he remembered how he got a good look of his own insides when Akumate killed him. That wasn't exactly the type of thing that left his mind easily. "I'm not sure what breathing style you're meant to use, but water breathing has always been pretty easy to learn, so as long as you work hard you should be able to do a lot. But you should attempt to practice with other forms of breathing to find out what you're best suited for, or else it'll come back to bite you," he said before he continued with their training. "I need more power." His foot hit the ground. "More power than I ever gave before," followed by another as he moved towards Akumate, who was rapidly approaching him. "I have to strike from my very soul." It was then he remembered something Kanao said. They reached in through his ears and into his body as it felt them resonate through his core. "It looks a breathing form." He fell into the move he had used last night, the dance that had been passed down in his family. Only this time, he used breathing in tandem with his movements. Akumate widened as the boy surged towards him with a new rush of power. "Oh no, Hinakami Kagura," he yelled as he shot towards him as the other two cutting into his neck screamed with renewed vigor. "Clear, no no no, blue, this can't be happening." he thought in despair as the third blade approached his neck as all the others screamed, giving their all to kill him. To him, the third blade of the boy appeared to be coated in the flames of the sun he so desperately avoided. Sky. Maybe it was his imagination, but it felt as if it wasn't just 3 slayers going for his neck, but more, much more, hundreds, an army. SHNK. Thump. SaiakuMate watched as his view was elevated, before it descended and he was given a view of his body. Without his head, SaiakuMate had been decapitated. He had been looking for something. That was what he remembered. He needed strength because he was looking for it in the dark, and demons were in the dark, so he needed to be the strongest demon. What was it I was looking for? As his head hit the ground, an image came to him. He was looking for that, but what was it? Why did I kill all those would-be slayers? Tears leaked from his eyes as his head started to disintegrate. How did you defeat me? What drove you to surpass me? He asked the ones who slayed him, wanting an answer as to why he was dying. Why am I crying? Slowly, the one he called a doormat spoke. Because you killed humans, that's not something we can forgive, he said as they looked down to him, showing that he had landed at their feet. Ironic. Wait, what are you doing? He asked as the fox brat put a hand to his head. You're sad? Do I need a reason? He asked as he did the unthinkable. He smiled at him. He, who had killed his sibling students, received a smile from him, the one who had killed him. It was then the image became clear. Tears flowed even more so from his eyes. I wanted to find ... my brother. And with that, he died. OWWW. Zenitsu screamed as everyone turned to him. Why am I in so much pain? He questioned. All he remembered was taking that attack for Genya and frantically using what Inosuke had explained to try and survive. He didn't think it would actually work. When he came to, he was face first in SaiakuMate's chest, which was disintegrating, so that meant they won. The others must have beaten him on their own. Makes sense. Idiot. He winced as Genya looked down on him. You were too reckless when attacking SaiakuMate. What if that wound had bleed out and died? What the hell were you thinking? Yeah, now Coco is gonna have to burn your wound shut. Wait, what did Inosuke just say? Yeah, if I can get a fire going, she said frustratedly as she tried to spark a flame with a stick and a rock. Don't worry, I've got this, Genya said as he raised his right hand before clenching it and keeping a calm face as pink flames surrounded it. Everyone looked at this before Kanao took a stick and used the fire to light it. We're talking about this later, she said as she used the fire to light some cloth. She looked at him with pity. Sorry, she said as she shoved the fire into his wound. His screeches echoed throughout the forest. If any demon was still there, they would flee in fear of the new demon they would believe made the screech. When the screams were finished, Zenitsu was unable to speak, having screamed his souls out. That's right, he had screamed enough for more than one soul. As he laid down on the ground, he listened to his friends talk. So, we just beat SaiakuMate, Genya said as he looked around awkwardly. Good job us, he said, clearly trying to be congratulatory, and being really bad at it. WOOL, we the idiot. Did you see that? We were amazing. Naturally, all of them looked towards Inosuke, thinking he was the source of the noise, only to see him looking at the true source. Kanao jumped up and down and the others looked at her in shock. Genya was all like cut his head off. Inosuke was all like Ranar. Zenitsu was all like wanna bet. I was like Aog. And Tanjiro was all like F-whoosh, she said as she mimicked his motions when he sliced SaiakuMate's head off. Everyone continued to look at her, having trouble perceiving that the most emotionally challenged of them was now being more loud and emotional than all of them combined. She whooped and cheered and as she jumped around before looking at them, which caused to flinch in fear, not knowing what she would do next, only to view a smile so wide it might split her face. Is this joy? I fucking love it. She cheered as she cursed. I love you guys, she said as she rushed forward and hugged all of them. And now she curses, Genya said under his breath as her arms wrapped around all 4 of them. I think she gets that from you, Tanjiro said humorously as he hugged Kanao back while Genya stuttered, not able to deny that they had all unintentionally built upon Kanao's emotions, and that he had given her cursing. She obviously used Tanjiro's happiness with Inosuke's excitability. I wonder how I contributed to her emotions. It was probably something even worse than cursing, like, what is she doing? Slowly, they all noticed that Kanao was sniffling, before seeing that she was full on crying. We're alive, she yelled, though it was noticeably more quiet. We all survived, she sobbed as she expressed herself. We won, she said tearfully as everyone else started joining in on her tears. Like it or not, none of them truly expected to survive. They had all thought they would join the fallen and be cursed to stay here for another year. They all cried as they hugged each other, even as the rising sun shone down on them, grateful that they had all lived to see the sunrise. Day 7. Many hours later. I'm gonna miss this forest, Kano said as they walked out of the final selection forest together. They had spent the entire day relaxing, wanting to squeeze all the rest they could ever want. Luckily, there weren't any demons left in the forest. Everyone gave her a weird look of pure shock at her sentence, even Inosuke, who was currently wearing his boar head again and whose broken arm was in a cast. Okay, she had made it with wood, vines, and cloth, and it would be lucky if it held up another hour. She was working with what she had. What? She asked as she smiled. Is it weird to miss the place where you made your first friends? She asked before her eyes widened and she pushed Tanjiro away. Before he could ask why, a woman landed where he was. She was a petite young woman with a pale complexion and large, compound-like eyes that lacked pupils, having only a haze of gradient purple, which made her eyes appear similar to those of insects. She possessed short black hair faded to purple and had a butterfly pin in her hair. Weirdly enough, her eyes looked lifeless. So you dodged my attack, impressive. Even her words sounded lifeless. Taking control of dead kids to get out of final selection. Certainly a unique escape attempt. But that doesn't work on me, Shinobu said as she readied her blade with rehearsed skill. Die. Somehow, all their minds aligned. Fuck, my name is Zenitsu Agamatsu. I'm a coward, I'm fully aware of that. But despite that, Gramps never stopped training me to become a demon slayer, the people who kill man-eating demons to protect innocent humans. For a long time, practically forever, I thought he would be the only one to believe in me. But then I came to the final selection. The test all would-be slayers must pass to become actual demon slayers. I made friends with amazing people, who stood by my side and together we defeated Akumate, a demon that had been keeping slayers from coming into the Demon Slayer Corps for over 10 years. Well, it was really all of them. I as usual didn't do much. But I stopped Genya from getting killed. And he played a huge role in the battle, though I wasn't there for it. Point is, we had stopped Akumate, and were finally going to leave this stupid forest. So, you dodged my attack, impressive. Even her words sounded lifeless. Taking control of dead kids to get out of final selection. Certainly, a unique escape attempt. But that doesn't work on me, the scary lady said as she readied her blade with rehearsed skill. Die. Why can't things ever be easy? Shinobu, Kano said as she watched her older sister ready her blade against Tanjiro. Or rather Nezuko. It's me, your younger sister, the one who went to the final selection without telling you. She slowed down as she realized what she was saying. Okay, hearing it out loud, that was kind of a dick move on my part and I'm really sorry for that. But there's a very good reason you shouldn't kill the demon. Tanjiro has why her eyes widened as Shinobu rushed towards her, only barely dodging due to her eyes being trained on her. It probably also helped that she didn't look like she was in peak physical shape. Her eyes watched as she shakily stood up and pointed her blade at her. You really don't know anything about your victim. She's not nearly this emotional, and she hasn't even heard a curse word, she said as Genya winced alongside Kano. She realized that maybe it wasn't a good time to be a completely different person from when she'd last seen Shinobu. Okay, maybe I didn't used to, but now I'm pretty in tune with my emotions. And ever since losing my coin, she didn't have time to finish as Shinobu came at her once more, this time going for her neck. Her eyes filled with rage. Maybe mentioning the coin Bissus Canny gave me was a bad idea, she thought woefully as she watched her sister go for neck, only be able to perceive it as it SL. Clang, she watched as a gashed blade collided with the sword aiming at her neck and parried it away. She watched as Inosuke flipped and landed on the ground before breathing heavily. Damn it, your sister's really fast, Kanakoka. Getting better, she thought before turning her attention to him. His arm had broken, so he was solo wielding from his original dual wielding style, his spare sword sticking out from where it was tucked away in the back of his pants. It took all I had to intercept her blade. That made sense. Physically she was the weakest pillar, but her speed was unparalleled. What? Did you replace the head of a would-be slayer with a boar's head? Shinobu said in a tone that had a speck of amusement. Creative, but unfortunately not very convincing, she said before sighing. This isn't good. Genya's in pretty good shape, but without demons to eat he's just a regular guy. Well, regular is a loose term at this point. And he told me his gun only had one shot left. Shinobu's way too fast for that. I might have cauterized Zenitsu's wound, but he put a lot of stress on his body, and that didn't erase the blood loss he suffered when he fought with that wound. Inosuke's was only able to perform half as well before he pushed himself to parry Shinobu. Tanjiro's blade was drastically shortened, but other than that he's in the second best shape here. I have to get through to her or she'll kill us all. Shinobu, I know you have every reason to think we're corpses manipulated by a demon, But I promise you we aren't, she said, unfortunately realizing the words fell on deaf ears as Shinobu moved her stance so that she would attack. Tanjiro run. She screamed as she watched Shinobu practically teleport to him as she readied her blade to destroy the box and expose her friend inside to sunlight. No, clang. Shinobu flipped over Tanjiro as her blade was parried once more as the sound of thunder accompanied Zenitsu as he moved in front of Tanjiro before he fell to the ground, gasping for air. He must have pushed beyond his injuries to move like that. Her eyes widened as she saw Shinobu get ready to attack again, only to freeze as she heard click noise. All eyes slowly turned to Shinobu as they saw her still as a statue as Genya held the barrel of his gun to her head. His breathing even as he placed his hand on the trigger. You move a muscle, you so much as twitch your blade and I will blow your fucking brains out. Genya, what are you doing? Kano asked nervously, keeping her from killing our friend. He said with his eyes trained solely on Shinobu, clearly knowing that moving them away for a second would be fatal. Did you gasp? Just call gasp, or your gasp, friend, Zenitsu said from his position on the ground between gasps. As he called attention to this, the other would-be slayers slowly looked at Genya, whose face gained a red hue. Is that really important right now? He asked through the blush. Well, it would be a major milestone since you've never called any of us your friends, Tanjiro said hesitantly. Okay, your sister is the one in danger here, so you should not be ganging up on me, he yelled as he stared solely at her sister. Come on, underling Ganyu, call us your friends with me, Lord Inosuke, as the best one, Inosuke said from the ground. Oh my god, you guys, how am I always the voice of reason? He said in frustration. So are we not your friends? Kano said worriedly. They had been through so much and she had shared a lot with these guys. She would be very heartbroken. After everything we've been through. Genya stuttered before groaning. That's not what Of course you're all my fucking friends. What the hell else would you be? He said as he relinquished his thoughts. Was that so hard? Zenitsu said once more from the ground cheekily before gasping for air again. Fuck you, Genya said before focusing his attention on the woman he was currently holding hostage. What do we do with her? We can't stay here forever, he asked as he raised a good point. Kano sighed before approaching her sister. When I was a kid, you and Big Sis Kani brought me from a very bad man. But instead of giving him the money, you threw it in the air for him to pick up quickly so others wouldn't take it for themselves while you ran away with me. She watched as Shinobu's eyes brightened a little. I am so sorry I left without telling you, but I was actually able to show emotions, make choices on my own, beat a powerful demon, and make friends, she said before pausing, one of which is currently holding a gun to your head. But aside from that, they're really nice. She recovered quickly. Yes, there is a demon in that box, and yes, you have every reason to believe I'm tricking you, but I am begging you to just calm down and listen to us. Can we talk without the gun to your head? She asked slowly. What the fuck is going on here? Genya tensed immediately as he heard the voice, before the others looked around them to see 8 other people. As they all looked around each other, they saw the people with blades all drawn. Tanjiro recognized one of them. Kano recognized all of them. Guys, meet the pillars. Jiyu was doing his morning walk, noting that today would be the last day of the final selection. Anyone alive should be exiting the forest eventually, he thought before banishing such thoughts. At the level the demons should be at now, no one could survive it at the level of training seen by people at that age. He briefly wondered about that kid he sent to Urokodaki. He should be at that age by now, but knowing Urokodaki he won't let him go. That's good. He'll never cure his sister, but those 2 kids will be able to live a happy life. He wished he could be a part of that life, if only to be Urokodaki's student again. But he hated him. What else could he feel toward the student that let his kid die? Still, why Shinobu? He thought as he saw the insect pillar dashing off toward the final selection mountain. He thought curiously before following her, not knowing how much attention 2 pillars would attract, or rather, who they would attract. So, we have 5 demon sympathizers, or 5 corpses piloted by demons. Kyojiro yelled as the 5 in question winced. Either way, the punishment is the same. They paled as he spoke those words. They didn't need to be geniuses to know what the punishment was. Wait, we aren't demon sympathizers. Kano spoke. Or corpses piloted by the demon in Tanjiro's box, she said before realizing they were all protecting Nezuko, and one of them had a gun to her sister's head. It just looks exactly like any of those situations, she said awkwardly. This is bad. Well, it was bad when there was 1 pillar here, but what are they doing? She thought as she noticed the pillars talking amongst themselves. I don't want to believe it, but Kano's never show anywhere close to this level of emotion. and figurative arrow hit her head as she heard this. Yeah, she's never been anywhere near this flamboyant before. Another arrow. Who is she again? All I remember is that her face never changes. Arrow. Okay, future note, just because I've never shown emotions before doesn't mean I can't show them later. She stressed to all of the pillars, who only looked at her in more disbelief. This isn't going anywhere. Maybe it's time to bring another family into this. Hey Seini, look, it's your brother, she said offhandedly, hoping the bond between the Shinazugawa brothers would help them. Only to see the wind pillar face erupt in rage as he properly noticed the one holding a gun to Shinobu's head. His blood looked to be boiling beneath his skin. No one in the area thought he could look any angrier, much less reach a temper that made others think he was a red-skinned demon. Damn it, he said in a low tone as his hand went to his sword. He didn't look to be registering anything else. His eyes looked to be blind with fury as it looked as if a demon was about to be unleashed. Mistake, that was a mistake, she thought in panic as Tanjiro remembered something. The demon that killed Sabito and Makomo is dead. Tanjiro yelled before a clang sound was heard. The other pillars looked in shock as Seini's blade was blocked, but what was more shocking was who blocked the blade. A man with black hair and a half-and-half Hiyori stood in front of Tanjiro, and between him and the wind pillar before turning around to him and properly examining him before hugging him, with tears streaming down his eyes. Thank you, Jiyu said as the other pillars looked in shock at this development. Before watching, he turned around to face them all with his blade drawn, and some scant tears still on his face. I assume the circumstances regarding your sister are still the same, he said back in his normal tone. Yes, she still hasn't eaten any humans, Tanjiro said as Kanao noted the other pillar's eyes widened. Good, then the circumstances still apply for me, he said as he pointed his blade at the others. No harm will come to your sister, not by the Demon Slayer Corps. Tanjiro, Kanao said hesitantly as she watched a pillar come to their side. You didn't say the one who spared your sister was a pillar. Tanjiro tensed at that. I didn't even know a pillar was until years after I met him, and by that time I still didn't know he was one. Tanjiro protested before one of the pillars spoke. So am I to believe that you spared a demon and am now protecting that demon? The pillar in the striped Hiyori spoke as the snake around his neck hissed. Wait, the fiery one said before he continued. I'm sure he has a good reason for doing so. For all his oddities, Jiyu's never been one to do things without a good reason. This thing is objecting against the very thing us demon slayers stand for. Slaying demons to protect humans, he said as his hand went to his sword. I cannot allow this transgression to continue. Wait, the pink-haired one said. Maybe we should hear him out at least, she said before being overshouted by the second tallest one there. It's not very flamboyant to betray the rules of our organization, but the unflashiest thing of all would be cutting down our comrade without properly listening to him. He spoke. It seemed now that there was a pillar in the mix things were a lot more unclear. When it was just his sister things were obvious, cut her down. Now that Mr. Tomioka was on their side they seemed divided. He'd taken the chance in getting him to realize he wasn't a walking corpse, and this was the result. The only reason Kanao's older sister isn't listening to her is because she isn't thinking straight. I can see why. She was thinking she sent her younger sister off to her death for a week, and with the past success rate of the final selection I can't blame her. How sad, we are faced with an impossible choice. Tanjiro heard this before looking to the source, a giant man who was praying, or was it crying? What's going on again? The small boy said before Genya exploded. Okay, can I just take the gun away from this chick's head? It doesn't seem to be stopping any conflict. Well, he wasn't wrong. No, it's the only thing keeping these guys from leveling this place. Kanao spoke with an urgency that reflected her look of worry before they suddenly heard crying. Slowly, all eyes turned to Zenitsu, who was currently sobbing. What's wrong, buddy? Oh, that was definitely the wrong thing to say, Kanao said as she looked at Zenitsu who was at Tanjiro's feet. We have been fighting for the past week and just barely survived, and now we have to deal with this. I thought we were finally gonna become slayers, and now we're all gonna die. He sobbed as the other kids and some pillars got a guilty look on their faces. He was wrong. Being a demon slayer was a tough job, but it needed to be done. But it also needed recovery time. And with their injuries they definitely needed recovery time. And from what he saw in the battle, Zenitsu needed it most of all. He was the reason they survived, and this was what he got. Suddenly, the smell of a weird bird entered his nose as he looked upwards. Should they survive, the demon Nezuko and her brother are to be taken into custody. Suddenly, every single pillar was standing at attention, making it look like the previous conflict never happened. One by one, those who couldn't move were picked up and the others were taken by the hand. Wait, what's going on? Tanjiro asked before Kanao looked to him. Someone must have told the master about your sister, though I don't know who. Kanao said before seeing something. Something tells me he might know though, she said as she looked ahead, causing Tanjiro to follow her gaze as the pillars stopped in the presence of two old men. One was a short man with a peg leg and wearing a haori similar to Zenitsu's only with a darker shade of yellow. The other was wearing a cloud haori and had a Tengu mask, and they both had one thing in common. They were both crying at the sight they saw before. In a flash, they both wrapped their arms around Zenitsu and Tanjiro. Zenitsu was too shocked to speak while Tanjiro spoke easily enough. Mr. Urokodaki, sorry for taking your sword without. He paused as processed just how much his teacher was crying. Why, you're alive. Thank you. You both got out alive, he said in joy as he hugged Tanjiro and Nezuko, though it was a bit harder since she was in a box, though she felt the good vibes. With the other one, Zenitsu was still stuttering, but he spoke to Gramps even as he sobbed and hugged him. Kaigaku told me to tell you that he was sorry for everything. And that he, damn, so that's what the sun looks like. Been a while. Zenitsu was interrupted as a blue-haired man appeared next to him and Gramps before hugging them both. He watched as the pillars went on guard. Kaigaku smiled at both of them, who were shocked alongside everyone else at his appearance. Don't mind me, just here to see my family. Kaigaku, the old man screamed as he hugged him. Kaigaku in question smiled as he hugged back before looking at Zenitsu. Thanks, I'll take over from here, he said before hugging back. Gramps, you took me in and I only ever repaid you with anger. I don't regret much, but I definitely regret that. And then I went and left you, so I'm sorry, he said as he hugged the sobbing old man. You kids shouldn't have to apologize for anything, he screamed as he hugged his deceased pupil before Urokodaki agreed. Agreed. We sent you to your death, son. Really, Dad? Nekomo said as she appeared right next to them before Sabito followed. You saved our lives. We just lived them, he said solemnly as he looked to Jiyu, who was shocked at the appearance of the two warriors. So shocked, he didn't react when they both hugged the two that were currently living. Wait, I thought you guys headed off to the spirit world or whatever, Genya said as the other pillars looked at what was happening in pure shock. You didn't think we were just gonna not see our students off, Kaigaku said as one by one all of the fallen appeared before bowing to them, with Sabito and Mekomo joining them. Some of the pillars drew their swords, but didn't do anything more than that, seemingly sensing that they didn't have any ill intentions. Tanjiro Kamado, Genya Shinazugawa, Kanao Tsuyuri, he then paused before shrugging. Lord Inosu Kashibira, and last but definitely not least, Zenitsu Agamatsu, he said as he bowed with them, grimacing at the cackling Inosuke was doing. Throughout 10 long years, all of us were doomed to watch as we failed to kill that demon until only the pillars made up the ranks of the Demon Slayer Corp. Every year would bring more and more failure, and we were fated to watch it happen with the only control we had being the students we sent to death, he said solemnly before continuing. Until you 5 came along and succeeded, so from the bottom of our hearts, he said before standing up along with everyone else. Thanks for cleaning up our mess, he said before they all started glowing. He looked at his hands as he realized this. Guess our time's up, he said somberly before looking at his 5 students. Take care of each other, he said before they all vanished, leaving everyone who hadn't spent a week in the forest to question everything they had just seen. Just so we're clear, everyone saw that, Tenjin said as everyone else slowly agreed. Let's just get to the fucking mansion. And with that, fatigue and stress caught up to all 5 of them and they fainted on the spot. Zenitsu slowly opened his eyes as he yawned. That's the best night of sleep I've had in for where are the others? His eyes widened as he started looking around, wincing at the sunlight. Calm down, geez. He stopped as he heard the voice of a woman and winced at his wound. He looked to see a young girl of average height, with deep blue eyes that faded to a lighter blue at the bottom, along with white rectangular pupils, straight black hair with a parted fringe, and twin tails. She also wore 2 blue butterfly clips to keep her twin tails in place. She was also currently frowning at him. Even if your wound has been cauterized, you still shouldn't move all that much due to your other injuries, she said as Zenitsu looked at her. My friends, where are they? He asked, solely focused on that. Have they been? Idiot, we're right here. He froze as he looked around and realized his friends were literally in medical beds next to him. He also saw the box Nezuko was in right next to Tanjiro's bed. He then blushed as he realized how they were right next to him and he didn't even notice. He also noticed the girl was watching over Kanao with a bit more concern. Thanks for worrying about us though. Tanjiro was so kind. It's the least I could do after you guys slayed the demon and I barely helped. He watched as their faces turned to pure shock before the girl spoke again. Yeah, about that, no one's been able to kill that demon for decades. So How the hell did you guys do it? She asked in curiosity. The 5 would-be slayers looked to each other before shrugging their shoulders and looking to Kanao, who raised her eyebrow in curiosity. Eventually, she got the message. Okay, she said as she sat up. This is gonna be fun. Listen up AI, cause it turns out I'm pretty good at this, she said as she rubbed her hands together before speaking in a dark voice. A very powerful demon has been in the final selection forest. Because of it, no new members have been received to the Demon Slayer Corps for 10 years. Bound by their own rules, the pillars cannot even act to slay it. Before the final selection, however, 1 pillar and 2 cultivators find their students missing. This is the story of how those 3 met with 2 others and either survived final selection or died, she said as she told the girl, who the others realized was named AI, the story of how they triumphed and lived. AI had listened to the story intently, mainly unable to look away from Kanao showing emotions. Once it was finished, she put her hand to her chin and thought. What's up with you? Genya asked. So let me get this straight, you feel really well, Inosuke grunted. You hear really well, Zenitsu giggled as he looked at her. You see really well, Kanao looked at her and nodded slowly. You smell really well, Tanjiro awkwardly chuckled. And you just straight up eat demons. There's a bit more to it than that, Genya said grumpily. Still, AI hummed in thought. The first slayers to come out in years that are in a group. The past couple of years haven't even yielded anything. The last one was the one where Muakairo Toikido came out, and no one has come out since. You guys should get a name to commemorate what you've done. Killing a demon that was on par with a demon moon isn't an easy feat for a non-pillar slayer. Zenitsu remembered hearing those words, but the memory was really foggy. All he remembered was that Akumate wasn't lying. Wait, a name? He asked hesitantly while the others were sporting confusion. Yeah, you guys are a team and a team deserves a name, like the pillars, she said before pounding her hand into her open palm. How about the 5S? She was cut off by the door being opened to reveal a Kakashi. It is time for your meeting with the master. Teisho are a secret. AI was incredibly worried about Kanao. They had lived together for a while after all. However, her being in bed rest prevented her from giving her the worry and scolding she wanted. And while she was telling the story, she was too flabbergasted by the emotions she now showed to do anything. So before they left for the meeting, confirming they were stable to leave, she squeezed all her emotions into a few minutes, greatly confusing Kanao before she hugged her back. Hey, open your eyes, all of you. The kids opened their eyes once more, having been knocked out once more to be taken to the master's house. One by one, they opened their eyes to see a pleasant garden with rocks in place of soil mixing well with the grass and bonsai trees. There was even a little river. However, what drew their attention was the walls around them, indicating they were inside a house, or rather, in a yard surrounded by the estate of a house. The master truly lives lavishly, Kanao thought. Makes sense given his status, but I'd be lying if I wasn't curious about who he was, given I've never met him before. All I know is his name. Kaga Ubayashiki. You're in the presence of the pillars. This caused her to widen her eyes as she turned around to see every single pillar surrounding them again. Only this time they were tied up, so naturally she was a bit more nervous. Scant memories of when she was owned and trapped meant she had recollections of things being done to her while she was bound. She panicked as she looked around her, noticing pillar after pillar. Lord Tenjin, Lord Mitsuri, Lord Obanai, Lord Kyojiro, Lord Muakairo, Lord Seinmi, Lord Jaiomai, Shinobu, she thought as she saw them all, standing above her. From this angle, it's like they're gods looking down on us, not a bad comparison actually, she thought as she recollected what she knew of the pillars. They've all either killed 50 demons, a demon moon, or both. On their own, Akumate said he was on the level of a lower moon. But since he had been trapped there and didn't get as much nutrition, he was likely around the weakest of the 12 moons. And we barely beat him while working together. Her heart raced under the combined pressure of latent memories and stress of the power she now beheld. Damn, her flamboyant heart race reaches my ears so easily, Lord Tenjin said as Lord Seinmi scoffed. Must be stressed that her demon friend is about to be killed, or guilty about all the humans she probably fed the thing, he said before tensing at Shinobu's glare. Or she's just nervous, he rectified quickly. He's always been cautious of his words with Shinobu, but he also hates demons with a passion. Knowing his story from Genya, I can see why. Speaking of Genya, brother, shut the fuck up you damn demon sympathizer. You're no fucking brother of mine, he said angrily as Kanao's heart shattered at the look that crossed Genya's face. I've never seen you quite this furious, Lord Kyojiro said with the constant smile on his face, while Lord Seinmi looked at him in anger. Nor did I know you had a brother. Shut the fuck up you goddamn bonfire. Bonfire, I've never been compared to something people dance around. Thank you for the compliment, He laughed as Lord Sanmi growled, his messy hair granting him an appearance similar to a wild wolf. I swear one day I'm gonna, he muttered under his breath before yelling. How the hell are you always so happy? He questioned as Lord Kyojiro continued to laugh. I'm at a meeting with many who I consider friends. What is there not to be joyous about? He asked with honest curiosity, genuinely not seeing a reason to be sad. Give it up, Sanmi. His flashiness defends a smile from ever leaving that face. Lord Tenjin said as Sanmi snarled at him. Shut the fuck up, you flashy Moro. He was cut off by a glare from Lord Kyojiro, which caused him to tense before groaning and silencing himself. We shouldn't fight over this, Lord Mitsuri said as she got into the center. We should try hearing them out. Maybe they're telling the truth. AI must have told them what they said in the butterfly house. A demon that's been around for more than a year and hasn't devoured even a drop of human blood. Lord Obanai said while laying on a tree branch with Kaburamaru, his snake. Though looking back on things he seemed more of Obanai's friend. Likely his first, around his neck. Not likely to say the least. Weird, he's usually much more mean and critical, she thought as she witnessed his actions. Well, what were we talking about again? Lord Muakairo said as he looked upwards, attention focused on a weirdly shaped cloud. Good to know, that hasn't changed. How sad. They're all so young, yet so misguided to do something so evil. She tensed as the tallest one there spoke. If the master died, everyone would announce him the highest ranked in the Demon Slayer Corps. He's the de facto leader of the Pillars, the strongest of the strongest humans to walk this land. Lord Jayomai Haimjima. She barely had time to consider the fact that she would be on a different side than him back at the mountain. Now she realized the full implications of being on the opposing side of him. He was one of the kindest people she had met, but if he wanted something dead, it was dead. He could easily take on any pillar one-on-one. Well, not easily, but from what she heard off his strength he could definitely fight any pillar and win. And without stating it, everyone else knew it and acknowledged it. She had heard a rumor that even before joining the Demon Slayer Corps, he had killed a demon unarmed. As impossible as it sounded, she believed it. How could she not? If he was against Nezuko. Wait, where's Lord Jiyu? She suddenly noticed the water pillar wasn't there. She looked around before noticing him standing away from the others with the two old men who had arrived, Tanjiro and Zenitsu's cultivators. Anyway, are we just going to act like those two water breathers shouldn't be as tied up as them? Lord Obanai said as he looked over at them. Lord Yubayashiki has not made his decision yet, so I believe we are still allowed to roam free. The one in the Tengu mask said before looking at Jiyu, who looked away. It seemed they knew each other, though their relationship seemed pretty rocky. Whatever punishment he deems necessary for my actions, I will take it. Careful, one of you spared a demon, and the other housed one, knowing full well what it was. The punishment for that cannot be light in any sense of the word. Lord Obanai said as she watched him point his finger at him, the air growing tense. Who the hell are you guys? Inosuke suddenly asked, cutting through the tension. Everyone there immediately stopped what they were doing to look in curiosity at the boy as he struggled against his bindings. They're the pillars, dumbass. The guy just told you that. Genya said as he groaned. The hell's a pillar? He asked in genuine curiosity as Kano remembered they never actually specified what a pillar was to the boy who had grown up in the woods. Oh, they're the highest ranked demon slayers in the Corps, Kano said, not having enough time to explain everything. Then why is one about to be choked to death by that snake? He asked as Lord Obanai clenched his fist. His name is Kaburamaru and he is not choking me to death, he said with disgust as the snake, now known as Kaburamaru, hissed. So he's just around your neck all the time? Zenitsu asked as he raised his eyebrow. Yes, Lord Kyojiro said in his loud voice. While I have only known him for a minority of my life, I cannot attest to ever seeing him without Kaburamaru. So he's like your mate. Inosuke said these words blatantly, causing everyone to freeze, and Lord Obanai to fall out of the tree and onto the ground in his shock. What? Inosuke asked as the looks of the pillars grew dark. I can't get that image out of my head. Lord Sanmi before he gagged and covered his mouth looking as if he was about to throw up. A relationship with a snake. That's a combination of flashiness and flamboyance I've never seen. Lord Tenjin said in horror, interest, fascination, admiration. Kano couldn't tell what he was thinking as she also wondered if he knew any descriptive words besides flashy and flamboyant. I think it's wonderful Obanai's in a relationship with his snake. It's very beautiful. Lord Mitsuri said before Lord Obanai shot up and shook Lord Mitsuri back and forth while the other pillars either chuckled at the scene or contemplated that Lord Obanai was in a relationship with a snake. I'm not in a relationship with him. I swear he's not my mate. He's not my anything. He yelled before freezing as Kaburamaru hissed at him. Obanai, those are not proper words to speak to your boyfriend. I would suggest you apologize. Lord Kyojiro spoke as Kaburamaru continued to hiss. Wait, that's not what I meant, he said as he started apologizing to the snake, all while the other pillars watched. He didn't deny it, Lord Gyomai said before all the pillars started laughing at the blushing Obanai. What's going on? Tanjiro asked hesitantly as he watched this happen. Shinobu noticed this and looked down on him with eyes that were a mix of how they usually were and how lifeless Kanao had seen them before. Usually you all would have been killed for harboring a demon, but the master wishes to see you for some reason, she said, not sounding lifeless, but not sounding all there either. Maybe it's because she hasn't eaten a human, Kanao asked before withering under her gaze. She looked like she was ready to unleash a fury in the form of words. The master has arrived. At that moment, all other conversations froze in time. When that moment passed, they were all lined up in front of the open room, bowing. At least, the pillars and cultivators were. She and the others were still tied up, but they were now facing the open room. Greetings, my children. Shinobu, Tenjin, Mitsuri, Obanai, Kyojiro, Muikairo, Jiyu, Seinmi, Gyomai, alongside Jigoro and Sakonji. I'm very happy to have you here with us again. The honor is ours, Kenjiro's cultivator said with his head down. It is a pleasure to see you again, Zenitsu's cultivator said in a similar position. She looked towards the source of the masters and immediately put her head back down at seeing him. He had black hair and a relatively average frame, but that was where the normalcy ended. There were sickly purple markings all over his body, and his eyes were like Lord Gyomai's, meaning he was blind. If I stared for even a second, it would be rude and attract unneeded attention from the pillars, not something we need more of right in. What's up with your face? The kids paled as they heard their bored-headed friend speak, while also feeling the wrath of 9 others. Tanjiro gaped with his mouth open as his mind registered what his ears heard. Zenitsu screamed loudly as he fainted, subconsciously not wanting to be conscious for what was about to happen. We're doomed, Genya said as he put his face in the ground, not wanting to see what happened. As Kanao trembled under the weight of anger she felt radiating from each pillar, she was inclined to agree. Interesting, only to freeze as she heard the master lightly chuckle, causing the other pillars to cease their wrath. I recommend working on your manners, but it's been quite some time since anyone was so direct with me. His voice was so kind. It was like angels made into sound. To answer your question, this is a curse, for lack of better words, that's been placed on my family. I'd rather not say more than that. What? The only way someone could curse someone with something like that is if they were a demon. I'm much more interested in you 5. Or rather, 6. Answer me this, and answer it honestly. Did you truly kill the demon that has been keeping slayers from coming out of the forest for 10 years? Aside from the pillars, of course. Yes, that is the truth. They all turned to one another, curious who spoke before she noticed Genya looking at Zenitsu, who was talking with his eyes closed. Wait, is he sleeping? She thought as she examined his breathing. Oh, I see. Allow me to show my gratitude. Everyone in the area tensed, gasped, and spoke in words that showed they didn't believe what they were seeing as their eyes watched Master Kage Yubayashiki, leader of Demon Slayer Corps, bow to 5 kids. Master, you shouldn't lower yourself to such frivolities, she heard Lord Seinmi said before hearing others agree. Agreed. While it would be a flashy way to thank them if they did, there's no way these kids are flamboyant to have done that. She knew who said that by the 7th word. Yeah, we did. Inosuke yelled. We killed that guy with no problem. You literally broke your arm, Genya stated dryly. Yeah, I muscled through it like the king I am. He screamed at Genya, who rolled his eyes. Despite their eccentricities. What does that mean? Kanao thought as Shinobu spoke. I confirmed there were no other demons on the mountain. And given the status of the one in the box, Nezuko, Shinobu stopped her words as Kanao heard the name of her demon friend be spoken. She wondered who said it, before she realized the words came from her. Her name is Nezuko, she said as she looked at her sister, dead serious about her words. Given the status of Tanjiro's demon sister, it appears they did in fact kill the demon that has been preventing slayers from coming out of the forest. Everyone looked towards them in shock. A doormat, a boar-headed lad claiming he was a king. A coward, a dude with a foul mouth, and her, the girl they thought couldn't go to the bathroom without flipping a coin. Also a demon girl. Yeah, when I look at things from their point of view I can see how things might be a bit unbelievable. As unlikely as it sounds, I am grateful that you were able to slay that demon, especially considering I was the one who put him there. They all tensed as they heard Tanjiro's teacher speak. Well, that would explain why he was delighted to have found Tanjiro. It was vengeance for imprisoning him on that mountain. You cannot be blamed for that. When it was much weaker, it very well passed the standards we had for the final selection, Jigoro said before looking at the kids. Speaking of which, did I see Ghosts on that mountain. Ghosts, you say? Master Kaguya asked, causing them all to tense as they proceeded to explain one of their weirder experiences on the mountain. I see, Master Kaguya said in thought. Weird. I thought he'd react more to ghosts actually existing. Kanao thought in confusion. I have heard of things like this happening before, though never to this extent. Their feelings of guilt over not having been able to kill that demon must have been immense. I'm glad they were able to find peace, even if they never did become my children, he said somberly. Still, anything they might have done for us is overshadowed by the fact that they have a goddamn demon with them. Lord Sanmi spoke up again. She's not a bad demon, bro. You're not my brother, he yelled, shocking everyone at how mad he was. And there's no such thing as a good demon. How the hell do you know that? Inosuke yelled. Cause there's never been one. And even if there was, they'd still need to consume humans. Evil. What? Lord Sanmi interrupted himself as he turned to Kanao. On the back of all your uniforms it says Destroyer of Evil Demons. Yeah, so what? It's been the same uniform ever since the Corps were established, he said somewhat calmly, with anger settling just below his thin layer of skin. Why wouldn't it just say demons? Kanao asked curiously. Because all demons are evil, he said curtly. Really? Cause it kind of looks like whoever made that recognized there were good demons as well as bad demons. Sanmi looked like he was about to object before he paused, causing the other pillars to realize she might have had a point. It doesn't matter. All that matter is enough. They all stopped as Tanjiro's teacher stood up from his kneeling position before looking at the pillars. Are we going to ignore the situation here? Lord Sanmi looked to be about to object before Master Kaguya spoke. Given the one that is occurring right now, I assume you mean the more pressing one. How long have you known? It's been a suspicion, but you just confirmed it. Confirmed what? Please share with us your situation that is separate from the one regarding the demon, Rengoku asked. Aside from the Kakashi, those who work at the Butterfly Mansion, and the Swordsmith Village, the only members of the Demon Slayer Corps are right here at this meeting. What? And no, that can't be true, Kanao denied as she saw similar looks of disbelief appear on her friends' faces. That's impossible, Zenitsu verbally denied. That would mean that the only thing standing between demons and people are us nine, Lord Sanmi with a dark look on his face. Which is why we can't. Can't what? Change? Jigoro said as he joined in. I know we can't speak, having retired and no longer risking our lives as you do, but something needs to be done, and it starts with accepting these young ones into your group. Lord Sanmi opened his mouth to argue before stopping as he heard Master Kaguya clear his mouth. Perhaps this will provide some faith, he said as a letter was brought to him by a woman. Is that his wife or something? Before leaving to go to the final selection mountain, Sakonji Urokodaki sent me a letter detailing Nezuko's existence, having figured that if Tanjiro passed, he would draw the attention of the pillars and they would sense Nezuko and kill instantly. She watched Tanjiro look to the one known as Sakonji in gratitude along with her and the others. Without that note, they would have been dead. Along with that was a vow. Should Nezuko ever harm a human, she will be killed as if she were a regular demon. And then to atone, Gyuto Mioka, Sakonji Urokodaki, and Tanjiro Kamado will commit seppuku and slit their stomachs open in repentance. They all froze at this. Sure, it was a nice gesture. More than that actually. They were literally betting their lives on the belief that Nezuko wouldn't eat a human. After spending so much time with, even sleeping in the same room as her, she could understand why. But to do something like that. Add my name to that list. Master Kaguya turned his attention to Zenitsu, who was still sleeping. This is so weird. I've heard of sleep talking, but this is ridiculous. Wait, Zenitsu. Tanjiro started before he was interrupted. I let her live because I believed she wouldn't harm humans just as much as you three did. It would be unfair to spare myself from punishment. They all froze at his words before the silence was broken by. Does he need introduction? Haha, you think you're so cool, Zenrimamonstsu. Inosuke laughed from under his boar head. Well, I, Lord Inosuke Hashibira, vow that if Narigero even so much as eats a human's little toe, I'll cut her down quicker than all of you combined. Then I'll spill my guts before cutting my head off. He boasted as he laughed. What did he say? Lord Tenjin said as he, and everyone else, looked at the boar-headed boy in confusion before Genya groaned. He's saying add his name to the list. And on top of that add mine too. Though I'm probably gonna shoot myself in the head. Kanao looked at Genya questioningly before speaking. 1. Add my name to the list as well. 2. Why do you get to shoot yourself in the head while we have to slit our stomachs? Because I have a gun and you have your swords, he said as he smirked at Kanao. I gasped in shock. What? Forget it. It was a thing I was trying but it's not working. Either way, Genya Shinazugawa. You would take the quick way out rather than suffer with your friends. The friends who I met a week ago. Yes, in fact on that basis you guys should be lucky I'm killing myself at all. What's wrong, Gaty? You need me to slit your stomach for you. Inosuke volunteered. No he doesn't, cause he's too much of a pussy. Kanao yelled as she got Shinobu's attention. Where did you learn that word? Shinobu yelled, asked, getting her answer as Genya tensed. You taught her to curse, she said aghast. No, he replied. I said she should learn a curse word or two. Yeah, and then proceeded to curse every 5 minutes we were there. Kanao stated. Either way, you should get a sword so you can slit your stomach just like us. Sucks to suck. Oh you, she said as she and Genya started to argue back and forth, while everyone had their eyes move back and forth between the two kids, captivated by the spectacle. Eventually, one of them had it with what was happening. Both of you stop, Shinobu yelled, causing them both to look at her. Kanao, I don't know what brought this, but the possibility of a demon that doesn't eat humans is 0. What's that supposed to mean? She asked as she looked at her suspiciously, causing Shinobu to direct her attention to her. This, your attitude and my attitude. You tried to kill me, she yelled, heartbreak leaking into her voice. The first time I show emotion and you try to kill me. Do you know how that fucking feels? You will not talk to me like that. And you will not insult my newfound emotions. Or my friends. Or try to kill my friend. She's a demon. Kanny would have believed me. Oh, you would love that. She was always spoiling you. Never so much as raising her voice. Baby, I do like her more because you were gonna leave me with that man. If it was up to you I would still be for sale instead of your sister. Maybe I prefer that to arguing with a girl that isn't even my sister. Shinobu immediately stopped as the words left her mouth. Her sister, on the other hand, continued to move her mouth, only this time, not a word came from it. Everyone else was frozen at the confrontation between the two sisters and even more so at the harsh words that had been spoken. Genya had been where Kanao was before, though this time the situation was reversed. He needed to get this whole thing over with. But how? Wait, what was it that the doctor said that one time Seimi had to get checked out? You're Merchai right. That's what the doctor said that one time. Genya asked Seimi, who, shocked by what had just happened, nodded dumbfoundedly. That's a rare blood type. If Nezuko resists it, then that would have to be insurmountable proof that she's different. Do you object to that? He shook his head before sliding his sword across his arm and cutting before letting it drip on the box the fallen had made. Naturally, its desire for sustenance would be overwhelmed by its desire to survive. You won't get any results out in the open, Snake Guy said critically. Good point, Master, I beg your forgiveness, he said before the other pillars gasped as he leaped into the foyer with the box Nezuko was in. He grinned a feral smile, though it seemed more toned down now. Come on out, it's your F-slap. Nezuko came out immediately, but not to taste blood. Instead, she slapped his brother clean across the face. What the? He was interrupted by his demon friend rapidly making noise and pointing at him. I think Nezuko wants you to apologize to Genya for what you said about him not being his brother, Tanjiro said as both Genya's and Seimi's eyes widened. Slowly, Seimi turned to him, and he felt his heart stop. Was he actually going to before beating again as Seimi went back to his kneeling position? Well, it was wishful thinking to believe otherwise, he thought as he sighed before Master Kage was relayed the events of what happened by the woman at his side. Though it is true we can't provide evidence she won't eat humans, I hope this provides proof against the idea that she will eat humans. The pillars tensed at the proof, having just witnessed a demon resist Merchai blood. Now, I believe we can finally get these new recruits their uniforms and swords. However, it has gotten quite late. They hadn't realized it, but the meeting had gone well into the evening and the sun was going to set soon. As he spoke, two children brought some oars out. Please pick out whichever oar you feel suits you best, and we shall send them to the swordsmith village to be made into Nishirn blades. We already have your measurements, so your uniforms will be ready tomorrow. I'm sure you'll, PH. He was interrupted as Nezuko made her usual noise. What shocked everyone was that she was holding one of the oars. I sense this may sully the plans I had to have the pillars train the new slayers. Sleep well, you've earned it, Mr. Tomoika said as he laid out the mats. After a very extensive argument, the pillars who were against Nezuko having a Nichiren blade relented, who were all but 3. It took arguing that Nezuko had technically survived on the mountain for as long as they had, and if they were getting uniforms and a sword so should she. So after a quick measurement, it was official. The Demon Slayer Corp members that actually took the demons' lives were up to 15. Since the relationship between Kanao and Shinobu was tense, to say the least, Mr. Tomioka had elected for them to stay at his estate. As one of the few that hadn't elected for Nezuko to be killed, they were all fine with it. Then came something they didn't expect. Mr. Tomwicker wrapped his arms around all of them, with some difficulty because of how many of them there were. Thank you all for killing that demon. I'm in your debt, he said before he left them alone. Tanjiro sighed in relief as his body distressed itself. That could have gone terribly wrong. Suddenly, the door to the outside was slammed, slide open as Kanao looked at them. Could have. Let's recap. Most of the pillars hate us. Apparently our mighty organization is 15 members who can actually do something against demons. Those 15 members are practically fighting each other for the demons. One of the only pillars who like us are weirdly enough the one everyone hates. Me and Jenya's older siblings hate us, and my older sister said I wasn't her sister, and that she hates the new me. She yelled as she sat down. Things are both terrible and wrong. We saved the Demon Slayer Corp and have practically nothing to show for it. She sobbed, yelled in sorrow and anger before Tanjiro hugged her, along with everyone else. Well, you've got us, he said, trying to be positive as one by one. Tanjiro, Nezuko, Zenitsu, Inosuke, and Genya hugged her. Right, a ray of sunshine. Something that can't survive a ray of sunshine. A flash of lightning, a wild animal, and a reverse demon, she said sarcastically. That actually makes this. She cut herself off as she remembered all the good times she had with her friends. Completely bearable. She smiled as she accepted the hugs. Things were far from perfect, over, or finished, but that didn't matter. He thought back to what Aoi said. The five senses were gonna rock this world.
The five senses rap cipher. Chorus. First things first, I'm coming through. Blood is gonna burst straight from you. I'm the king of the mountains, just wait and see. In the end I bet y'all gonna simp for me. Let's go. Running through with the board head on. Oh no. Scream the demons as their head goes off. Yo-yo. Feast your eyes upon my blade so ragged. So. Bitch, you know my teeth aren't even jagged. You could aim for my heart but I moved it away. If you think it is hard, it is really child's play. If you think you will win, you'll die today. You must be out of touch as your body decays. Dentaro and Coco tell me I need filter, but something like would throw me off kilter. Monotsuru and Ganyaga say I annoy. But the king has arrived and he gets to the point. Ugh, you stupid boy, you're really making a scene. Setting standards pretty high that you think I can't reach. Huh. Well, let me tell you why I am lazing like I'm on beach. Why? Cause I am a future pillar and I'm about to bring the heat. Oh, turning tables on these demons as I make them a feast. But they taste so bad like bread without yeast. I'm a bit judgmental but with Nezuko. Dude, I'm like Gordon freaking Ramsay with his good fucking food. Damn, you know I'm pretty violent. Think I woke up and chose it. Yeah, no, my family got wrecked. My temper did explode it. Hit the one who had saved me and rescued me so. And how did I repay? I told him to fucking go. So I've got work every day and then pull out a gun. Make these demons scream in fear and in terror they run. Of the one who they know will turn them into lunch. I will give you a hand and get it back with a munch. Oh god, I'm up next. I'm gonna mess everything up. Kaigaku was wrong, I am just a screw up. Wait, what? There's a demon here. You're telling me this now? This pressure is too much, I'm about to pass out. Let's get down to business, I know you wanna get this over with. Now that the sun's down, I'll be ending this quick. Really think you're tough, let me tell you this now. Compared to Akumate, you're nothing but a cow. I went toe-to-toe with him while my team was sleeping. Without me, all of you would be weeping. Now that I hear the confidence is keeping. If you think you'll beat me, well, you must be dreaming. K-N-A-O-T-S-U-Y-U-R-R-R-R-R-I-I-I, baby. Let's go. I've got to go 100% to make up for lost time that I spent flipping coins and leaving it to a dime. To decide the pure fate that was always in my hands. Oh wait, barely anyone understands. I am going to the fullest and I'm saying it with joy. Even though my previous sis, she did end up annoyed. And we all say things that we wish we'd take back. But she said I'm not her sister. That's a stab to the back. You know what? It's fine. Got a new family. Yeah, they're weird, but come on. Give them a chance, you'll see that they're gonna change the world alongside me. They just need some training and winning spree. Because I see these demons gonna end up heads. And for a demon that means end up dead. Gonna spill the blood on thorns like a sea that's red. And like a picture that's enough said. Never send a man to do a Hinakami's work. Gotta train every day like I'm putting in work. Went against my sensei and I came to forest. Had to go and put Akumi to rest. I hate to say it smells like bitch in here. Because the moment I cut into him I could smell his fear. He took away my senseis and did hold them dear. But we ended it putting in power that's sheer. But wait, man, our thanks was getting put on trial. Oh dang, we fixed your mess and you'll be here in denial. Over your petty organization and its crippling structure. Don't try and fool us, it is all about to rupture. We were just trying survive to turn my sister back to normal. But the pillars went and came and then gave me a promo. I am not Jiu, I am not friendless. Fucking with us and you must be five senseless. Notes, so what did y'all think? Smiling face with smiling eyes.
Summary. Kanao deals with having to do one of the hardest things a friend can do. Work text. Kanao liked to think she had been getting the hang of having all these emotions. Really, feeling them. I have flashily arrived. So what the heck was Lord Tenjin doing here? Ever since the meeting when Shinobu they attracted the ire of pretty much every pillar. They had been training at the water pillar, Lord Jia's estate. Considering everything, they were coming along pretty well. Inosuke's arm would be healed soon. They would be going on missions, which also meant they wouldn't see each other as much. But that was fine. Totally fine. Suddenly, a figure rushed into the water pillar estate, and as the sunlight glinted off a headband, she mentally groaned. What are you doing here, Lord Tenjin? She asked as he stood up to his full height. Everyone training immediately looked to him. Never realized how tall he was. Didn't really get the chance to say this at the meeting a while ago, but your tail was pretty flashy. He smiled as he spoke. What? I mean, it took me a while to get into at the beginning with the whole she hasn't eaten a human and she never will thing. That was pretty boring. Would it help if I said she also kicked off a demon's head? Tanjiro asked hesitantly, causing Lord Tenjin to pause before thinking. After a few seconds he tilted his hand. Kind of, but I've heard better. You really reeled me in with the whole thing you guys had in final selection. I mean that had everything. Action, emotion, victory, despair, sadness, comedy, horror, over 50 kudos on AO3, and a killer rap cipher. My personal favorite by the way. Wait, what was that last part? Zenitsu asked before shaking his head. Whatever, why are you here? Suddenly, Lord Tenjin disappeared before their eyes, causing them to look around before hearing his voice. Whoops, sorry about that, instinct. They all spotted him next to Nezuko, who was training inside with a wooden sword, who looked mad. Did you just try to decapitate her? Genya asked as their gazes grew dark. Yes, sorry about that. Not really used to not killing demons, he said sheepishly before clearing his throat and moving back to where he was earlier. Geez, this guy is fast. Anyway, I figured it'd be poor form to ignore the master's orders and decided to offer my extension to train one of you. Specifically, the Thunder Breath user is flamboyantly requesting first to be put on the death list should that demon ever eat a human. Struck a flashy chord in my heart. And the whole fact that sound breathing stems from thunder breathing. Wait, I did what? Zenitsu asked before. So anyway, come on over to my estate and I'll train you ass off. See ya, he said before vanishing. Slowly, Zenitsu turned around and looked at them. What's this about me being on a death list? The second time was a bit more loud. Greetings, I have arrived, Lord Kyojiro said as he yelled. Very loudly. Oh, Zenitsu's ears ached as rubbed them while everyone looked darkly at the flame pillar, who returned it with sheepishness. My apologies. He spoke with a softer tone as the smile on his face faded. After an incident with a flute demon I have had to raise my voice to properly speak. Luckily I am able to discern what I am saying even at this level. That is no excuse for overwhelming your senses though, please forgive me, he said before smiling again. Now on to my reason for being here, he said with energy while keeping the volume down. I mentioned you in my household and my father said something regarding you as I told him about your earrings. Eyes flashed towards the sunset earrings he had, or were they sunrise? After persuading him to tell me more through bribing him with alcohol. He sounds way too happy for someone who had to do that. I learned that your Hinakami Kagura must truly be sun-breathing. Sun-breathing? He asked as his face scrunched up in thought. That would explain a lot, like why my blade was coated in flames at the end. Yes, oh, sorry, yes, all other forms of breathing were made from sun breathing because not everyone was suited to use it. My father called them cheap imitations, but I find it admirable that those warriors found ways to continue fighting. He smiled before continuing. From what I can tell, flame breathing was one of the first forms derived directly from sun breathing, making it one of the closest of the 5 main forms to the father of all breathing forms. Ergo, I wish to train you so that you may unleash the full potential of your breathing. So come by whenever you wish and I shall train you, he said before turning around and leaving. As he was about to leave though he stopped. However, this doesn't apply to your sister, apologies. With that, he left. Kanao's eyes subtly twitched. This was fine. What the fuck are you doing? She groaned as she heard another pillar come over to the estate. And this was the worst one yet. This is beast-breathing asshole. Oh, and he's talking with Inosuke. Great. Well, I've never heard of it before. What, did you make it yourself or something? Lord Seinmi asked as he sat on the wall of the estate. Yeah, what's it to you? Inosuke replied, causing him to pause. Seriously, he said before Kanao butted in. Why are you here anyway? You here to kill Nezuko or something? she asked as his body tensed in anger. As much as I'd like to, no. I got some free time for killing demons I'm allowed to kill and came to ask the half and half bastard if he knows anything about who's been replacing my Ohagi with expired Ohagi. What is your life? Shut it. Hey. They both turned to Insaku, who was pointing at Lord Seinmi. You use wind breathing, right? So what if I? Actually, now that I get a good look at it, your breathing style has roots in wind breathing. Doesn't look like it's properly drawn though, he said as he started muttering. As he did so, the look on his face grew more and more agitated before he yelled. Fuck. Boarhead, here's the deal. No. You want training? No. Come by my estate, he said before gasping quietly and heading off. No. Genya stretched as he came out of the house. He looked around before seeing Inosuke and Kanao and training his eyes on Kanao. What's with your eye? Oh, guess it wasn't that unnoticeable anymore. Don't worry, I'm fine, she said before she headed into the house. Totally fine. Thump. The cup in Kanao's hand fell to the ground as she looked at their newest visitor. Hello, W. No. Fucking no, she yelled as the one before her paused. I beg your pardon. What have she interrupted him again? Oh, let me guess, you want to train Genya, she said snarkily. Yes, I. Whooped a fucking do. I'll tell him you say hi, she said before she slammed the door in his face. Jayame Himejima stood in front of the door before turning around and walking away. I sense that girl is going through great turmoil right now. Such is the burden that comes with her newfound emotions. How sad. I shall pray for her on my way back, he thought as tears came from his eyes as he put his hands together while he walked back. Kanao sighed as she walked around the house. It was the middle of the night and everyone was asleep. She groaned before she kicked the wall next to her, before wincing and holding her foot. Mistake, that was a mistake. Her friends did not need to go with those guys, especially considering one of them was Lord fucking Sanemi. Though Lord Jayame is the strongest pillar, it would do good for Genya to go with him. Shut up. He, along with every other pillar who's come to us, wanted Nezuko dead. Can you blame them? I am now. So, you don't want Inosuke to fulfill his ghost sensei's wishes and find a wind breather to learn from? I do. Just not him. He's his only option. Okay, well, and you're telling me Zenitsu wouldn't benefit from training with one of the most confident pillars? Well, there has to be a better teacher than him. Okay, Tanjiro literally has access to a form of breathing that is said to be the progenitor of all breathing forms, and Lord Kyojiro can definitely help him. I'm sure I could do something. You could be as good as a pillar. Okay Kanao, what's this really about? Come on Kanao, I don't want them to go. Oh, she winced as she turned around to see all 5 of her friends standing behind her. Hey guys, she said hesitantly. We need to talk. Their futons were all now one big one and they were all sleeping together, much to Genya's annoyance. It isn't that I don't want you guys to go and get stronger, she said from the sleep pile they were in. Kind of sounds like it, Zenitsu said before being silenced by the others. Well, this new me is so different from the old one that I'm not even sure how to deal with issues that don't involve killing demons. No offense Nezuko, even less than I was before. PH. So what? You're mad one of those pillars hasn't offered to train you? Insauk asked. No, I'm scared that without you guys I'm gonna go back to being the girl who couldn't do things without a coin. And because? Tanjiro looked at her sadly before he spoke. You know who can train, but you're too afraid to ask. Who is she? Oh, even Insauk knew. Wow, this must have been serious. Shinobu, she said sadly. I know she has more to teach me about flower breathing that she wasn't able to do because I wasn't ready. But now she can and I'm scared, she said as she put her face in the futon. If I go and see her, I'll have to talk to her, and then I'll have to acknowledge that she, when I said what I said to Seinmi, that created a gap between us. Then we didn't see each other, and that gap became a rift. Now, it's a pit that I can't cross. You can't let that happen with you guys, not when you could die any day. Kanao knew this was true, but what if I go to her and she tells me to leave, yells at me, or says that I'm... You just gotta take that chance. It's a leap of faith. She looked at him, at all of them, before she closed her eyes and went to sleep, knowing what she needed to do tomorrow. I'm gonna miss you guys a lot, she said as she hugged each of them. And you too Nezuko, she said as she knocked the box Urokodaki had made. She smiled as she heard MMPH from the box. Oh, this is so terrifying. She rolled her eyes as she smiled at Zenitsu, who was worrying both about them splitting up and the brutal training they would likely endure. Don't worry dumbass, you won't die from training alone. It'll likely be a demon that kills you. Zenitsu screamed at this while Tanjiro sighed. Seriously Genya? Tanjiro asked towards the scarred boy, who playfully smirked. What? I'm just trying to have some fun, he replied with a grin on his face before turning to Tanjiro. That scar on your forehead doing okay? Yeah, it's been fine. he reassured. Apparently some demon blood had gotten onto the burn mark on his forehead and now it honestly looked much cooler. Whatever, let's just get going already. As brash as he was, Inosuke had a point. With only 15 members of the Demon Slayer Corps who could fight, they needed to get stronger as soon as possible. However, let's make a promise, she spoke as they all turned to her. At least every week, we'll send the other 5 people in our group a message. It doesn't have to be longer than a word. It has to be proof that you're alive. And we'll keep doing that until we meet each other again. Deal. Deal. PH. And with that they all left to go to their respective pillars. Just before they got out of earshot though. Goodbye. See you real soon everyone. Kano smiled before turning around. Chapter 1, The Five Senses, Bring on the Demons, Trailer. Chapter text. In a world where demons are around every corner, a door to a restaurant opened as a person in a Demon Slayer uniform walked in. An organization has finally received new members. They danced around tables, dancing in an odd fashion, and no one matches them. Out of nowhere, the person jumped on a table, attracting the attention of everyone in the diner. In oddness, KNAOTSUYURRRRRRII baby. She yelled for a lengthy period of time before she slowly opened her eyes to continue and realized where she was and how she had just screamed out loud. She slowly waved her hand and chuckled. Hehe, sorry about that, just singing a song my friends made. Coming soon. You know where I can find a demon, Genya said as he stood over 3 beaten men. Bring. Inosuke cackled as he ran from officers of the law. Know this kid. I flashily believe in you. A very tall white-haired man with a bejeweled headpiece said as he patted Zenitsu's head, who looked up to the man with wide, teary eyes. The demons, Tanjiro and Nezuko, stood back to back before the scene cut to show Tanjiro alone and facing a boy of short stature and a small physical build. His skin was milky white, with red dots appearing at several spots on his face, located above his eyes where his eyebrows are supposed to be, below his left eyelid, ending above his nose, and finally a vertical one running the length of his right cheek. His hair was light pink and bore resemblance to spider legs. The sclera of his eyes was red, while his irises were a pale blue. But most notable was the kanji for lower rank 5 engraved in his eye. I think it's time we end this, he said maliciously as he coated his hands in blood. Finally, Tanjiro said as he rushed forward. Something we agree on, he screamed in wrath. It suddenly cut to a man with pale skin and blood-red, cat-like eyes suddenly shot up in his bed, gasping. Who the hell are the 5 senses? The 5 senses, bring on the demons. The boy and Tanjiro screamed as his flaming blade clashed with his bloodied hands. Genya sighed as he walked into the town where he had been assigned his mission. Happy to have finally made it. I really don't like not being able to use total concentration breathing, he thought as he looked around town before seeing a restaurant and heading. Oh, he yelled as he hit his head on a low-hanging sign. Still haven't gotten used to my new height, he thought sourly as he rubbed his head to recover from the bump he received due to his newfound height. During his training with Mr. Himejima, he had received a weird sudden growth spurt, so that was interesting, though calling it training is pushing it a bit, he thought as he flashed back to his days with Gyomai Himejima. The stone pillar, the 5 senses, bring on the demons, Genya. Okay, first day of training with someone Kanao said is the strongest pillar. This should be fun, he thought sourly before he shook his head. No, you need this, especially considering you can't use breathing at all. Speaking of which, he thought as he headed out into the yard. I should probably tell him about my abilities. His thoughts soured at letting people know. Sure, his friends had reacted positively, but the pillars weren't exactly pro-demon. The trial had proven as much. As he was brought out of his thoughts by outside events, he was greeted by the sight of Mr. Himejima lifting a huge boulder with one arm. He laid it down on the ground with a thud and turned to him. Glad to see you are awake. We can commence your training now. Yeah, about that, there's something I need to tell you, he heard, confirming him before continuing. I can't use breathing forms. The reason I was such a help in the battle was because whenever I eat demon flesh I gain a good boost of strength, speed, and some handy regeneration abilities. He noticed the blind man widen his eyes at this before he put his hands to his chin. Shit, he's considering not training me. Fuck, what would Tanjiro do? But I've never lost control of myself or anything, so please don't reconsider training me, he said before bowing. You do not need to worry about that. This is simply something I must take into consideration. Though this is quite abnormal, you don't have to worry about me not training you. Genya's widened at this before he smiled. Thank you for trusting me enough to tell me this, I'm quite honored, he said as Genya awkwardly watched the giant man shed tears. Before we go on, however, is there anything else you haven't told me? Smack. He was snapped back to reality as he saw 3 men playing around with one of the waitresses. And not in the fun kind of way. Keep your head out of it. You're here to kill demons, not. Their giggles of glee reached his ears. They must be drunk. Keep a girl from. She was now telling them to let go. They weren't listening. Fuck it. Suddenly, the main guy had his arm grabbed. I think she told you to let go, Genya said before the main guy stood up. What the fuck are you gonna do? He was cut off as Genya's arm came down from above and chopped him in the neck, sending him to the ground. Blazing universe, arm style. The other 2 saw this and rushed him, only for Genya to unleash a sudden jab to the second one's chest and knee the final one in the testicles. Drop ripple thrust and rising scorching sun, arm and leg style respectively. He turned to leave before hearing a groan from the first guy. He sighed before going over to him and lowered his head to his face as he crouched down. You ever so much as look at a woman without her consent, I'm gonna come back and make this hurt a lot more. Are we clear? He threatened as the guy slowly nodded. Good. He then realized, as he looked around, that he had drawn a lot of attention. He groaned before turning to the woman who was being touched. You wouldn't happen to know where I could find a demon, would you? They were now inside as Genya showed off his right hand, which was now engulfed in pink fire. So you said it was ripped off by Akumate, and you ate the rest of the demon's fingers you had in hopes of regrowing it. Mr. Himejima said as Genya nodded, though he clenched his fist, Nezuko being called the demon, but held his tongue. Yeah, all I've gathered is that I'm able to set my hand on fire whenever it's not in direct sunlight, and I'm able to engulf my entire body whenever I consume her flesh. It burned away at Akumate's arms, so I think it's different from being stronger than regular fire, he said as the strongest pillar took this in for consideration. He then held up his weapon, an axe attached to a chain. I suspect because the fingers were used as a basis to rebuild your hand, it's now naturally a part of you. Now on to my next theory. He then held up his weapon, an axe attached to a chain. Please indulge me, he said before he made a small cut on his arm, shocking Genya. Now grab the wounded area with your hand. His response was immediate as he grasped the small, near non-existent wound. Now, imagine it healing, not unlike how a demon regenerates. He followed his instructions to the letter, unable to forget how quickly Akumate healed from their attacks. Now remove your hand. He did so questioningly, preparing to see if there was a first aid kit, only to be shocked as the wound was now gone. What? Gyomai smiled. It appears the demo Nezuko's blood demon art is made for harming demons and helping humans. I suspected she was different, but this proves it. Now then, let us see the extent of the wounds you can heal. Wait, Thankfully they never did anything fatal, stopping just short of wounds that would retire him. I did not want to risk retiring the strongest pillar, even if I wasn't on thin ice with the others already. For now, they were operating on the basis that his flames could only accelerate healing, meaning he couldn't heal a wound if someone could heal from it normally. Better hope I don't encounter any lost limbs, he thought dryly as he walked up to a hotel. Again, the woman didn't know about any demons, but she did hear that people were going missing every now and then from this hotel. The pillars are strong, but even with 9 of them they can't be everywhere at once. Master Yubayashiki can only discern demon activity from high amounts of missing people. Best case scenario, this is a just murderer or something. God, my life is depressing. He entered the hotel, noting the taste of blood, death. Another thing, ever since his training he had managed to, for lack of better words, taste the air and discern things. Of course, it wasn't as useful as the others. It only worked for massive amounts of something, or if it was really concentrated, so not really useful for sensing most demons, and it relied on the direction of the air, so not the most useful sense to have enhanced, but it helped. Hey ma'am, he yelled to the woman at the front desk, who tensed at his voice, causing him to stop. Sorry, he said as he got closer to the woman. I'd like a room. The first clue he got that something was up was when her eyes widened as he spoke. Sure, she said as she started writing something down. I'll get why you a room immediately. She then showed him a piece of paper with one word on it. Run. That was his second clue. Genya groaned as he lifted the boulder with both hands. He had been training to do so for the past week. His goal was to get to where Mr. Himejima was. Being able to lift a boulder like this with one hand was nothing to him, so it had to become second nature to him as well. Not to mention, the stronger he was as a human, the more his strength exponentially increased when he went demon mode. Your goal is to become a pillar, correct? He didn't turn his head, but he did nod to show affirmation. Lofty aspirations, how sad. And he's crying again. Wait, what do you mean? he asked through lifting the boulder. Ah, right, you do not know. After Muakairo became a pillar, no one came out of the forest until you 5 friends, or 6. So Master Yubayashiki made an edit to the requirements to become a pillar, to ensure the very best of the best would still become pillars. On the upside, you no longer need to be a Kino when you complete these tasks. What he said next shook him so much, he nearly dropped the boulder. You must either kill 100 demons or 2 demon moons. He'd been to enough towns and cities to know when things were being fucked with by a demon. And this wasn't exactly subtle. He proceeded to the 2nd floor where the room he got was as he prepared. He walked throughout the halls as his hand went to his gun handle hidden inside his yukata. You can come out now. I know you're there, he said as he readied to pull his gun out. Impressive. It's been years since I've seen a slayer here. You even have some impressive senses as well, a male voice said as it dropped down from the ceiling, likely having hidden the gaps between it and the roof. https divided.docx.geo.glE.com/documents/d/13gcz2zimfi317QODJXD-JT7L531YSE1NQJE/edit. I didn't need to, it was pretty obvious, he said as he took in his claws and outfit. I thought you were a demon, why go dressing up like some emperor? He said snarkily as waited for the right moment. That's simple, he said as flexed his claws and lunged towards him, right claw aiming for his flesh. One must be formal when attending a funeral. Bang! He was cut off by Genya whipping out his gun and shooting the demon's outstretched hand before kicking him in the chest and sending him back and onto his ass. Impressive. I've never seen a slayer utilize firearms. And he's quite the quick draw, he thought before the slayer entered his vision and stamped on his chest, pressing him against the floor with his right arm squished between him and the floor and his other hand pinned down by his foot. He watched as he reloaded his gun so he could finish him off. Why are you so heavy? He asked as he struggled to get him off him before hearing a crunching sound and noticing his hand being eaten. You insolent fool. Do you comprehend how long it took to get the Nichiren blades absorbed into my flesh? He watched the boy's eyes widened as a creaking sound was heard. Time's up. Blood demon art, cunning claws. With that, slashes came from the claws that were grown from his hand. The floor broke beneath them, stirring up dust and sending them to the 1st floor. The demon was freed of his grip as they landed and created a dust cloud. Genya firmly landed on his feet in a kneeling position and immediately stood up and looked for where it had gone. Damn it, where the fuck did it go? He was pulled out of his thoughts by a woman screaming. Shit, the girl at the front desk. He thought in a panic as he ran back to where he entered this damn hotel. He stopped in his tracks as he saw the demons with its regrown claws right at the woman's neck. What's worse is that the paper she used to warn him out in the open. Judging by the look on his face, he's not very happy about it. So that's how he knew about me. Very bad choice, bitch, he said as he pushed the claws closer to her neck. He then turned to him. Now how about you drop that gun and kick it over here, he said with a grin that only grew wider as Genya begrudgingly complied. His gun clacked as it hit the ground and was kicked over to the demon. Good, it smiled as it prepared to attack. Suddenly, however, Genya's face scrunched up. The demon looked at this in confusion before realizing he was about to sneeze. He supposed he could allow him to do so before he killed him. ACHOO. He sneezed as he flicked his arm towards him. He and his hostage winced at the sound of the sneeze before the demon noticed a much more painful stimulus. A kodachi in his lower left eye. He screamed as he let go of the girl. A kodachi? Where did his mind flash to when the boy flicked his arm towards him? He had the kodachi up his sleeve the entire time. Damn him, he thought before realizing something. He had let go of his hostage. He turned too late to see the boy coming at him and was already in striking distance. Does he have a third weapon? He thought before the boy's eyes became clear to him. The blacks clear were bored into his mind as he noticed something about the boy's right hand. It was on fire and he had claws. You said these claws were Nichiren, right? Oh no, Chunke. The demon's last bout of shock was unleashed when he was decapitated by claws that he had reason to suspect were his own. As the boy picked up his gun and pulled the kodachi out of his disintegrating head. Who are you? He asked nervously as death slowly encompassed him. The boy heard him and looked back with a single, black demon-like eye. Genya of the Five Senses fuckwad. And those were the last words he heard before he died. Are you here to kill me? He turned to the woman who warned him. For leading those other people to their deaths. She was trembling where she stood. Scratch that. Her knees just buckled under her and she was now on her knees. The tears from her eyes glistened as they flowed from her eyes. Genya wondered why she thought that before realizing he still looked like a demon, even though he had just saved her. He was about to answer when he heard his crow, Tabaru, caw and squawk from a windowsill. Mission. New mission. Go to The crow was interrupted by a windowsill being slammed. Genya turned to the woman, who still looked at him fearfully. "I'm just gonna." He pointed to the door before heading out, leaving the woman to wonder what the fuck just happened. "This is truly something incredible," the swordsmith said as he gave Genya his sword. "You have no idea how long we've wanted to make new swords. I can't thank you enough for surviving, and even more so that I was chosen to make your sword. I didn't really have a choice in the matter." The day had finally come for him to receive his blade and start killing demons. Only one problem, he thought as he held the blade as it turned dull gray. "Why the hell is it so short?" he said before receiving a bonk on the head from Mr. Tanjiro. "Be polite. Your fighting style focuses less on range and more on condensed attack power, hence the shorter blade." That made sense. It helped that he had been practicing hiding weapons in his coat. He had learned some tricks from the other senses, mainly Inosuke. That boarhead was actually pretty sneaky when it came down to it. He then noticed his swordsmith was a bit angry, and by a bit he meant he was about to stab him. "How dare you insult my sword?" the clown-masked man yelled as he tried to stab Jenny's through the chest. "Me and my big fucking mouth. How sad," his master said as he started crying. "Stop crying and help me," he yelled angrily as he continuously ran away to avoid getting skewers. Genya yawned as he laid in the wisteria house he was staying at. It was times like these he wished he could use breathing. Could have already been there by now, he thought bitterly, and I bet they don't lose their abilities in the middle of a run either. He sighed as he thought back to how the woman looked at him. I bet they would have been thanked by her too, he thought depressingly. He shook his head as he looked at his hand. Took him 3 towns, but he finally got another demon with a blood demon art. He supposed it was cool growing Nichiren claws. "I'm actually more surprised I was able to eat it." It was then he remembered it was almost a week's end. He scrambled around as he took out some writing supplies. "Crap, I need some light." He looked around for a lamp, a torch, a match, anything. After a solid minute, he noticed his right hand and slapped himself in the face with it. "Idiot," he thought before lighting it up. SHNK, only to slowly look at his right hand to see claws, like the ones from the demon he just faced. Only the hand was also on pink fire. "Mr. Tanjiro said I would be able to use blood demon arts, but I thought that was only when I was on their power," he thought as inspected the claws. They definitely shined like Nichiren. Curiously, he tried it with his other hand, but it was for nothing because nothing happened. He slowly thought things over before coming to a conclusion. "My hand was regrown through a demon's power, so it must absorb other blood demon arts," he thought as he slashed at the air. He could work with that. "Hey guys, it's me, Genya. Things have been going great for me. I've already slayed 4 demons, so 96 more to go. Ha 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 ha." That's supposed to be a chuckle. "Don't worry, I haven't given up on becoming a pillar. Not in the slightest. I've also gotten a new trick up my sleeve. And with any luck, by the next time we meet, I'll have gotten a bunch more. Inosuke, thanks to you I saved a life, so please don't ruin things by ranting about how great you are. Tanjiro, I hope you and Nezuko are doing well. Zenitsu, hope you haven't run away from every demon you've met. Kanao, please try not to go too much when you're talking to people. You'll freak them out. Signed, Genya Shinazugawa of the 5 Senses." "What the fuck are you doing?" he heard Mini's question from the doorway. He never understood doors, they seemed like they were for the weak. If you wanted to go somewhere you should just be able to bust right through it. "My stretches. What else could they be, Nimasaku?" he said as he was bent over backwards with his head through his knees. Was this guy an idiot or something? For some reason, he thought he heard the guy clench his teeth. "You come to my estate, accept training, and then the first day you don't call me by my name. Who the hell do you think you are, you stupid boar?" "That's so easy to answer I could do it in my sleep," he said as he stood up properly. "Name's Lord Inosuke Hashibira. Now bow to me, my crappy underling, and train Emug." His declaration was cut off by a punch to the stomach. "The 5 senses, bring on the demons, Inosuke." Inosuke groaned as he remembered that punch. That guy could be an asshole, he thought as he walked throughout town. Apparently his bird, Kamino, had received orders from Kargata Buskakia that there was a demon here, so he was here now too. Greenie also said he used my tricks to save someone. Oh, that makes me so happy that he's learning from his master. He screamed, laughed suddenly. "I can't wait." Those other guys were so weak and they were decapitated like they were nothing. And so freaking pumped. In the context of a demon slayer, his words made a moderate amount of sense, although his attitude would have made others do a double take. In the end, they would still understand that he was still protecting humans. Now, if you could humor me for a moment, imagine if someone who didn't know anything about demons heard him yell. Say, a civilian. One would think the reactions would not be positive. Don't worry, you don't have to imagine their reactions, not one bit. Because Inosuke had yelled all of that in a crowded street. With his swords out, a woman screamed at his declaration, causing him to turn to her. "What the hell are you screaming about? I'm here to save you guys. Bow down to me in gratitude," he said as he pointed his swords at her, which just made her scream more as she pointed at him. "He's gonna kill me," she yelled in a panic as everyone started backing away. Inosuke, however, in classic Inosuke fashion, didn't notice. "Don't be an idiot. These are special swords," he said as he moved them closer to her face. "They're made to kill demons. I should know. I've killed a lot, and my underlings have done the same." Urokodaki sent a letter saying he's already killed 4. He couldn't read or write all that well, but Kimono could relay messages and he could definitely listen to them. It was pretty fun listening to his underlings' words. Hey, the woman fainted. He immediately put his swords away and grabbed her by the collar and tried waking her up. "Hey, you sick or something?" he said as he shook her back and forth. "Freeze. Put your hands in the air." He turned around to see 4 guys in blue clothes with weapons like the one Ganitako had. What did he call it? Oh right, a gun. Oh wait, maybe these guys could help. "Hey guys, this woman just fainted. I think she might be sick," he said in concern, only to be replied with something unexpected. "Put the woman down." Well, that actually made some sense. He laid her down gently, before freezing at a clicking sound he had heard before, when Young was readying his gun to be fired. "What the hell are you guys do?" He froze as other guns were readied as well. "You're under arrest for disrupting the peace, unlicensed carrying of swords, and assaulting a civilian." And now they were coming towards him with weird metal circular things. Guns were aimed at him. He was out in the open, and Senarami said he couldn't kill humans. What a challenge. I'm so excited, he thought before he quickly dropped to the ground as he simultaneously grabbed his sword before using his breathing to punch the first guy before he could comprehend what was happening. After knocking him down, he made a decision between the one on his left and the 2 on his right. He shot rightwards and used one guy's face as a springboard to knee the other one in the face. He noticed the guy he just need maintain consciousness and go to pull the trigger. Thinking fast as he noticed the guy on his left about to fire, he grabbed the arm of the guy he was closest to and aimed it at the other guy. Bang! He let the guy's arm go as they both dropped to the floor, their pathetic groans giving away that they were still alive. Now that's done. Dear God. He turned around to see more police officers. "Men, take him in." Now Inosuke could easily take them, but he had a demon to hunt. So, Inosuke cackled as he ran from the police. None of you can capture the king of the mountains. Alright, listen up dumbass. Wind breathing mimics wind, specifically powerful torrents of air and whirlwinds, and replicates it with the user's movements, techniques, and abilities. Most, if not all, known techniques and forms involve purely offensive attacks, most of which utilize rotating movements to generate swift whirlwind-like slashes that greatly increase the wielder's striking range or utilizing the air around them to deliver sharp sickle-shaped attacks. You sound like you're reading this directly from a book, Inosuke said blatantly, causing Sanmi to tense. Shut up, Sanmi said as he punched Inosuke in the gut again. Let me fucking finish. Your beast breathing obviously takes from that unintentionally, so we're gonna have you learn wind breathing. At least enough so you can properly derive beast breathing from it, he said before looking at him and grinning. Hey, remember when you bluntly called out Oyakata's condition? Inosuke felt the closest thing to fear in a while as Sanmi leaned over him. I'm gonna enjoy this. Nighttime had fallen upon the town, the perfect setting for a demon to strike, and the perfect setting for him to slice it up. He couldn't wait. Of course, it would be easier if the town wasn't looking for me, he thought angrily as he kicked a roof tile. Quack quack. Inosuke had grown up around animals, so understanding them was second nature. Immediately, he turned around in fury. Yeah, what's it to you? He yelled before pausing as he took in his foe's appearance. It was a yellow duck, but instead of 2 eyes it had 3. It also had some fancy jewels too. What are you? Now in his shock, he failed to notice the duck breathing in. He did, however, notice what came next. Karoo. Karu. What do oh crap? He thought as a stream of green fire came from the duck's mouth, scorching everything in its path. Alright, as fun as it is to fuck what I mean, train you, we need to stop for today, Senamaki said as he headed inside, much to Inosuke's confusion. His body was incredibly sore, and he was crawling now, but he could still train. What the hell? It's still light out. I can still He was cut off as the white-haired guy flicked in the arm. Or rather, his cast. He smirked before scowling. Your arm is still broken, dumbass. Now come inside. Inosuke groaned as he went inside the house where, wait, you know how to cook? He asked as he saw a pot on the fire. The guy groaned as he turned to him. Yes, I know how to cook. News flash, dumbass. We pillars learned how to fend for ourselves. Kind of something we needed to do, he said as he gave him a bowl of ramen and sat down in front of him. Itadakimasu, he said as he clapped his hands together and started eating. Inosuke looked at him oddly before taking his boar head off and starting to eat before hearing a laugh. What's so funny? He asked as he looked at Seimi, who was covering his mouth. What the hell type of face is that? He said between his laughs. It's my own face. Why the hell do people keep reacting to my face like that? It was then Samani paused and slowly looked at him. How did those other kids react? He asked with a smirk. Inosuke laughed as he put his hand to his hip. They were so stunned at my face they asked me to put my mother boar's head back on. At this, Seimi froze. What do you mean, mother? He asked in a hesitant tone. Inosuke himself smiled as he laid on his back. I was raised in the wilderness by a mother boar, who also had 2 piglets of her own, but they treated me like family, and I loved them like my own. It was great. They taught me to hunt. I used my different body and ingenuity to attack with weapons. His face turned solemn as he continued on. Though one day, foam came from her mouth and she started going crazy. She must have gone rabid, Seimi thought as he watched Inosuke continue. She started attacking indiscriminately and she hurt my brother boars. I had to kill her, he said sadly. Of course that didn't matter. She had already hurt my brothers too badly for them to recover, so there I was, alone. Eventually I started wandering around the mountain and found a hut with a guy missing his legs. The wind pillar froze as heard the boy talk. No way. He told me all about demons, even thought I was one. Of course then he realized I was using total concentration breathing without even knowing. I always just found breathing like that to help me better with stuff, so I just did it whenever. Apparently he saw my greatness and told me about final selection, so he helped out a bit and got me swords I could use. What was his name? I have to know. Please just tell me he's doing alright. Inosuke put his hand to his chin before speaking. Masanagoda. He had these 2 cool scars on his cheek. Seimi's eyes widened as he flashed back to his friend, who had his legs destroyed by the demon and managed to only get away due to the rising sun. Sorry, looks like I'm not gonna be able to help you. Don't be an idiot like me. Seimi smiled faintly as he looked at the boy, who was now eating the ramen. You know, aside from everything about you, you're actually pretty decent. He was lucky Inosuke didn't hear him. Inosuke dodged the stream of fire, lucky it was so thin, and twisted his arm before flipping and twirling his body to throw his blade at the duck's neck. Beast breathing 11th fang, falcon's talon. He yelled as the duck was decapitated. H-A-H-A. I barely even needed to use breathing to beat you. He cackled as he pointed his remaining blade at the duck. What type of demon goes down that easily? He laughed as he haughtily walked towards the demon to get his blade, only to gasp and jump out of the way as projectiles hit where he just stood. What the? He thought as he looked to see a girl picking up the decapitated duck and putting its head back on, the kind that's prepping for a surprise attack, she said as she looked at him with malicious eyes. It was then Inosuke felt dizzy. Now die. https://document/d/183klhjrjqie&tlknmz5cbmu5zjozizlsffznjehY/edit. This isn't good. This must have some kind of poison, but I didn't get cut. Whatever, I got to get my other sword, he thought as he rushed forward. Think, Inosuke, when Guy trained you to look at your opponents to find their weak points. He dodged another stream of fire. So what's their weak point? Blood demon art, peacock dance. He gasped as she threw metallic feathers styled like that of a peacock's at him. He started the air around him, easily destroying them. Beast breathing, 5th fan, crazy cutting. He cackled as they were destroyed, only for the feeling of dizziness to increase a lot. He groaned as he felt like throwing up. What's going on? I haven't been cut at all. Not one scratch in the slightest, he thought as everything spun around him. He shut his eyes in an attempt to calm his body down. Karoo. Oh no. He felt things heating up and above of his body and jumped rapidly to the left as he felt the ground get scorched behind him. That stream was much larger than the last one. Did that duck get bigger? He thought. It must be flying now, as if he wasn't screwed enough. He heard the female demon cackle from above him as well. Not good. She must be on top of that thing now. Damn it. His thoughts of fury transferred to his fist as he slammed it down, hitting something. Could it be? He thought as he felt around it. H-A-H-A. My trusty second fang. He picked it up and gripped it like a lifeline. He then realized that he hadn't been attacked in a while. Why? It was then he felt the smoke on his skin, likely created by the blast. They don't know where I am. Good. But this smoke screen isn't gonna last forever. What should I do? What should I do? What should I? When the hell did I start acting like Zenemonogatesuma? I must have been infected with his cowardly germs. I don't need to worry about these guys. I received training from Seimi Shinzugawa. Wait, Zentaku, you're a genius. Alright, I think I figured you out, Seimi said as he sat across from Inosuke. I finally know what I can specifically teach you, aside from basically beating your body to fucking pulp. Wait, you derive your attacks from animals, right? He interrupted. It was hard not to notice, but it gave me an idea. Time to put that freaky flexibility of yours to good use. Beast breathing 7th form. Spatial awareness. He didn't waste any time on his eyes. They needed to be closed anyway for his technique to work. He attuned himself to his surroundings, allowing him to feel everything. Buildings, people in them, burning, fire, large bird with a demon on it. There we go. He smirked under his boar head. Gotcha. He made sure to screw his eyes shut as he shakily stood up, before twisting his body into a spring-like fashion. He then tensed his legs as he crouched uncomfortably, but he could do it. Beast breathing 12th fang. He thought as locked in on his targets and sprung upwards towards them, blades slicing and dicing in the air. The surprise attack took both of them by surprise and he was able to slice both their heads off. Ravaging falcon talons. He cackled aloud in relief before gravity took over and he fell back to the ground and landed on both feet. And as a plus, the dizziness was clearing up. He really was amazing if he managed to get over it that quickly. How? People usually aren't able to think straight after they inhale the gas of one of my feathers, so how did you? He turned to the blue-haired demon and cackled as he pointed his swords at her. Well duh. I'm Inosuke of the Five Senses, their mighty leader who grew up in the mountains. Poison doesn't do anything to me, he boasted as the demon faded away. Oh my god. He looked to see the guys in blue from earlier looking at him in horror. He questioned this as he looked around before realizing the area had been destroyed. Hello, he thought before he turned around and ran away. You're welcome, underlings. Lord Inosuke shall take his leave now. You have no idea how rare an opportunity like this is for me, the swordsmith said as he laid out the 2 blades that became indigo gray as he held them in his hands. It's been so long since new swords have been requested and I am quite delighted to have been selected to make them. This is my first time ever making dual-wielding swords. I hope the what are you doing, you brat? He yelled as Inosuke started chipping at the swords with his rocks. Oh shit, Seimi thought as he tried to hold the swordsmith off from cutting him. Luckily, the issue of the swords were able to be mended by simply specifying how Inosuke fought. And now the sword maker knew how to make them like that originally, which could have been done beforehand and not after. But I'm not the fucking expert. They am I? He asked in his head in an annoyed tone at the fact that he had to pacify the sword maker with all the ramen he had left. He exhaled to remove the anger from himself as he turned to Inosuke who was about to head out, and with both arms in perfect condition. Lord Inosuke Hashibira is ready to roll out, he yelled before getting hit on the head. He angrily turned to Seimi. What the hell, Sala? He was cut off as a hand was placed on his head, patting it. On Seimi's face was something that wasn't a scowl or a smile but was closer to the look of fondness. Stay safe, you dumbass. Demons who beat you to a pulp aren't gonna stop when you're about to die. Unlike me, they'll kill you, so don't die. And with that, he turned around and headed back to his estate. Damn it, I spent the week training him, so I probably have a ton of missions piled up. 5 of the 9 people defending humanity taking a week off didn't bode well with him, but it was needed. Hey Sanemi. His eyes widened at the use of his name. Genyas, really sorry for what he said. Go and talk to him. As he watched the boy head out, he gave a chuckle before heading back to work. Greetings, mere underlings. Kimono should be reporting this to you through Crowmouth right now. Pretty cool, right? Anyway, guess what, Zendaki? You helped me stop a demon. Consider yourself higher on the underling ladder now. Anyway, you guys wouldn't believe how ungrateful some people can be. They thought I caused all the damage the demon did. How dumb. And if you guys are missing me, just keep killing demons and we'll see each other again. Simple as that. See ya soon. In Sauk of the Five Senses, the town of the Semi was very quaint. Its main focus was its farming industry and focus on botany. If you walked into any house, you'd find a happy family with wide smiles and full hearts. Throughout time, there had never been a single case of domestic abuse recorded in Semi. Yepperdoodle, it was a peaceful town. Please marry me. I'm gonna die any day now. A boy in yellow yelled as he clung to the leg of a woman who was hitting him with her bag. At least it was until Zenitsu Agamatsu got there. The Five Senses, bring on the demons, Zenitsu. Tenjin Uzui lived life without regrets. He had to, otherwise his siblings would roll over in their graves. Yes, he had to live the most flashy way in a most flamboyant manner, regardless of what his past as a shinobi forced upon him. WAH. He regretted taking this kid in so freaking much. Oh, shut up. He yelled as he smacked him over the head purely so that he might shut up. Why the hell are you whining and crying and screaming if you came to me for training? That lacks both flashiness and flamboyance. At this, Zenitsu looked at him in bloodshot eyes. You're the one who asked me to come here, and the first thing you do is tell me to fight you. You're a pillar. I'll die if I fight you. Oh this, my ears feel like they're bleeding. How is one kid so loud? He thought as he looked at him in exasperation and rage. You idiot. I'm not gonna go full force on you, so let's get on with it, he said casually before he quickly drew his amber cleavers attached by a chain. Come at me. This was gonna be great. Apparently this kid was some sort of super slayer who could have slayed the demon in the forest on his own if not for the wound he sustained. Thump. Or he could just faint. He thought questioningly and disappointingly as he looked at the boy who had fallen over. He then looked outside and realized it was probably time to turn in anyway. How the hell did this kid go toe-to-toe with the demon from the forests? Maybe his friends just flashily saw hallucina. His thoughts were interrupted by a flash of lightning as he quickly deflected the attack with some effort. He was shocked he had to, even if he was holding back. He looked up to see the kid moving upward in midair, having used the force of his attack to launch himself upwards. His feet connected with the ceiling and he shot down with intent to attack. Alright then. He smirked as he gripped both his blades and leaned back to hold them below his head. Sound breathing first form, roar. He yelled as the blades clashed. Please marry M. He was cut off as the woman hit him over the head with her back and walked away. Why do they never say yes? He wondered as he walked throughout the town, stopping at a river to inspect the red face paint he had given by the pillar. Why he thought this was a good idea I'll never know, he said as he looked at it. It was exactly identical to the sound pillars, only modified to fit his face. It was also on both eyes for some reason. He groaned before thinking about the description he had been given. The crops had been unnaturally drained of their nutrients in mass amounts by the night. Definitely something only a demon could do in one night, but why? He asked mentally as he resolved to find a place to stay until the approaching night. Hopefully it'll just be a weak demon. Weaker than weak. Maybe it was just turned a day or so ago and doesn't realize that it needs to eat humans. Yeah, that sounds manageable for me. Tenjin yawned as he woke up. That was before he remembered what had happened last night. He looked around for the kid before noticing he wasn't anywhere in the house. Odd. He claimed himself before listening for anything that could indicate where he was. Birds, leaves, grunts, whining. That'll do it. He smirked before rushing over to where he heard the noises originate from, in a stealthily flashy way of course. He's probably trying to run out on me or something. I'll show off the heights of ninja prowess by surprising him and showing why he has to train more. Though that bout we had last night did show his potential. His mind flashed to when he fell to the ground. Though why did he drop to the ground like that? Was he trying to get the drop on me? As a shinobi I can't really fault him for using that tactic, but what the? He paused to look at his force student. He was training on his own. He was swinging his practice sword like there was no tomorrow, even though he clearly wanted to stop. Come on, get stronger already. Tenjin's eyes widened at these words as they left the kid's mouth. That was before he grinned and appeared behind him and tapped his shoulder. Now this is Flamboy and you've fainted again, he said as he looked at the boy lying on the ground. Yeah, we'll work on that. What the heck am I doing? He thought frantically as he walked around the village at night. I am so gonna die. Never give up, Zenitsu. He paused before standing up straight. Come on, Zenitsu. You can do this. You survived final selection, mainly due to everyone else helping you, but you still survived. You can do. He was cut off by a scream, a woman's. He rushed over to the house where he heard it come from and jumped through the window. He gasped as he saw a naked white man demon with green hair munching on a woman's ripped off arm with the woman herself backed away, and another man holding her. He knew what he had to do as he used the first form to immediately decapitate its head. He then turned to the man and woman who looked at him in fear. That thing came from the ground. The man managed to say through his fear. Zenitsu's eyes widened as he then heard things coming from the earth itself as he looked outside to see multiple demons coming from the earth, all looking like the demon he just killed. He then heard laughter as he looked up to the roof of another house to see a demon, only this one was wearing clothes. https://docs.gao.glidocom/document/d/180idwclrlowwz2vrl7hssfgt7xqgwbtq608nbl12fq This isn't good. This isn't flashy at all. 2 days had passed since the kid first got here, and he'd be lying if he hadn't made progress. But it wasn't enough. He needed to become incredibly strong quickly or else things wouldn't end well. Unlike Saimi's friend Masa. Yeah, he didn't know his name. Either way, he was able to live life happily because he received compensation for getting his freaking legs destroyed. If this kid didn't believe in himself, he might retire early and not receive any compensation. Though that would be preferable to him dying. Think Tenjin, think. This kid's only useful when he's sleeping. Why? He thought back to when he was training. Okay, so he knows he's got potential and just wants it to come out already, but he doesn't know he can fight. That's probably because of his anxiety. So why can he only fight while he's sleeping? Wait, he thought as he watched the kid do his laps. When you're asleep you dream, and when you dream you can anything. So he's constantly anxious and can only do things when he's sleeping because that's when he's actually believing in himself. Yes, I have flamboyantly got the answer. He yelled with vigor, shocking the kid into running faster than he thought possibly. Damn, did he leave smoke? The demon stood on the roof as it watched the clones it had spent a week draining plants to make tear this city apart. You thought city instead of town, didn't you, Black? Half of the demon's face said as the white part smirked while the black part groaned. Shut it, White. The black half said as it hit the white side of its own head. Oh, it whined. You know, you should be more appreciative. I'm the one who made all the clones who are getting us all these nutrients at once. The half known as White said. And I'm the one who drained all the plants to give to you to make them in the first place. So this W suddenly, the two split apart as a flash of yellow went right through where their neck would have been. Luckily, the clothes they wore were 2 in 1, so they were both clothed, with the hands going over to White and being absorbed in its body. They both looked to the one who tried to, and very nearly succeeded in killing them. A boy who screamed yellow in all aspects. Apparently he was also yellow-bellied as he looked like he was about to fall over. Zenitsu was terrified. After wrapping up that girl's arm and telling them to leave, he immediately went on the attack. The training he received allowed him to easily get from the ground level to the roof. But that was the adrenaline speaking. It wears off when you realize you're fighting 2 demons at once. He breathed all panicked as he tried to assess the situation like he had been trained to by the pillar. The white demon was likely the one who had made the clones, so he should prioritize killing him first. The only problem was he could barely move. He heard the voice of the black one speak. What's with that stupid face paint? First demon slayer we've seen in forever and you don't even look all that cool. At this, Zenitsu tensed as he gripped his sword. He couldn't run. The people here needed someone to save them, and they had insulted the paint on his face. That wasn't something he was willing to just let go. Oh, he's mad now. He registered the white one say before it raised its hand toward him. Let's kill with him that face. Suddenly, multiple naked white men came from his hands, like plants that grew from the ground and surged towards him. Zenitsu paled at the sight before angrily screaming as he decapitated clone after clone. If you're gonna throw naked people at me, he screeched as he jumped off one of the clones before he disappeared in a flash of electricity, only for him to reappear right behind White as his head fell off. At least make them girls. He screamed accusively at the defeated demon. Black laughed at this as White's eyes widened in disbelief. It's been too long since one of us was decapitated. Though that's more of the lack of demon slayers to thank for that. Zenitsu nervously looked to the black one who wasn't even concerned his ally was just killed. Suddenly, another clone grew from the white one's body, and he watched in horror as it placed the demon's head back on. What the? That shouldn't be possible. You can't go changing things on us. When demons get their heads cut off they die. They can't just put them back on. You're not entertaining anymore. Zenitsu's eyes widened before he disappeared before roots skewered the air where he was. The roots then retracted back to Black's arm. Wowie, he managed to dodge you so easily, White said in wonder as it wondered where the boy had gone. Wrong as usual, Black said as it pointed down. They both looked to see the slayer on the ground, or floor of the roof. He fainted out of fear. They both paused at this. Black then wiped its eyes from the tears it had shed from laughing as it laughed. Aha, let's kill him. So, who are they? Zenitsu asked dreamily as he gestured to the 3 very beautiful women surrounding him as Tenjin rifled through his supplies. Well, we're servants to Lord Tenjin. The one with blue hair said as she lit a candle. That's a dumb way of putting it. The yellow-haired one said before the black-haired one sighed. Stop it, both of you, she said before looking at Zenitsu. We're Lord Tenjin's wives. He stopped screaming in disbelief as he was punched in the stomach by Tenjin. Geez, just shut up already. Yes, they're my wives, he said as he turned back to searching his supplies. How do you have one wife, much less three? He asked incredulously as the wives around him giggled at his outburst. You've certainly picked an interesting Tsuguko, Makio said jokingly. Do I know how to pick em or what? He said as he turned to Zenitsu, who looked at him in shock. Wait, Tsuguko? He asked in shock before Tenjin moved to him with a brush in hand. Yep, you're part of the Yuzui family now. And to make it official, he said as he painted his face before holding up a mirror. Here's some flashy and flamboyant custom-made markings done by yours truly. Zenitsu looked shocked at the red markings on his face that mirrored the sound pillars, only on both his eyes. Look kid, I know a thing or two about self-loathing. I've done a lot of it my entire life. But know this, he said before placing his hand on his head. I flashily believe in you, he said before a few seconds passed and he looked down to see Zenitsu hugging him. He slowly returned the action before his wives joined in. This must be what a family feels like. It feels nice. People screaming, people crying, people sobbing, people wailing, people bleeding. Zenitsu's sleeping body gripped his hilt in anger as sounds filtered through into his head from all over town. Demons, living, demons, laughing, veins across his body bulged at the fury that coursed through them. I think we should kill him before he gets up, one of them said as multiple heartbeats surrounded them. The clone making one then. Agreed. The one who must have been the black one said as his arm shape turned sharp and pointed at him. It quickly grew towards him before puncturing the tile. However, he wasn't there. He had shot to another part of the roof and was currently darting toward them at exponentially faster speeds than he was when awake. He needed to figure out which ones to cut. The black one was easy, but the white one was surrounded by clones, all with the same heartbeat. He thought back to his training. Whenever you're looking for a demon in hiding, assume they can sense you and listen for their heartbeat. Even if they're invisible, no demon would be calm witnessing a guy with a sword that can kill them walking to or in front of them, so their heartbeat will go through the roof. Simple as that. Simple as that, he thought as he severed the neck of the main white one, and just for good measure used a form of breathing he derived from Kanao. He spun around rapidly, using his sword to extend his range, and sliced the heads of all the clones in the process. Lightning breathing first form, dancing sparks. He then landed on the roof of the building before turning to where the black one was, who still hadn't moved. He assumed he needed to cut both their heads off to kill them given how they were combined earlier. He also gave the head of the clone maker about 5 minutes 7 seconds before it fell to the ground. He wouldn't even need half of that. He shot forward before leaping onto the sharp root that had been sent towards him, before using the angle to shoot forward and sever the head of the black half of the demon. As both heads fell onto the roof, the clones that came from the white half started disintegrating as if they had been decapitated, leaving the villagers to cheer at their survival. The demons themselves, however, only wondered one thing, and for once they were completely united. Who are you? They asked in synchronicity as they turned to Ash. The yellow-clad boy didn't even turn to them as he fell to the floor of the roof. Zenitsu, 5 senses. And with that, everyone went to sleep. For Zenitsu it was actual sleep, but for the demon it was death. Zenitsu woke up the next morning, in a comfortable bed and everything. What happened? Did I lose? He then shot up as a woman came in. Oh, you're awake, she said happily as she hugged him. I must have died, he thought as the girl hugged him. Cause this is heaven, he thought dreamily as he hugged her back. However, he realized the hug was one arm short. Oh, you're the girl I saved last night, he said as he pushed back and looked dejected. I am sorry about your arm. The girl herself looked sad before she brightened up. You kidding? You saved me and my little brother, and likely the entire village. We should be thanking you more. For Zenitsu, this was shocking. This girl was looking at him so happily, and that guy wasn't even close to being in a relationship with her. He was her brother. This is chirp chirp. Oh, he yelled as his bird, Sparrow, Kaminari pecked at his head. Looks like he had another mission. But she was so, and he was pecking his head again. Thanks for letting me sleep here, he said as he ran out the window before he could contemplate staying a second longer, lest he'd never leave. I quote, I'm sure you'll make someone very happy, he sobbed as he ran away. Why can't I ever be happy? Oh, good fortune, his swordsmith said as he danced. I've never gotten a yellow blade with a lightning pattern, and it's one of the first ones made in so long. Lucky, 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 the clown-masked man said as he danced. Zenitsu looked down at his blade before looking at Tenjin, Makio, Suma, and Hinatsuru. Good luck out there, kid, Tenjin said as he and the 3 wives hugged him. Come by whenever you're in the area. Why, yeah, and don't forget to do your daily hygiene. Suma said worriedly. More importantly, don't lose to any demons. Makio said. It'd be a shame if you died. Not that those both aren't important, but just come back alive. Hinitsuru said with fondness in her voice. I promise, Zenitsu said as he hugged them all as the swordsmith danced around them. Hey guys, it's me. I haven't slayed any demons yet, but they always get taken care of. I must have a guardian angel. Hey Kanao, I think I've finally gotten that new form down. I can't wait to use it. Actually scratch that, I hope I never need to use it. Anyway, signed Zenistu of the Five Senses. People in the towns I go to usually call people like me ditzy. I don't think I'm that in the slightest. Look at it from my point of view. I've spent most of my life with no emotions and being told what to do by a coin. Now, I'm a demon slayer. I could die any night. I've got to live my life to the fullest. And maybe that results in me making some reckless decisions. Kanao thought as she headed to a restaurant. But I mean, come on, it's not like that's gonna hurt anyone, she thought before she stopped in front of the restaurant door. She then smiled before she started tapping her foot as she remembered the song she and her friends had made. She stepped into the restaurant before she started making noises with her mouth as she muttered the lyrics. She danced around people, easily attracting the attention of them, and even more so the person who was now in the doorway, watching her. The dancing didn't stop as she was now singing aloud and approaching her verse. Nah nah nah, you'd all be weeping. She then jumped onto a table and loudly exclaimed, K-A-N-A-O-T-S-U-Y-U-R-R-R-R-R-I-I-I, baby, what on earth are you doing? A shocked voice said from the doorway, causing Kanao to freeze, not because of the shock in the voice, but because she recognized it. She groaned as she turned around and looked to see someone she very much did not want to see. Hello Lord Shinobu. The Five Senses, bring on the demons, Kanao. Kanao meant to try and smooth things over, she really did. Only, when she stood at the front of the door ready to knock, she froze. Everything came back to her, Shinobu trying to kill her, everything she said about her friends, everything she said about her. Before she knew it, the door had opened from the inside to see Shinobu looking at her with wide eyes. Don't, she interrupted. Don't talk of what we said, don't talk of how we were, just train me, she stated. Shinobu looked at her, face frozen. What even was that emotion? Before trying to speak again, B just didn't get a chance. Just train me, she yelled harshly and quickly. And so, she was let in, and she was trained. And the sisters never mended their gap. So, Kanao said slowly as they sat across from each other at a table. Shinobu looked at her with an impatient look before she continued. What are you doing here, Lord Shinobu? The pillar looked at her in shock before speaking. Really? That's what you say after we don't see each other in forever? Forever isn't long enough. Oh my, Shinobu stopped herself as she breathed in and out. Apparently Lord Yubayashiki has seen that this demon will require a pillar to slay. And I was in the area. Oh good, Kanao replied as she stood up abruptly. Then you don't need me, she said as she walked out of the restaurant. Shinobu watched this happen with wide eyes before disappearing in a flash and reappearing outside and right in front of her, causing the flower breath user to stop and sigh, having already been used to her speed. What? You are technically my Tsuguko. I filled in the paperwork. Ergo you are obliged to come with me on this. Kanao raised her eyebrow at the statement before groaning. UGGGHHH, fine, she said as she looked at the shorter woman. I'll stay, she said begrudgingly. Good, she said curtly. Now let us go slay this demon. She remembered being taught how to implement wisteria into her attacks. They practiced with sand so as not to waste materials. The town of Shinsu, famed for its music, impressive office of adoption, and not much else. Kanao, at least be respectful. Shinobu commented on Kanao's description of the town they were walking through, which she had said out loud. Kanao looked at her with a look that said seriously, though I admit it's more preferable to the display you put on in that restaurant. Now that was worth words. What's wrong with what I did in the restaurant? She asked curiously, not liking where this was going. Oh, where do I start? Oh boy, this is gonna be a long one. Demon slayers are supposed to be stealthy. The first thing you did when coming into the town was yell your name in a highly crowded restaurant. And even disregarding that, it is incredibly rude to do so. Kanao grumbled before responding. Look, I was singing a song I made with my friends and I just got carried away when I got to my part, she said offhandedly as she heard her sister scoff. She moved to ask her sister what was up before seeing her crow, Hana. These two had been traveling together and, through Kanao's boredom, had created a sort of code between them that only they knew. You need to make an effort to bond with her. Ugh, not you two. Don't be like that. You haven't taken Genya's advice in the slightest despite promising him you would. Well, he's not the one here in this situation. Maybe I'm fine with this. You ever thought about that? Kano, I know about the letters. The girl in question froze at this before looking intensely at the crow. I got rid of those, and I kept them. Shall I go fetch them? The bird communicated before she started flying away. Hey, Kano shouted after the bird. Come back here, she said as she turned to run after it before she realized that she was in the middle of a crowded street and everyone was looking at her, including her sister. Me and the bird were having a lover's quarrel. Shinobu smacked her face and turned to her before coming right in front of her. Is this a joke to you? She asked seriously. No I. Mrs. The boy timidly asked before the two females turned toward him angrily. What? They yelled, causing the boy to freak out and run away. The two slayers looked at this questioningly before shrugging and heading off, mainly arguing. Eventually they were crossing a bridge that led to the forest on the other side. It was a good enough place as any to look for a demon. You think I'm such a joke, but I didn't even want to be here, Kano stated as they headed towards the forest. You kept me here, so if anything, you're the joke, she said as she balanced on a bridge railing. Shinobu sighed. If Oyakata-sama said this needed a pillar, so it's better if I have backup. Though maybe I should have gotten someone else, preferably someone who doesn't play around when looking for man-eating demons. Oh, she said as she stood up straight on the railing. Finally something we agree on, she said snidely as she smirked downwards at the shorter girl. How about I go out and see if anyone's in the area? Shinobu looked at the flower breath user before sighing. That would take too much time. Let's just focus on killing the demon. Then you can go back to gallivanting across Japan, she said as the recipient put her hands to her hips. Is that what you think I do? Just go around and have fun? Newsflash, genius, I kill demons too, she stated boldly. Yes, but you could stand to take things a little more seriously. I swear those kids were a bad influence on you. She then darted to the side as Kano struck her sheathed sword down where she was a second ago. Kano, what th? Don't you ever insult my friends. Shinobu froze at the coldness of her words. I don't care who you are, but I do not condone them being insulted. Her eyes were filled with rage that she hadn't seen from anyone but Sanmi. Why are you so protective of them? She asked after a minute of silence between the two. Cause they're my family. Shinobu widened her eyes before speaking. Just because you spent a week with them doesn't mean. Before she could continue she was interrupted by the one she had once called her younger sister. Doesn't mean what? That they wouldn't risk their lives for me. That I wouldn't do anything to save them. That they wouldn't help me get out of my shell a hell of a lot better than you, she asked with an eyebrow raised. I made attempts, but you always flipped that coin and denied me. She tried to refute before Kano started sarcastically laughing. Oh ho, the coin. Well, you want to know what I did with that, she said before she put her hand to her mouth as if she was stating a secret. I sliced it in half and left it in the forest. Shinobu gasped as she heard this. Kani gave that to you, so? Oh, don't worry, she was completely fine with it. Asked me to even, she proclaimed loudly. Asked her to. What does that even? Shinobu interrupted her own thoughts when she remembered what they said. About ghosts. Kani spoke to you, she said as her eyes were covered by shadows. Her tone calm, but slowly sounding. Angry. No, furious. And you didn't tell me. She yelled angrily as her eyes were revealed to be seething with fury. Should I have? Oh, I didn't know there was a reason for me to do so, she said as she looked down at her. Because she's my sister a hell of a lot more than she is yours. She stopped herself before the words came out, clearly having learned from what happened at the pillar meeting. But she didn't need to say anything for Kano to know what she meant. The taller girl got off the railing before she leaned on it. Why do you have a problem with me being me? I'm not hurting anyone. And I'm not hurting you. So why do you have a problem with me finally acting like a person? The two stared at each other for what seemed like eternity, the older wanting to choose her words with incredible precision. Because it's not normal for me, she yelled before continuing. I have used to you flipping a coin to decide whether you get out of bed in the morning. Then 1 week in a forest and you're this, she said as she gestured to her. You're loud, sarcastic, you avoid me, you sing. You're practically a completely different person. Why can't you just go back to normal? She yelled before she properly processed her words and looked at her with shame. Kano looked at her with emotionless eyes as she reached into her bag that held her money. In the background, a biwa started playing. You know, you could have easily adopted me, she said as Shinobu widened her eyes. Or change my name to Kano Kacho. I learned about it a long time ago, but I never wondered why you didn't do it until a while ago. But now I know. The problem isn't that we aren't sisters anymore. The problem is we were never meant to be sisters. We were meant to be Kani's sisters. And now that she's gone, it's clearer than ever, she said as she began to pull something out of her bag. You're not my sister. You've always just been either the girl who would have left me at that bridge, or my teacher who insults my personality. And at least my personality is my own, and the one I adopted because of my dead sister. Shinobu winced at the insult before paling as the biwa playing intensified and Kanao pulled out something she never thought she would see in her hand again. The coin. But I guess I'll do you a favor. You want the old Kanao back? Then how about this? Heads, we never talk to each other again. Tails, we forgive each other, she said before she threw the coin into the forest. She then started walking towards the forest so she could see what it landed on. Kanao, as Shinobu tried to stop her before Kanao swatted her hand away. Come on, look, it's old vintage Kanao everyone, she loudly proclaimed as the sun set behind the horizon. One night only come and see her use her coin to make a big decision that'll affect the rest of her life, she exclaimed as if she were in a circus. The biwa music helped with the ambience. Kanao, please, where's that biwa music coming from? She paused as she finally heard what had been playing for their entire fight. Kanao herself froze as she drew her sword as she processed the sound. However, she did it as she faced away from the insect pillar. Shinobu's eyes darted around before noticing a figure coming out of the forest, playing a biwa. So, you've noticed my attack already. https://docs.geo.glE.com/document/d/1c09mhn5fvicw0mbtglxc0a0/edit. A shame it's already far too late. Dispose of her, he said as he struck a chord on his biwa. Shinobu barely had any time to dodge as she moved out of range of a sword attack from Kanao. While she had plenty of time due to her speed, but she was still confused. Their relationship couldn't be that bad, could it? Wait, that's likely his blood demon art. He's using it to control Kanao, but why am I not affected? She shook her head clear of those thoughts. Either way, the solution was clear. She easily sped towards the demon and cut it across the neck, injecting her poison into it, which she thought before turning around to see the demon unharmed, nor poisoned, was supposed to do something. The demon asked as it paused Kanao's attacks. It didn't even feel strong enough to decapitate me. Were you even trying? Well, I can't really cut off a demon's head, so I usually kill them by injecting poison into them. Her speech slowed as she realized she was fighting a demon that was for all intents and purposes a skeleton, meaning there was nothing for her to inject the poison into. Fuck, she said as the skeletal demon played his biwa and set Kanao at her. Indeed, she woke up to a swordsmith ranting about how the girl ran off as soon as her sword turned light pink. Shinobu watched as the female swordsmith sobbed at how heartless the one she had made the new sword after all these years for was. Shinobu couldn't believe it. She thought Kanao would at least say goodbye to her. She was fast enough though, she could easily just train me. She froze as she remembered how harsh Kanao had been, and then did something she would regret. Instead of going after her sister, she stayed. Shinobu appeared at a house back near the village. She had been able to run away easily. She was the fastest pillar for a reason. She couldn't do anything to that demon. What type of pillar was she? And Kanao is still with him. She's going to be killed. What am I gonna do? The five senses, bring on the demons, Shinobu. She punched the wall of the house. I accuse her of being unprofessional, but I didn't even notice that demon commencing his attack. And his body. How am I supposed to kill a demon if I can't even pierce his bones? Ugh, she groaned as she tried to think of a solution. A miss. She opened her eyes before slowly turning to see a boy looking at her. You ran into him already, didn't you? What are you? She recognized him from earlier when they shouted at him. This is what you were trying to tell us about, weren't you? She asked slowly as the boy nodded. Oh fuck, is she strong? He asked suddenly. What? She asked in response as the boy sighed. The one you were arguing with, is she strong? Well, stronger than most. Not near a pillar's level, but strong enough to fight over 40% of the human race at once and win. Good, he'll likely keep her alive to use as a puppet. He'd kill her if she was weak. That makes sense. He seemed to be all bones, not really built for close combat. She thought in relief before thinking of something else. Wait, how does this kid know so much about this demon? She thought before realizing that most kids should be at home right now with their... Where are your parents? She asked, already knowing the answer. The boy looked downwards as a tear fell from his. Well, that answers that. The only way to break her out of his spell is to do something that resonates with her. He continued, justifiably not wanting to talk about what happened. Do you know anything about her that could affect her on an emotional level? Of course I do, she said in a relieved tone. All she had to do was shake her on an emotional level, and she had lived with her for years. She could definitely come up with something. She slumped against the wall as she slid down to the floor. I have nothing. I know less about my own sister than I ever have, and it's all my fault. I screwed up our relationship and now she hates me. She despairingly, as the boy hummed in thought. Well, his spell works best on those who are in emotional turmoil. It's easy to control someone when they're barely in control of themselves. She shot up at his words. So if you're feeling like this, then she's likely in a more distressed state than you. Her eyes widened at that before chuckling. You saw us in the town. She didn't even want to be around me. What distress could she possibly have over? She was interrupted by pieces of paper being dumped on her. What? She asked as she looked up to see a bird. Wait, that's the bird Kana was arguing with. It must be her Kasugai crow. What is she doing bringing me all these letters? She thought as she opened them up and started reading them. Dear Shinobu, I know this is sudden, but the others thought I should at least try it. Dear Shinobu, Genya's been talking about new abilities, but I think he's just lying. WH. Dear Shinobu, you will not believe what Inosuke did to these cops. Dear Shinobu, Nezuko has been practicing breathing forms, but Tanjiro won't tell us what style she's us. Dear Shinobu, turns out since there haven't been that many demon slayers, most demons target loudmouths who come into the village. So whenever I come to a village I make C. Dear Shinobu, me and the others made this song and I thought maybe we could do something like that. Please tell me if you any ideas for your lyrics and I'll tell you M. Dear Shinobu, 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 dear Shinobu. Dear Shinobu, I want to thank you for training me, and I want to forgive you for what you said, because I love you and I want to be your sister even if you don't want to be mine. But I don't know how to make things better between us, and despite the fact that I have others giving me advice, I still can't do anything. Because I'm scared. I'm scared of what's going to happen if I confront you about this, because I need my big sister to help learn about this new me, and she isn't there and I just want and need her ba. Tears fell from her eyes as she read the longest letter that had been written before being crossed out. Funnily enough, there were already tears stains on the paper. She eventually wiped her tears away and turned to the boy and the bird. Luckily for her, she saw something in the letters that could help her. Let's go get my sister back. Villagers screamed as a girl with a sword slashed away at people with a menacing skeleton playing the biwa. She was purposefully avoiding vital spots, only making it so that they were in too much pain to run, leaving them to watch as she did the same to others. In short, it was a scene out of play. A tragedy. Yo-ho. The skeleton laughed as it made the girl stab villager after villager. Soon I'll be having an entire feast fit for my belly. That is, if I had a belly. He joked before laughing. Ha ha, he said as he looked down at a wounded villager. Get it? 'Cause I'm a skeleton. It's a skull joke. The villager groaned at this, causing the demon to become enraged. Girl, kill him, he said as he played his biwa ominously as the flower breath user walked towards the man with her blade raised. Good night, villager, he said as prepared to strike the final chord of his life. SHINOBUKOCHO baby. What? Everyone asked quickly as they froze at the sound of the words before turning their heads to the source, a short woman who was now bickering with a bird. I know it was my idea, but actually doing it is a different matter entirely, she said as she tried to leave while the bird tried to keep her there. Eventually she just sighed. Well, at least if this fails I won't have to leave with the shame, she said as she stomped her foot on the roof. Suddenly, a biwa started to play, but it was less sinister. The woman, presumably Shinobu, started doing something no one would expect from her, even those who didn't know her. It's the Kacho sister song. Listen here and dance along. 'Cause I have got something to say, she sang shakily at the end, but otherwise it sounded beautiful. What is she doing? The demon asked Kanao, who slightly shrugged under hypnosis before turning to the slayer. What are you doing? Something I should have done a long time ago. Taking a part in my sister's interests instead of casting them aside. The hypnotized slayer's eyes slightly widened before going back to normal. And apologizing, she said before she started singing again. I know people make mistakes, but that is no excuse. For the way I treated you and your friends, you file for abuse. But if you listen to me now, I will make you see that the only way I leave this village is with you here with me. Oh, you want to sing? The demon said as he started playing his biwa. Slayer, sing, he said as Kanao darted towards the insect pillar, sword drawn. As she clashed with the pillar, she herself started singing. You think you can apologize for what you have done to me? The way I see you acting is foolish, means nothing to me. You're a terrible person, that is plain to see. You're gonna die here on the ground. You will bleed. She was strong. Sure, she was holding back, but the fact that Kanao could cause her to back up even under hypnosis. She constantly had to deflect the sword of her younger sister. She was truly on her way to becoming a pillar. However, she already was one for a reason. You think you're making me give up? Well, let me tell you. There is no one way on heaven or in hell I'm gonna leave you. I've made too many mistakes and I am not giving now. So how about you snap out of it and make this demon bow down? She yelled as she head-butted Kanao and made her back up before the girl looked at her angrily before she started singing quicker than before as her attack speed increased. You try to kill me and insult and my friends. Why the hell would I not want you to end? You are always gonna hate the new me. All I want is a sharp sword through your spleen. This isn't good. I'm able to keep this up but I can't kill her like a demon. Stalling till sunrise isn't an option. The demon will get desperate. She thought as she tried to think of what she could do. She had already publicly humiliated herself by doing this whole song, but she thought it would at least snap her out of it. Okay, as fun as this is, let's end this. The demon suddenly said as it started playing the biwa dramatically. As it did so, Kanao raised her sword to her neck, causing Shinobu to freeze. Either you let her kill you, or she kills herself. Choose now, he said sinisterly. Shinobu watched as Kanao held the sword at her neck before exhaling. She then dropped her own sword to the ground before holding her arms out. Time to lay it all out. I saw actual anger in her eyes when she attacked me, so I'm close. I just need more. Oh, please work, she thought as Kanao headed towards her. I admit I have not been the best, I've barely even tried. But it is time for me to tell you that I lied. Kanao heard this and slightly slowed down. Oyakata didn't send me here. I came here because all I want is to reunite with the one I love. Kanao's eyes widened as she slowed to a walk, her sword still raised and still ready to decapitate her sister. I'm sorry for everything I said and what I didn't speak. The fact that you might have deceased made my anger peak. I didn't try and learn about you, I pushed myself away. I should have rushed after you when you took your sword that day. But now I look at you and I see you're the girl of the hour. I think you snap out of this and show that demon your power. I'm sorry for the things I did it in a blur. But know that I will always love you because you are my little sisterrrrrr. She finished as she belted the last part out before she then screwed her eyes shut as the blade swung towards her neck. Well, that was thoroughly humiliating. But I said my piece and I let her know how I feel. And now I don't have to live with the shame of having done that in front of a demon and the entire village. Lo Shinobu. She opened her eyes as she heard a voice about to break into tears. She was greeted by the sight of horrified Kanao looking at her sword covered in human blood. What was I about to do? Kanao broke into tears before she collapsed onto the ground. I'm sorry. She wailed on the ground as the older sister walked towards her, grateful she was back. She cut herself off before rapidly jumping upward to the roof as a large fist crashed down on where the two sisters were. Thorn breathing first form, ravenous snapdragon, travel version. The two sisters looked at where the fist came from to see the skeleton demon playing his biwa menacingly. You should have just cut her down, now you'll die together. Blood demon art, raging soul king. It said as an ethereal giant skeleton manifested around it, lacking anything below the waist, but still moving with the demon at the center. It slowly started walking towards them, the giant moving with him. It must act as its blood demon art's legs, Shinobu thought before looking at where they had been. If they had stayed there they would have been flattened. Kanao moved us out of his line of vision so he doesn't know where we are, but if we don't do something soon it'll destroy the town, she said to Kanao, who dried her eyes and nodded. But how do we get to it with that thing guarding it? She asked as it surrounded the demon. They both turned to see the boy from earlier holding the biwa that had been playing for Shinobu. I might have an idea, he said as he struck the biwa. Shinobu winced. Is there one that maybe doesn't involve me singing again? The looks on everyone's faces answered her question. Where are they? The skeleton demon yelled as he walked through the street. His blood demon art wrecking everything in its range. When I find them I'm going to rip them to shreds. Yeah, that's gonna get us to come out. It turned its head to see Kanao and Shinobu sitting on a roof. Boy, hit it, she said as a biwa started playing. Oh no, not again. Ravaging Soul King. Stop them before they start singing again. His blood demon art roared in acknowledgement before it swung its gigantic fist at them. Kanao smirked as the two sisters dodged the attack. Kazuna no Kaisuke, YouTube. Running through the dark night, where are we headed? Only the moonlight is our sole guide. Pain and sadness cannot be erased, but the flames in our hearts cannot be extinguished, Kanao sang as she darted around, slicing at the thing's giant hands, leaving cuts that made the skeleton demon bleed in the corresponding area. The blood and veins must be inside him. Weird body type, but that's pretty expectable of a demon, she thought before the cuts healed as the thing smashed down towards. She eeped before moving out of the way. For whom do we persist with these feelings? We'll tear through the darkness and into the light, until the day when we can shine. Shinobu reluctantly sang to draw the ravaging Soul King's attention. She then appeared right in front of the demon itself. She then rapidly attacked it, enduring the demon's laughter as she failed to break through its bones. Kanao smirked before jumping into the blood demon art's mouth. Thorn-breathing first form, ravenous snapdragon. She yelled in her mind as she ravaged the insides of the demon's torso as she traveled down to where the actual demon was. Shinobu smirked as she injected poison into the demon through the cuts her sister had made. O fire, born within our liberated hearts, rise up and surround us toward the other side of dawn, until we can love this world once more. Even if our lives come to an end, let's stay connected, they sang as the demon staggered at the poison now inside him. Kanao then jumped down to the ground before she swung at the demon's neck in turn with Shinobu. To the miracle woven by our bond, they sang as they decapitated the demon. They both breathed in relief as the blood demon art dissolved and they were left with a slowly disintegrating skeleton. That song you both sang just now, and the one you sang just now, they were both beautiful. May I know the names of the ones who sang it? It asked. The sisters looked at each other before the older of the two shrugged and gestured to her. Name's Kanao Tsuyuri of the Five Senses. She smiled before noticing something fall out of its sleeve. The coin. Kanao picked it up before watching the demon disintegrate. Shinobu looked at her fearfully before remembering what she said. What did it land on? She asked, terrified what the answer might be. Slowly, Kanao turned to her and smirked. Who cares? It's just a coin, she said before her eyes turned sad. I am so sorry for what I said. She was cut off once more, but this time by a hug. I should be apologizing to you. I saw your letters. Kanao tensed as she said this. Your letters, I am so happy you kept trying to write them. Even if you ended up discarding them. I would love to learn about this version of you. And I would love to properly meet your friends. And I am so sorry for everything, she said as she tightened her grip on her. You will always be my little sister and I am so sorry that I ever thought of leaving you on that bridge, she said as tears fell from her eyes. I am sorry for not telling you, Kanny said hi, and saying you just ripped off her personality to use as yours, and trying to leave it. And you sang, Kanao said to her through her own tears. Oh that, she tensed sheepishly. I'd appreciate it if you didn't tell anyone about. You were amazing. I didn't think you could sing like that. She praised as tears continued to fall from her eyes. Really? Shinobu asked as she thought about it. She wasn't really thinking so she didn't really process how she sounded. But if she sounded good, I read that you wanted to try and make a song together with me. Maybe we could try doing that. Kanao's eyes widened as she full-on broke down in the pillar's arms. I would like she wailed as the pillar patted her back, tears falling from her own eyes. The boy watched the two girls hug each other and smiled, happy those two had finally reunited. He had also been looking for someone to take that demon down, so this actually killed two birds with one stone. He then started to fade away as the sun rose. He did have to get back to his parents after all. They must have been worried sick after not seeing him for over 50 years after all. Far off in a mountain used to test those who wished to become slayers, two halves of a coin lay. A woman Brayfly appeared by them before she looked at the two halves before she smiled and disappeared, happy her sisters were back together. And as the sun rose, the two halves of the coin were illuminated, both having landed on tails. The two had found a place to stay after killing the demon and spent the night there. After they woke up, however, Shinobu had something to show Kanao. Alright, is that blindfold on tight? I know how good your eyesight is, Shinobu said as she brought out something from a particular building. Yes, it's fine, I can't see a thing, Kanao said before something was placed in her hands. Shinobu then took it off to reveal there were certain papers in her hand. I got them done before you woke up. Kanao's eyes widened as she took in the details. I know it means I'm technically your mother, but I figured what the heck. If you're okay with it, you are now a Kacho, Shinobu said as tears fell from Kanao's eyes as she smiled and hugged her. Thank you Mom. Her eyes widened as she heard Kanao speak before hearing her snicker. You couldn't expect me not to make a joke about that, could you, big sis? Shinobu rolled her eyes before returning the hug. After 20 seconds they broke apart before Shinobu stuck out her hand. It's a pleasure to meet you, Kanao Kacho. I look forward to learning about you. Kanao smiled as she took the hand and shook it in tandem, her eyes full of happiness. Now I saw you use a form of flower breathing I'm not familiar with. Care to elaborate? Kanao blushed at that. Oh, it's just a style I made using thunder and beast breathing. I call it thorn breathing cause it's so different from flower breathing. But it only has one form. Shinobu's eyes widened at that before smiling. Well, we can't have that, can we? she asked as she took her hand and led her to the doorway. Tell me everything and I'll help you make some new forms. Really? Kano asked with a smile of shock on her face. Of course. What are sisters for? She said as she opened the door that led outside. Click, freeze. They both did the aforementioned action as they were all surrounded by officers with guns pointed at them. You're under arrest for assaulting civilians and mass property damage. They both looked at each other before Kano spoke up. Officer, please, I'm sure this is just a big misunderstanding. See, it was the demon that did all that. He mind-controlled me to do it for him so he could eat the people once they died. The officer raised his eyebrow. Although we killed him and his body's disintegrated, leaving no trace he ever existed. And my sword has actual blood on it from people. I'm not helping my case, am I? She asked the officers, who shook their heads. Well sis, at least we'll be Tojith what the, she said as she noticed her older sister was gone. She then turned her head to see her jumping across rooftops. What the hell? She yelled as she used thorn breathing to get out of there and catch up to her. Sorry, I thought we were on the same page, Shinobu said snidely as Kano caught up to her. Oh screw you, she yelled before they looked at each other before laughing. The two then ran away, far from the cops trying to catch them. What's up guys? It's your girl Kano. I finally got back together with my sister. In fact, she's here right now. Yes, thank you for encouraging my sister to give me another chance. I'm incredibly grateful. Yeah, she's a softie deep down. Anyway, speaking of sisters, Tanjiro, tell us what breathing style Nezuko uses already. I am quite curious about this as well. I've never heard of a demon using breathing techniques. Don't worry, she's not gonna use it to kill people. Anyway, see you all soon. Signed, Kano Kacho of the Five Senses and her big sister Shinobu. She grumbled as the sword in her box hit her. She was grateful that the sword fit, but still, she made sure to keep quiet so her brother wouldn't notice and worry about her and stop. From what she understood, every day they wasted was a day more people died, which was why they needed to head full speed to, what was it called? Oh, now Natagumo, the Five Senses, bring on the demons, Nezuko. She wandered throughout the house of the Flame Pillar. She didn't get his name, but she knew he was strong. He was helping Tanjiro with his sun breathing after all. She was happy her brother was getting trained by someone strong, and he seemed so nice. The only downside was he didn't trust her, so he made sure that from the moment the sun rose to the moment the sun set, Tanjiro trained. Anything after that was recovery. He didn't say it outright, but it was obvious to her. He didn't want to risk her learning breathing techniques, even if she was technically a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. And the worst part was she could barely blame him. She'd seen what demons could do on their own. She wouldn't want to risk them learning it either. But she wasn't them. She had found a practice sword and was looking for a place to train when she ran into someone who smelled of alcohol. He also looked like the Flame Pillar, only older and depressing and sadder. He looked at her in shock before rushing away and coming back with a blade. Her demon instincts told her it was one of those blades that could kill her. She growled and jumped back out of his range, but he rushed forward. He's fast, is he a slayer? Both their blades clashed as she tried to block him. Only his was an actual blade and broke through hers after a few seconds. She braced to use her blood demon art as the metal went for her neck, only for the blade to stop. As her body hit the floor, she looked up to see the Flame Pillar block the blade with the hilt of his sword. Father, apologies. I had assumed I had already told you, but this is a demon who has not eaten humans. She has been pardoned by Lord Oyakata. You must have passed out drunk when I told you in the middle of the day. He should not be saying that with a smile on his face. Wait, this guy's his dad. Well, it makes sense, they kind of look alike. The hell, the Corps takes demons now. Have you finally acknowledged that we're fighting a losing battle? He yelled before he threw down his blade and headed back to his room. It's all pointless anyway. We all die either way, so we should just give up now. Geez, this guy is depressing, she thought before flinching as the pillar turned to her. Apologies, demon. I had assumed my father was knowledgeable about your circumstances, he said before noticing her broken practice sword. Come with me, he said before walking away, Nezuko following suit. They eventually arrived at a training room. Swiftly, he boarded up the windows. I won't train you, but you have my word you can practice here for as long you want, he said before leaving in a flash, a new practice sword being left in his place. Would have been better if he had called me by my name. He seems nice though, she thought happily before she began training. Nezuko, there's a demon I need to deal with. Can you deal with the others that are on this mountain? Tanjiro spoke from outside the box. She gave a noise of approval before she kicked the door of the box open and jumped out, growing to full size and taking the sword with her. She stood tall in her maroon haori, her pink kimono having been replaced with the standard uniform, though instead of pants, it had shorts and a skirt. In the letters she had exchanged, or rather her brother had exchanged and she had read, there was a possibility that she and Kanao might have gotten outfits similar to that of the love pillars, but apparently that was interfered with. She was glad she preferred what she wore now. She saw Tanjiro running towards her, most likely having started the moment she got out of the box. She smirked under her bamboo mouth guard before holding out her hands, reading to use her hands as a foothold for her older brother. As his foot stepped on her hands, she used strength combined with a burst of pink fire to propel him upwards in the direction he was running. With that done, she looked around herself to check her surroundings. She was in a forest, that was obvious, but what was shocking was the corpses. Her sense of smell had been enhanced, from what she could tell, not to the point of her brothers, but it was exponentially better than before. So she saw the bodies walking towards like puppets, and automatically knew they were dead. They looked rotting, likely having been there for some time. They also wore a similar outfit to her, only without a Haori, using dead people to fight. She thought angrily as her claws sharpened. That's cruel, she yelled in her mind as she leaped forward and cut the strings with her claws, causing the bodies to fall to the ground unceremoniously. She looked back sadly before rushing forward. Those bodies were walking from a specific direction, so that's obviously where the puppet master doesn't want me to go. She jumped through the forest, knocking off spiders that attempted to connect their threads to her easily. That must be how the puppet master connects the strings to the victims. Suddenly, she was knocked into a tree by a large scythe. After quickly reorienting herself, she saw something that made her tilt her head in confusion. That's definitely a demon, but where's its head? She questioned as the demon without a head came at her, wielding scythes that acted as its hands. I made a mistake. This thing came from me at the side, she thought as she dodged its blades. So the puppet master could be anywhere, she thought worriedly before barely getting sliced. Seeing the small amount of blood come from her gave her an idea. She cut her arm before spilling the blood on the demon, smiling mentally as she watched it coat the strings that controlled the headless demon. You want to find a puppet master, she thought as she snapped her fingers, causing the blood to light the strings ablaze, causing the headless demon to fall to the ground like the human corpses she had encountered before. She smirked as she watched the pink flames travel up the threads. You follow the strings. She jumped into a small clearing to see a woman with milky white skin, teal eyelashes and nails, and circular, red facial markings. She also possessed a short and curvaceous physique. Additionally, she had bushy eyebrows and long, white hair parted down the middle of her face which was tied with teal orbs into two thick strands. She had a kimono that was white on the outside with maroon on the inside. When she saw her, she clearly panicked, before holding her arms out, signifying she was ready to be beheaded. Nezuko's eyes widened at this. After protecting Ms. Tameo and the annoying one from those two demons, Ms. Tameo talked to her in private. As you know, Muzan was here a day ago, and left right before you and your brother came here. But not before leaving his demon scouts to search for me here. When you and your brother protected me in Yushiro you spilled blood, and I noticed something fundamentally different about it, she said as she held up a vial. There's something about your blood that allows you to live without consuming humans, retain your humanity, and remain out of Muzan's control. It's not something you can safely test, but if you can get your blood into another demon's system, it's possible you could free them from Muzan. She remembered this before she plunged her finger into the demon's mouth and slammed her mouth closed, wincing as she made the demon bite down on her fingers, but her goal was achieved nonetheless. The female demon writhed around and screamed as her appearance changed. She had a much smaller, childlike body compared to her new, more voluptuous figure. Her skin was marked with two maroon lines on each of her cheeks and her eyes were rounder with yellow irises and X-shaped pupils. She also wore her short, black hair parted to the side with bangs framing her face and two low pigtails. Awa, she actually looks pretty cool. She was cut off as webs cocooned her and solidified around her. Sister smiled as she trapped the weird slayer before looking at mother in her child form. What are you doing, you idiot? If Rui sees you like that, she was cut off as the cocoon suddenly lit aflame in pink fire. She gasped as the weird slayer broke out of her cocoon and widened her eyes at the rapidly healing cuts. You're a demon, she yelled before she was beheaded. Mother looked at the weird slayer in fear as she sheathed her blade, which was the same hot pink as her flames, and looked at her. She whimpered as she approached her and patted her head. Her face stayed frozen in fear as the girl patted her head and looked at her like everything would be okay. She suddenly felt very sleepy and droopily closed her eyes. Nezuko smiled as she picked up the sleeping demon and placed her in the box that used to house her. She'd figure out what to do with her later. At least now she knew she could free demons from Muzan's control. But you have to be careful, Ms. Tamayo's words came to her. Most demons are only kept in Japan because of Musen's influence. Unless you're sure they wish to repent or retain enough humanity, you should simply kill them. The words resonated with her as she headed through the forest in search of the other demons that were there, and she looked to the box she carried on her back, not unlike Tanjiro did with her. This demon who welcomed death, something about her tells me she wishes to repent deep down, so deep she doesn't even know it. Either way, she definitely fits the description of demons I'm allowed to turn, she thought as she came into a clearing with. Weird. She noticed a house floating in the sky. Wait, no, it was hanging on strings. There were also these weird small spiders with heads of humans. They look so scared, she thought as she cut herself and splat her blood on them and activated her power. She watched as the flaming spiders slowly grew to more human sizes, and oh, they were naked. She looked away as their bodies became human again, without their clothes. Wait, I shouldn't be able to turn demons into humans, so they must have been poisoned by another demon that my blood burned away. So where? Hey, she turned to look upward at the floating house to see a bizarre sight. It was like a larger version of the spiders she just cured, hanging by a thread. That must be the one who poisoned the people. What the hell are you doing, you idiot demon? Do you know how long it took to amass that army? Did you think it would be funny to see what your blood demon art did to them or something? She rushed towards him, furious at his use of humans as an army, and unlike the one she just cured, he didn't seem to have a single intention of letting her kill him. Using the strings, she jumped towards him, using the strings like a gymnast would and using her momentum to quickly make her way upwards. He shot splats of poison at her, but it was easily dodged. She swung to another string before grabbing it and using the momentum to swing around multiple times before she let go at an angle that would send her to the creepy demon. She couldn't lie, she was satisfied with the look of fear that came on his face. Crash, before something slammed into her and sent her plummeting into the ground. Do you want dinner? She turned around mid-strike to see the younger brother of the flame pillar. Kyojiro and Tanjiro are on a mission, but I'm sure he's just using it as an excuse to train him more. He chuckled as he brought the food to her. I'm sorry if you don't like it, but He sighed as he turned around. I'm tired of not being able to do anything to help. I couldn't even use breathing forms, and he was cut off by Nezuko wrapping her arms around him. This boy, he does so much, but he's so sad. There are days when Nezuko wishes she had never even known what a demon was. When she wanted to go out in the sun. When people thought she needed to be killed. When someone wouldn't train her. These days were most days. Then there were days when she was grateful she was a demon. When she hit the ground at speeds she hadn't thought possible. Those were the other days. She immediately looked around to see what had hit her before she heard something impact the ground, and her eyes widened as she laid eyes on the most horrifying demon she'd ever faced. He possessed great height and a powerfully built physique. His skin was dark brown with the same red, dot-like design extending from his shoulders reaching down to his arms as other members of his family. He also had long white hair reaching down across his shoulders. His most unique trait was that his monstrous face was identical to that of a true spider, with 9 pupilless green eyes and large pincers for a mouth. Threat to family. Die, he yelled in a gravelly voice before he rushed at her. She dodged his arm before slicing at it with her blade. She was only able to get it halfway through the arm before it growled and swung its fist, sending her flying into a tree. Hahaha, now to get my army back. She watched as the one with the spider body lowered himself to the giant demon's level and spat his poison into the giant demon's mouth as Nezuko rushed forward, wanting to stop what was happening, because there was no way this could end well. She watched as the giant demon writhed around before it started steaming, causing the one who spat the poison to start cackling as the skin of the demon started melting off. She looked questioningly at this before focusing on the spider body demon, who she decapitated thanks to its closeness to the ground and cackling session. It screamed as she sliced through it before falling to the ground. Damn it, damn it, damn it. It yelled as it started disintegrating. You think you've won, but I accelerated and increased the power of Father's metamorphosis. No one will ever leave this mountain. He was cut off as his mouth disappeared before the rest of him followed suit. She raised her eyebrow. What did he mean by that? She thought before turning to face the one known as Father, and understanding completely in every single syllable what he meant. Father gained green skin with blade-like protrusions sticking out of his arms and legs. He lost all his hair and obtained sharper teeth and more pronounced mandibles. He also gained 5 spikes going upwards on his forehead. There were also 4 giant spider legs coming from his back, dripping in a purple liquid. Finally, one of the most notable changes was that the number of his eyes doubled from 9 to 18, and they had all turned a terrifying blood red. He had also seemed to have doubled in height. Of course, the spider legs on his back probably helped with that. He looked at her with his dead eyes before speaking. You killed son ... die. He yelled before he rushed at her. Well, that's terrifying. She jumped backwards to avoid one of its spiked fists, only to gasp as she was sliced in half at the waist by one of its spider legs. Then it punched her in midair, sending her flying back at incredibly faster speeds than before. She was sent through multiple trees until she hit a rock formation. She fell to the ground as everything below her waist started to regrow before she felt something in her system. Something weird. Suddenly, everything started getting bigger. She panicked as she looked around before realizing her hair was falling out. She gasped before she activated her power, causing herself to be set ablaze as her body returned to normal. Well, demon normal. She panted as her lower half started to regrow. That purple liquid was similar to what that demon spat at me. It must be his poison. That father demon's ability must be the metamorphosis he talked about. But since he used his poison on him, he called it his son. He gained the son's poison ability, and it can affect me. As long as I use my blood demon art, I should be fine. But his skin looked harder too, and he was so fast. I don't think I could beat him even without his upgrade. I need to get hell. Please, don't hurt me. I'm sorry. I don't know what I did wrong. Her thoughts were cut off as she heard a whimpering coming from the box she had on her. She placed it down and opened it to see the sleeping demon she had turned crying in her sleep. Please don't hurt me, father. She begged as tears streamed down her eyes. Nezuko had always tried to look out for her family. Her brother did the same, and he always took things too far. He never had any regard for himself until it was too late, and she was always looking after him as well, cursing herself for not being able to do more. But she always was willing to any length to protect her siblings. Weirdly enough, after giving her blood to the demon, she saw her as a younger sister she had lost before. She growled as she hugged the small demon till her tears stopped and placed her back in the box before leaving her there. I will not let him hurt you, she thought before realizing the people she had cured were still there, and at the mercy of the father's demon strength and poison. She had to save them. But first, she needed something to cover her lower half. Manio had been living in hell as some sort of spider thing, and now that he was cured, he was looking forward to getting his life back on track. But now, he thought as he looked at the horrifying thing lurking towards them, I'm gonna die. He and the others screamed as the thing shot a stream of the demonic purple liquid at them. Not again, he thought as he feared returning to that horrifying form. Suddenly, in front of them was a girl in a black uniform and a maroon haori wrapped around her waist like a skirt. I must admit, I've made a sword with these materials mixed with Nishirn before. The calm female swordsmith spoke to her inside the house with the windows shut. She nodded and patted the head of the swordsmith, using this method to show her gratitude due to her lack of speaking. You're very kind. She could feel her smile from beneath the mask. Though she could feel it fade a bit as she held the sword and it turned the same hot pink as her flames. She looked at the swordsmith with a tilted head. Did I do something wrong? Oh, don't worry, she said as she held up her hands. It's the hope of every swordsmith that the blades they make will one day turn bright red. Though some of us take it more seriously than others. They both then heard a scream come from outside. I believe your brother just met one such person. She chuckled before she looked at her. Just remember not to let the blade be met with sunlight. Not that you can anyway. That makes sense, given the ingredients I sent to be used in this blade was. She snarled as she raised her blade with both hands and activated the materials within the blade, causing it to light ablaze with pink fire. My very own flesh and blood, she thought as she struck the sword downwards, creating a line of pink fire that parted the stream of poison and completely destroyed it. Blood water breathing 8th form, waterfall basin. She yelled in her head before she rushed forward. As she did so, images of Genya, Inosuke, Zenitsu, Kanao, and Tanjiro flashed through her head. I watched them train in the fog diligently, wanting to see if there was anything I could do to help. Now that I have a sword, I can use the forms I watched them practice so intensely. Father screamed as it saw her and rushed towards her. She then placed her sword into her sheath and tensed her legs before shooting forward. Using the flames, she was able to burn through and slice his leg off. And if that wasn't enough, the wound then castrated, meaning it would have to break through the burns to heal. Blood thunder breathing 1st form, thunderclap and flash. It screamed at the pain before stabbing at her with all of its spider legs. She watched before she leaped from one to another, rotating the sharp end of her blade to cut off the sharp parts and chop away at the length of the already blunt legs. Blood thorn breathing 1st form, ravenous snapdragon. With the demon already falling downwards, it swung its fist at her, which she saw and set her hand ablaze with the blood within it before using it to hit the fist downwards so she could step on it and use it to get to his head. Blood flame breathing 3rd form, blazing universe arm style. She then ran along the arm to the head, who roared and prepared to shoot poison at her. Let's end this, she thought before she spun and twisted her blade in a 360-degree fashion, slicing its head off. Blood, sun breathing, clear blue sky. She then landed on the ground and grunted as she kneeled down under the stress of using all those forms. It's as I suspected, me and Tanjiro can use sun breathe, which all other forms stem from. And as a demon my body has more of a range in what it can do. Meaning as long as I practice I can use any form of any style of breathing. She thought before her body gave out and she fell limp to the ground. She even spat up blood. Luckily she moved her bamboo muzzle out of the way. Of course, with all the training I have, or lack thereof, I can't really do it in rapid succession and have to rely on my demon abilities. If I were a human I'd be out of commission for a long time. Fortunately, the stress on her body was already being healed, though it would take about 5 or so minutes. I really need to get proper training. Then I won't have to use these tricks to fight strong demons, she thought as she laid there, luckily spotting the lower half of her uniform, which was her first priority to get to once she regained movement in her body. In a forest clearing, though not nearly as big as the one Nezuko was in, Tanjiro stood alone and faced a boy of short stature and a small physical build. His skin was milky white, giving him away as a demon, with red dots appearing at several spots on his face, located above his eyes where his eyebrows are supposed to be, below his left eyelid, ending above his nose, and finally a vertical one running the length of his right cheek. His hair was pure white and bore resemblance to spider legs. The sclere of his eyes was red, while his irises were a pale blue. But most notable was the kanji for lower rank 5 engraved in his eye. I think it's time we end this, he said maliciously as he coated his hands in blood. Finally, Tanjiro said as he rushed forward. Something we agree on, he screamed in wrath. Tanjiro couldn't believe what he saw. Using the corpses of the deceased to fight battles. It was disgusting. At least it's easy to take care of them, he thought as he cut the threads puppeteering them. Suddenly, a foul smell invaded his nostrils. He winced as he looked around for the culprit. Eventually, his eyes landed upwards as he saw a boy, definitely a demon, standing in the air. Wait, no, there were other threads. That's what he was standing on. Leave our family be, he demanded before he started to head away, likely leaving them to the puppeteer demon. Every thought in his mind screamed at him that this demon was the most dangerous and needed to be dealt with. But there were other demonic scents on this mountain. Every single mission he had been on so far, he had been able to deal with single-handedly. The swamp demon, the 2 demon assassins, every demon in the house that belonged to the drum demon. Now though, he wasn't sure he could take that demon along with every other demon on this mountain, so there was only one option. He took a breath before sighing. Nezuko, there's a demon I need to deal with. Can you deal with the others that are on this mountain? He didn't want her to fight, but he didn't have a choice. He smiled as he heard a noise of approval as he slipped off the box and backed away before running to it. Glad Nezuko was already out of it. They had discussed plans for battle and luckily, she had memorized them. He stepped onto her open and overlapped hands before he was thrust rapidly into the air and sent flying after the demon who was moving away. I must deal with that demon. He could be one of them. One of the 12 demon moons. The 5 senses. Bring on the demons, Tanjiro. Nezuko's blood may have abilities that can help us against Muzan. But there is something I must ask of you, Lady Tameo said as she gave him weird knives. These will allow you to extract demon blood. But I need blood specifically from those among the top of the demon world. Tanjiro's eyes widened as he heard her words, immediately knowing what she meant. I require blood from the 12 demons' moons. The boy widened his one showing eye as Tanjiro struck at his head in a 360-degree fashion with his blade engulfed in the wrath of the sun and sliced off his head. Sun breathing, clear blue sky, he thought calmly as he landed on the ground. Wow, Nezuko threw me pretty far. That's good, we won't interfere with battles. By that he meant he wouldn't be urged to help her in her battle. She was definitely as capable as him, maybe even more so now that she was a demon. It didn't stop him from worrying madly. Either way, now I can focus on the main issue, he thought before turning to the decapitated demon. I know you aren't dead. How did you survive decapitation? He asked before he dodged an attack he smelt that sliced a tree diagonally. So that's what he does. He uses offensive strings that have the sharpness of blades. I shouldn't try to slice them until I'm close enough to decapitate him, he thought as he watched the severed head be carried up by strings as the body placed the head back onto the body, veins bulging as it reattached. So you knew I wasn't actually decapitated. Impressive, he said as he readied more strings. I have my strings ready to decapitate my own head constantly, in case I ever meet someone like you. Someone I assume is weak but can actually get the drop on me. My name is Rui. I would like to know your name, as well as how you knew I wasn't dead, before we battle. he stated as he prepared to attack. Since you won't be able to so much as think when I turn you into a corpse. He explains how easily the blade went through his neck. It was like it wasn't even there. Tanjiro thought as he raised his sword. My name is Tanjiro Kamado. You were given away by your body. It didn't give off the scent of ash like demons' bodies usually do, he said before asking him one more thing. Are you one of the 12 demon moons? Rui widened his one eye before he parted his hair to reveal the kanji for lower 5 in his pupil. Tanjiro, however, grinned as he readied to attack, causing Rui to raise his eyebrow. You know, most people would be scared by a demon moon. Do you have a wish for to die by the hands of a moon or something? He asked as his strings tensed and Tanjiro's grin widened. Not in the slightest. See, I've been looking for one of you, he said eagerly as he rushed forward. Damn it, Tanjiro yelled as his face took an angry tone before it went back to how it usually was, and he looked at Kyojuro. How was that? He asked the yellow-haired man. He thought loudly before he gave an answer. Had I not known you beforehand, I would think you were truly angry. I am quite glad you shared your friend's concerns with me. Though intimidation tactics are not something pillars use, we cannot be too careful, you younglings. If you manage to give off the facade that you are something of a maniac, it might just give you the edge, Kyojuro said before turning to the town before them. Now, as for why we are here, I see no reason why we can't train and fulfill our duties at the same time, especially since we only have 9 active members, he said before looking at Tanjiro. Your training for today will be to kill the demon that lurks in this town. It doesn't appear to be a strong one, and I will help should you need it. Given its past behavior from the notes of the mission, I give you about 30 minutes from when you enter this town to kill it. Suddenly, before Tanjiro could react to the time limit, a scream was heard. At that, he was suddenly being moved at an incredible speed. Of course, nothing permits me from acting as an escort, he said, clearly wanting to keep the casualties of the night to a 0. The two beings clashed in the forest, each with the intention of killing each other. What's with his blade? Rui thought as waved his hands to conduct the strings like an orchestra. It's actively burning my threads whenever he cuts it. How is that possible? He asked himself as he flipped back to avoid getting sliced before he turned his attention to his surroundings. I must be more tactical. This one is not to be underestimated. No sane person goes looking for a demon moon, not if they aren't a pillar. He used his threads to slice the rocks before throwing them at the pieces at the Slayer, who raised his eyebrow before he easily batted them away. The figurative light bulb clicked in his head as he landed on his strings in the air. That breath of yours isn't normal. It doesn't just increase your power. It draws out the power hidden in your Nichiren sword to destroy things such as a blood demon art, correct? He asked as Tanjiro raised his eyebrow as he rushed upwards to him, leaping from tree to tree. Guess I'm right, Nichiren ore absorbs the light of the sun itself. Somehow that breath of his draws it out. But I heard him ask for help. If he had the power of the sun itself, then he should be able to clear this entire mountain of demons by himself. So he must possess what all humans do, a limit. He smiled as he sent multiple waves of webs at the Slayer, layering them to increase their effectiveness, only for them to be destroyed in a single slash. Though this allowed Rui 2 things. He was able to move out of the Slayer's range since the slash was used on his attack, and he noticed Tanjiro's breathing had increased. He's slowly running out of strength, as expected of a human who uses something as powerful as a breath that draws out the hidden strength of the sun. That Haori you wear is quite fortunate. It's been forever since I killed a Slayer, but I know the blood you spill won't ruin it. Me tearing it apart will, he said as he bloodied his hands. Did you think those threads were my strongest? He asked as he leapt into the air before red threads started rotating around him before he concentrated them into his bloodied hands and he sent them straight downwards towards Tanjiro. Blood demon art, cutting thread rotation. Tanjiro watched as a ravaging ball of threads was sent towards him. He remembered his teacher's words. Young Kamado, Rangoku started loudly. This is something you must ingrain into your mind if you are to become a powerful Slayer. Can this wait until after I beat him? He asked as he clashed with a green-skinned demon with swords for arms. Grateful Rangoku was keeping watch over the injured man. No, it cannot, for despite everything, your goal is not to beat him, but to kill him. Tanjiro tensed as he blocked both blade arms coming downwards. Depressing as it is to admit, a human cannot surpass a demon. Do not mistake my words. I am merely saying that if I were to fight a demon version of myself, I would lose for sure. We could never match a demon in the destructive power it holds. So do not fight the demon as if it were human. Do not attempt to match him blow for blow, he said as Tanjiro processed his words properly. Analyze your opponent's assault. Tanjiro, instead of trying to slice through Rui's attack, simply closed his eyes and took a deep breath in through his nose and analyzed his surroundings before his eyes shot open, and he shot from tree to tree, not unlike Zenitsu before he shot right towards the balls of destructive threads. Evade the attacks. He pointed his blade forward as he spun around and shot right through an opening in the rapidly rotating threads, barely getting so much as a scuff on his clothes, and decapitate the demon. He then readjusted his position so that he was swinging his sword at Rui just like the first time. Only now, the demon was ready for it. Using both his bloodied hands covered in red threads, he blocked the sword as it went for his neck, instead using the force to get sent plummeting to the ground. Tanjiro winced at this and adjusted his body so he too would land on the ground unharmed, Rui's cut-off hands falling beside him. Noticing this, he took two of the dagger things he had gotten and punctured the hands with them, successfully storing the blood. When the dust cleared, they stood across from each other, both of them looking properly pissed. Rui weirdly looked at his hands, which hadn't grown back yet. In frustration, he cut them off even more so before they regrew at an incredible speed. He then prepared his threads in the newly regrown hands as he wove them. "Let's end this," Rui said as his threads formed a circle around them, forming something of an arena. Slowly, it started closing in. "Blood demon art, murderous eye basket." Finally, Tanjiro replied as he shot forward. "Something we agree on," he yelled as his sword went for Rui's neck. Unfortunately, the demon had the foresight to wrap his threads around his hands to become red claw-like gauntlets. He swiped at the air in front of him, towards Tanjiro, who smelled the threads coming for him as he abandoned his attack and shot to the left side as the ground where stood was sliced up. As he readjusted himself, his eyes shot to the cage of strings closing in on the two of them, intent on slicing them both up. Only one of them could regenerate. He made his break towards Rui once more, whose right hand was still downwards, having just slashed there, leaving his left hand to cross over and slash horizontally. Tanjiro ducked and thrust his blade at Rui's neck. Sun breathing, sunflower thrust. The demonic boy leaned back, though it was not with cost. He screamed as Tanjiro skewered and burned his left eye. Tanjiro, not missing a beat, swung his blade down through his face, hoping to get to the neck. Rui screamed in agony as the blade got closer and closer to his neck, mainly because it was slicing through his face to get to it. And since the blade was burning his brain, his limbs were useless. He could feel it now, even his murderous eye basket had stopped, unable to work without him weaving it. "I'm going to die. All alone. Always alone." Unknown to him, tears started flowing from his eye. Suddenly, the attack stopped. With his one good eye, he watched as Tanjiro raised his blade out his body and sheathed it. "What?" he thought as he fell limp to the ground before the Slayer readjusted his gaze to look at something behind him. "What's he looking at?" he thought before someone appeared above him and he felt blood trickle into his mouth. And then everything went black. He had killed his parents. How could anyone blame him? They legitimately wanted him, their son, dead. His father had somehow gotten his hands on a Nichiren blade and went to sever his head while his mother sobbed in the corner. They didn't know he was awake. Sleep wasn't something he even needed. As the blade was raised, the choice he had to make was infinitely easier. Rui. He was now out on the deck, kicking his legs and looking at the moon. "I guess we never were family. They were always so disgusted when I came home with humans' food. They had only themselves to blame. Rui, I'm Mother must still be alive." He must not be precise enough with his strings yet to instantly kill something if it isn't looking at it. "Oh well," he thought as he raised his hand to silence her. "Rui, I'm sorry." He froze before rapidly getting down to her, desperately trying to hear her last words. "I couldn't give you a strong body. Rui, we're going to die with you." Everything stopped. When everything resumed, he was shaking his mother, trying to get her wake up. He screamed, trying to reverse what he had done. "Wake up, you two. I'm sorry. We don't have to stop being a family." He stayed by his parents' corpses, only moving inside away from the sun's rays because Master Musen had showed up and taken him away. He had said he didn't need to despair, that it was their own fault for not accepting him. What else could have been done? He had to accept it. The parents who would have taken their own lives after killing him were gone because of him. He had killed his parents. 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 When he woke up, he saw two slayers, though one was a demon. "What's going on? So you're awake now?" Tanjiro moved in front of him. He had realized his wounds had healed. "Did he carve away the burns?" "My sister Nezuko told me what she saw in your memories. I'm very sorry for what happened to you." He absent-mindedly nodded as he processed what she said. "What's going on?" he thought as he rubbed where he had gotten slashed. only to see his hand look different, like it was human. He frantically checked his mouth, slowing down as he realized he still had fangs. "Yeah, you're not human, you just look similar to when you were human. Though that's a plus," he said before Rui noticed a cat that definitely wasn't there before. Tanjiro smiled before he put one of the blood daggers into a pouch it had before the demon girl. Nezuko, if he remembered correctly, gave him a bundle. He curiously looked at it before his eyes widened as he realized it was the demon he had forced to become his mother. She was sleeping, and for the first time, he realized how young she was. "What have I done? You did a lot of bad things." He looked up towards Tanjiro. "This is your chance to atone for that." His smile, it's so warm. Like the sun was before I became a demon. There are 2 other demons who have broken free from Musen's control and are working to defeat him. What? They're real. He had heard rumors of demons outside of Musen's control, but he thought they were just tall tales. However, they lack the proper capabilities to defend themselves, so you will act as their bodyguard. And you will also take care of the demon in your arms. Understood. He absent-mindedly nodded before Tanjiro helped him up, shocked by what was happening and what had happened to his body. Good, then just follow the cat, she'll take you to them. He looked into his eyes, seeing his own eyes had lost the red sclere and the kanji. He truly wasn't under Musen's control anymore. As he walked away, he turned around to the 2 siblings, who shared a bond more ironclad than any he had ever seen before. "Please tell me," he begged. "Who are you? To show mercy to a demon." The 2 smiled and looked at each other before looking at him. "I'm Tanjiro Kamado of the 5 Senses, and we all have our reasons." As Mr. Nezuko ranted about not getting a red blade, and instead a black one, Tanjiro looked to the Haori he had been given. It was bright red and brilliantly made. "Thank you, Mr. Rengoku." The flame pillar smiled brightly. "Thank you, young Kamado." Truthfully, he wanted to keep his green and black checkered Haori, but he couldn't say no to him. "I am very glad you enjoyed it. It goes well with your ponytail." He had wanted to cut it, but Mr. Rengoku had actually helped style it, so he couldn't after all the help he gave him. "Now then, as for your sister," he tensed. That was something they avoided talking about, the one thing that created animosity between them. He didn't want to hate him, how could anyone? But his sister was a different matter entirely. He stiffened as the pillar laid a hand on his shoulder. "While I do not trust your sister, I can, however, trust you. So go and prove to us all that your sister is different from the other demons." Tanjiro's eyes widened at the declaration he had just made before he smiled. "I'm MPH. He turned around to see Nezuko holding a hot pink sword and ready to go, in the shade of the balcony of course. He smiled and turned to go get her, and after she was in the box, he turned to Rengoku and bowed before heading out. Musen shot up in the bed he shared with his wife. He didn't need to sleep, but it helped. He heard his wife ask what was wrong, but he was concentrating on things that actually mattered. Shalong, Vivi, Zetsu, Brook. All demons who could have risen to the level of powerful moons were taken out by non-pillars. He had expected to see more demons dying now that Akumate was dead, but some of his demons that could rival moons being taken out. He had created the 12 moon system, but there were reserves of other demons that could rival them. He needed to keep up the presence that demons were superior after all. How could he do that if the number exceeded 12? When the connection to Rui snapped, he grew infuriated. He slashed the woman's throat, causing her to writhe about as he turned her into a demon. He walked out of the room, preparing to call Nakheim before he saw a small memory from Rui. Something had happened to him that made him unable to see the prodigy's memories with perfect clarity. But what? All thoughts were stopped as he saw the single small memory that was the only thing he could view. Why Yoriichi? He thought in sheer panic as broke into a cold sweat before he registered the daughter's screams before he turned her into a demon as well. He needed to make sure everyone in the area was killed. He needed to vanish without a trace. With a thought he was at the Infinity Castle, the sweat fortunately having been wiped off. Calm down. I need to do something. Yoriichi is back somehow, but how? I have to leave the continent. Wait, but that might lead to a whole new debacle. What do I? He thought frantically as his outer appearance gave an impression of a man who could not be more calm, betraying the inside of his mind. Damn it. And he killed Rui as well. The one with the most promise of those lower moons. He quickly started to come up with a plan as he had Nakheim summon the lower moons. They all appeared around him, confused as to what was happening. Usually he'd make some visage before he killed them, but he was in a hurry. With a single thought, he plunged his hands and grew 2 tentacles and overloaded the rest of the ranks with his blood, not caring for their screams of confusion as they all turned into a mush, all but one. He then opened up Enmu's stomach as he forced the pulp of lower moon demons into him, only then allowing him to heal as he writhed about with his newfound power coming into his body. He composed himself as he spoke to the 8th strongest demon he commanded, not including the ones he kept out of the ranks. Do you understand? Killed the boy in the red Haori with Hanafuda earrings. He then dismissed the demon. He then had himself sent to an orphanage as he took the form of a small child. His plan was perfect. No human could escape Enmu's blood demon art. Of course Yoriichi could come back from the dead. It was foolish of him to think killing a human that strong would be enough to get rid of him. But it clearly took a massive amount of time. Once he was dead again, by the time he resurfaced he'd already be immune to the sun. As he entered the orphanage, he thought of the name those slayers had given. Who the hell are the 5 senses? Kaguya, are you sure this is wise? The last time they were all together, a battle nearly erupted between the pillars. Amin said as she reviewed a certain mission he wished to send certain people on. She remembered how he had seemed happy a week or so ago when Tanjiro had reported that he had dealt with a lower moon. She could see why. One more moon and he could become a pillar. Did that factor into why he was making this choice? Serve as a reward for Tanjiro. They couldn't afford to have so many slayers in one place. Not when their forces were so minimal. I saw that this would lead to a fruitful outcome. If we don't send these people specifically, we will lose this war. She tensed at her husband's words. If he was saying it, it must be true. Besides, I don't think many of our new recruits have ever seen a train. Chapter 1, The 5 Senses, all aboard the Demon Slayer Express trailer. You know, we only agreed to do that whole song once, right? Genya said as they lied next to each other in the water estate. You're not getting me to do that again, he said to Kanao, who grinned cheekily. Don't worry, I'll sing enough for all 5 of us, she said as she looked to the ceiling as the others chuckled, not believing her in the slightest. Onda, Mugen Tra, Kanao belted out in the middle of the station, attracting the attention of everyone in it. Yeah, it's possible I underestimated her, Genya said as he covered his face with one of his hands as he dragged her away. Are you ready? Guys, meet my big sister, Kanao said as she introduced Kani to her friends. To dream. Aw, it's good to be the king, Inosuke said as he led his underlings through the deep dark cave. Of a better place. Genya was about to open the door to his house before his right hand froze and lit a flame, causing Genya to widen his eyes. Wake up. The train is shown moving on the tracks, a much bulkier Enmu on top. Oh, what a lovely cacophony this shall make upon this night. Take up your blade, Zenitsu screamed as he shot towards Enmu, who wrapped fleshy tentacles around his body. And cut through. Kanao's shown singing on a stage. Maybe it's a dream, I don't wanna wake. Even if the light goes up, I don't have to know reality. She sang tearfully with Kani. The nightmare. Kyojiro ran across the roof of the train, doing battle with a demon who blocked his attacks, cackling as they clashed. Don't die on me yet, Kyojiro. Set your heart ablaze. Genya and Kanao were shown bickering before Genya relented and spoke into the speaker, which reverberated throughout the train. Ladies and gentlemen, please stay in your seats, he said before Kanao took over, because you are now riding the Demon Slayer Express, she said excitedly as Genya rolled his eyes and smirked. And we're gonna save all of you. The scene then switched to Tanjiro, who smiled at his friends. I'm so happy to see all of you are alive and well. As he said that, an MMPH came from the box on his back, agreeing with him. The 5 senses, all aboard the Demon Slayer Express. Nezuko, what are you doing? Genya asked as she held an open wound over the coal, blood slowly falling onto the coal. Genya's eyes widened as he saw this and yelled into the speaker. Hold on to something, he yelled as the train suddenly shot forward. Fueled by the demonic fire, Nezuko spilled onto the coal. MMPH. Nezuko cheered in her small form as she held onto the doorway to avoid flying back due to the speeds the train was going at. Genya was understandably pissed. For this there were 2 reasons. One was that Tanjiro had killed a moon. Now, on paper that should be a good thing. And it was. His friend was 1 moon away from becoming a pillar. And he was 92 demons away. Fuck him. Don't get him wrong. He was happy Tanjiro was alive, as failing to kill that demon would mean he was now dead. But fuck, how had he not come across a moon yet? Were they on vacatio? He was cut off as the demon he was fighting threw him against the wall with its shadowy tentacles. That would be reason number 2. Die, you pathetic human. It yelled as shadowy tentacles busted from the stitches that went down his middle. Geez, that is so weird, he thought as he kept dodging the tentacles. It wasn't that he wasn't able to kill it, he just wanted its blood demon art. He didn't eat Akumate's flesh, and now that he knew about the abilities of his right hand, he hated himself for not getting those abilities. New mission. New mission. His bird yelled from the window of the bar he was in. The demon was lucky it was cloudy right now, or else the sun from the open window would kill it. now, he yelled as he kept trying to get close enough to eat its flesh. Okay, so maybe have a sensing slayer like Tanjiro or Zenitsu in the final selection to give the would-be slayers a chance to survive if they're in over their head. Then depending on the assessment of them, assign them a set amount of training time. Kanao thought as she wrote down ideas for the final selection. Got me looking so crazy rig whoops, that's song lyrics. She thought awkwardly, so she had heard some songs from America and thought she could make her own. Sue her. New mission. Hana Kawad, making her tense. Memories of when she was controlled by that demon came back before she shook her head. Things will be different this time, she thought as she looked to her crow. What is it? Inosuke cackled as he decapitated a demon, stomping on its body as it disintegrated before he rushed out of the cave. The blood from the demon spilled on him, disintegrating. Lord Inosuke is unbeatable. New mission. He grunted as he looked up to see his bird flying around his head. Oh. Where to next? He questioned as he readied his blade. Who else wants to taste my metal? Zenitsu screamed as a woman kicked him out of the bar. Please, if I keep going like this I'm gonna die. You can't blame me for wanting to marry you. He screeched pathetically before his bird landed on a nearby roof and chirped loudly. What? Report to the Mugen train at a train station to the west, to team up with 1 pillar and 5 other slayers. Genya widened his eyes before pulling out his gun and shooting the demon's head off before rushing to get some of its flesh before it disintegrated, only to groan as the sun chose right then to come out and burn the demon away through the open window. He kicked a table over in anger as he was unsuccessful before he rushed out the door and headed off to the west. Kanao's eyes widened before she jumped in joy and whooped before she started packing her stuff and preparing to leave. Zenitsu widened his eyes before seeing the woman in the bar start to angrily stomp towards him. His choice was made easily as she threw a glass bottle in his direction. Inosuke cackled as he followed his bird, shouting about how his subjects must have missed him. Elsewhere, a boy in a red kimono smiled as he heard the message before he looked at a box on his back. It'll be nice to see everyone again, don't you think? PH. A voice from inside the box affirmed, causing him to smile. He then took a deep breath in before he rushed towards the west, leaving a faint trail behind of embers bending in with the sun. As they all rushed to a singular destination, one thought flashed through their minds. Let's get all the 5 senses back together. The 5 senses, all aboard the Demon Slayer Express. Boarding now. 6 freaking months. That's how long it had been since she had seen any of her fellow senses. Of course it had been like a week since she had written to them, so it wasn't that bad. But sue her, she missed her friends. She missed Tanjiro's kindness, Zenitsu's bravery, Inosuke's loyalty to his minions, Nezuko's cuteness, and Genya's tsundereness. She had learned the term a while ago. Those guys had helped her through a tough time in her life, so maybe she had missed them more than she had thought. It's been so long since I've friends, because they helped me make amends with the one who broke my heart and soul. I've really missed them head to toe, she sang as she rocked her head around. The singing might have given her away. The train station was pretty busy in the evening, as it was natural for people to leave town in the evening. Some people were there to greet their loved ones who were coming home, while others were saying their goodbyes. It was a very happy scene for anyone to witness. Kanao loudly sang as she rushed into the station. Yeah, she yelled as she whipped her head and panted. Maybe singing the entire way here wasn't a good idea, she thought before she grabbed a map of where this train thing was supposed to go and slumped onto a bench. At least total concentration breathing helped keep my pace as I ran. She thanked her training before she looked around and started speaking to herself. Okay, the message said 5 other slayers and a pillar, meaning that obviously unless one of them had become a pillar and a new slayer had joined, she was gonna be seeing her friends again. She looked at the map curiously, noting that they were going to go on a bridge 500 feet above water. She shuddered at that. I doubt even a pillar could survive a fall like that. She waited for a couple minutes as she looked around, trying to see if she could spot her friends. At least she tried to before some giant stood in front of her. She rolled her eyes before she looked up to talk to him, the light of the station lights blocking out his face. Hey, could you move, man? I'm trying to find my friends, she said before the guy in front of her chuckled. Wow, did you get that snark from me? Her eyes widened as she heard the voice and stood on top of the bench to look the guy in the face. She even smushed it between her hands before she squealed in joy, much to the protest of the person whose face she was squishing. Genya. She yelled in joy as she jumped onto him and wrapped her arms around his shoulders and her legs around his waist. There is no way that's you. You got so freaking tall, she said in a jovial tone. Genya on the other hand. Get off of me, he yelled as he tried to pry her off him. Look, I've missed you too, but this is too much, he said as he continuously tried to peel the girl off of him. Come on, you know you missed me, he said as she looked at him face to face, only for his eye to twitch. I just said that, now get off of me, he said as he finally threw her upwards, causing everyone watching to gasp as she flipped in midair and landed on her feet. As she did so, he grunted and raised his eyebrows at something. What happened to your hair? She perked at this before she shook her head, showing off her new hair. What was once a ponytail on one side of her head was now 2 ponytails on opposing sides of her head. Twin ponytails, like it, she said as Genya smirked. Actually, it looks pretty nice. You get your sister to do that for you. Kanao smiled at his words before she nodded. Yeah, thanks for that by the way. I wouldn't have been able to reunite with her without getting the will to try, and I owe that to you, all of you, she said with genuine kindness before she shot at him again. So give me a hug, she said as she glommed onto him again, causing him to shout in frustration. Get off me, he yelled as he resumed his previous actions of trying to pull her off. Not until you hug me, she responded as she constricted around him. Are you kidding me? They both froze as they slowly turned to look at the speaker, only to see a furious Zenitsu looking at them. I've been fighting for my life for months now and you guys have just been hooking up, he asked in a quiet voice that betrayed the rage he felt. It was then they both realized the position they were in and blushed madly. Fuck no, I've been trying to get her off of me, Genya said as he finally threw her off. Yuwa, no way man, Kanao said as she backed away from Genya. He's like a brother to me. It was then Zenitsu screamed. I don't want to hear it. You two are demon slayers. Stop acting like lovesick puppies, he screeched as he punched them both on the heads, causing them to growl. I don't want to hear that from you, Genya yelled angrily as he socked Zenitsu in the jaw before Kanao kicked him in the side. Mister, this one pretty girl won't marry me doesn't get to talk. If I had money for every time you wrote to us about getting rejected I could retire early, she said angrily before Zenitsu righted himself before looking angrily at them. And what's with the face paint? Did that pillar imprint it on you or something? Genya pointed out as Kanao realized Zenitsu had face paint similar to Lord Yuzui, only it was symmetrical. Zenitsu's veins bulged as the paint was pointed out. Yeah, he did. You got a problem with that? He asked angrily. No, in fact it actually looks really cool, Genya complimented angrily as he observed how it looked. Thanks for the compliment. I like the 5 dots because I like to think they each represent one of you guys. Why are we yelling at each other? Kanao butted in. It looks like we're all pretty happy to see each other. All 3 of them paused before they all started chuckling, before leading to full-on laughter. Eventually, they all calmed down and looked at one and another. I really have missed you guys. You've gotten taller, Genya, he said as he measured his height up against him, much to the taller one's amusement. I feel like I'm gonna be hearing that a lot, he said before something entered all their ears. What's that? He asked as Zenitsu put his hands to his ears and tried to pinpoint it. A distinct sound, definitely joyful. A laugh? No, it's something more creepy, he said before his eyes widened and everyone there groaned as they pieced together what it was. A cackle, they all said before someone ran into all them and knocked them over like dominoes. Normal people would wonder what could have knocked down 3 experienced slayers. The 3 slayers in question, however, knew what it was. Or rather, what he was. As they groaned they sat up. Inosuke cackled as he rammed into the train headfirst. Awaken my minions. For this beast to withstand my explosive rush, it must be truly powerful. This is surely the demon we've been sent here to kill. Genya groaned as the others got up. Hello, Inosuke, he grumbled angrily. You're still as idiotic as ever, he said as Kanao rubbed her head. Yeah, she said before her eyes widened and she started trying to pull Inosuke away. You can't just start ramming that thing. It might get angry. Wait, what? Genya thought as Kanao started apologizing to the train. Genya froze as the two argued over what it was before slowly looking at Zenitsu, who had a similar look on his face. Do these guys not know what trains are? The Thunder Breath user asked as he pointed to them in disbelief. This thing is supposed to carry us over a bridge that's 500 feet above the water. We can't disrespect him, her, or it might get mad and not take us, Kanao said as she bowed. Please, forgive us. I beg of you. I beg of you. I don't think they do, Genya said, flabbergasted, before he called to both of them. Oh guys, you know that's not actually a living thing, right? They both turned their heads to him in shock. Seriously? She asked in shock. You're not just playing a joke on us, she asked hesitantly. No way. Something that could withstand my attack is clearly a high-level demon, Inosuke stated boldly before Genya groaned. Kanao, you literally sang about this as you came into the station. How do you not know that this is a train, a vehicle? He specified, wanting to be sure of what he was saying. I didn't know train meant this. I thought it was like a car or something. You're seriously telling me this isn't a living thing? She asked to confirm her demon-eating friend's words as she pointed at the locomotive before pausing and thinking things over. Though I've never really learned anything aside from demon-slaying stuff and I've never seen a train before, so maybe. Yes, you idiots, it's not an actual living thing, Zenitsu said dryly before screaming as Inosuke stabbed at him. Behold its power. It's taken control of Yang and Tsunetsu. The boar-headed boy yelled as he slashed at the two before he was punched by Genya and sent to the ground. For the love of, that is a giant vehicle, not some demon, he started as he spread his arms as he spoke, accidentally hitting Zenitsu, who in turn punched him back. Kanao watched as the two started fighting and sighed. Guys, come on. You need to, since she was cut off by Inosuke shooting up from his position on the ground and hitting her in the face, causing everyone to freeze. Inosuke even backed up to join the other two as they hesitantly looked at her. Eventually she exhaled and pulled up her sleeves before screaming and getting into the fight, her punching Inosuke acting as a signal for the other two to continue fighting. The people in the train station, who had been watching ever since Kanao came in singing, witnessed the four odd people continue to fight, some even calling the police while others looked at the spectacle and entertainment. As they did, however, one person walked past the crowd and towards the fight, ignoring the calls of those surrounding them for the person to stop, worried the four would bring injury upon any who got close to them. Eventually the person stopped and cleared his throat, his red Haori making him noticeable as the four finally realized he was standing there and widened their eyes as he spoke. "I'm so happy to see all of you are alive and well." As he said that, an MMPH came from the box on his back, agreeing with him. "Looks like Nezuko agrees with my statement," Tanjiro said happily. "That's good," he said before the others rushed up to him and crowded him. As expected of my underling. You slayed one of those demon moons easily. Why, you're okay, right? I hear those things take a pillar to defeat. So how was it? I bet it was super epic. Where the hell did you find that moon? Did it say where the others were?" Genya paused as everyone slowly turned to him and with a raised eyebrow. Congrats on being one step closer to pillardom." "Yeah, congrats and whatnot." He backtracked rapidly before Tanjiro smiled. "You guys haven't changed one bit." Tanjiro before he looked at the people surrounding him. "Aside from the face paint, growth spurt, and twin ponytails," he said before turning to Inosuke. "And the bandages on your swords," he said as the others turned to look at the blades the beast breath user held before noticing the white bandages had been replaced with black ones. Inosuke cackled as his friends took notice and finally took them out from behind him where they had been tucked in his pants, causing those surrounding him to scream. The five slayers, however, simply looked in awe. "Cool, right?" Snemane said these would provide better grip, and wouldn't you know it, they are, he stated as Genya covered his mouth as he laughed, likely amused at the name his brother was called. Tanjiro then felt the box on his back open up. He smiled as Nezuko made herself known, much to the gasps of those spectating this. The slayers looked in amazement at the demon slayer, her brown Haori having been replaced with a pink one designed after her kimono, and said kimono having been replaced with the demon slayer uniform. Tanjiro smiled as his friends complimented his sister's new look. After the Mount Natagumo mission, her brown Haori had gotten ripped in battle, so he got her a new one modeled after the kimono she used to wear. He smiled as he watched her hug every one of their friends. It had taken some time, but the five senses were finally back together. "What the hell is going on here?" All six of them turned around to see officers looking at them in anger, obviously not liking what they saw, though he assumed their swords had something to do with them pointing their guns at them. "What the hell were you guys doing fighting?" he asked before he ordered them to put their hands up, which they complied with immediately. "I saw that boy right there," one of the many people surrounding them said as they pointed to Tanjiro. "He had his sister gagged and in a box. He's practically dehumanized her." The cops looked at Tanjiro in disgust as everyone agreed with the statement, causing the others to get mad. "Say that again and I'll beat your ass," Genya shouted in rage before he screamed as he was suddenly shot in the leg, setting the others on high alert. Kanao attacked the officers, not drawing her sword, drawing their attention as Inosuke and Zenitsu propped Genya up while Nezuko cut her arm before Tanjiro grabbed her and spun her around, causing her blood to fly everywhere. At Nezuko's mental command, the blood exploded into a hot pink flame. When it cleared, all of them were gone. The officers looked around in shock before hearing a car's engine start up. They headed outside the station to see a car speeding off before they got into their own cars and headed off after it. Unfortunately for the cops, this caused them not to look up to the station roof, allowing them to miss the 6 kids on top of it. Genya looked in annoyance at the bullet wound as he healed it, much to the amazement of the others. So you actually have powers now. Awesome, Kano said in shock as Genya rolled his eyes at her. What did you think I was doing? Lying? Also dang, I didn't think you guys would remember that sequence I told you about. He had taught them what to do if one of them was ever shot due to how the Slayers aren't recognized by the government. Given that officers definitely had access to guns, then they could definitely see them as criminals. Of course, Kanao or Zenitsu deal with the officers, Inosuke or Genya help the one who was shot, and Tanjiro or Nezuko distracts any spectators. Of course, you drilled it into our heads, you jerk. Zenitsu complained. Also way to get shot after warning us about guns, he said sarcastically with a hint of worry as he stood up. To be fair, if he didn't speak up, one of us would, Kano said dismissively as she laid on her back. So can we really blame him? Yeah, they accused Anjaret of doing terrible things to Zenoku. That's not something the King of the Mountains takes lightly, Inosuke yelled as Zenitsu tried to keep him quiet. After all, there were still people in the station. Zenitsu sighed before continuing. I never said I wasn't gonna yell. Besides, he got us a distraction for the cops. I'm not complaining. Muramo grinned as he drove the car away as fast as he could, money in tow. When that guy with the buzz cut gave him all that money and told him to drive away as fast as he could, he immediately obeyed. He was practically set for life, and all it took was all the money I had on me, he grumbled before looking at his friends. You've seen me light my hand on fire, why are you all shocked? He asked before they all sheepishly chuckled. Well, it is quite incredible to see a human using powers like that, and we never knew you could use that flame to heal people. Though given Nezuko can burn away demon-related things, so maybe she can as well, given how your flame apparently comes from hers, Tanjiro said as they all looked to Nezuko, who tilted her head adorably, causing them all to dawa before they all heard the telltale sound of a train leaving. Tanjiro looked off the roof to see the train. Is that the master of this land? It seems to be leaving. Genya and Zenitsu groaned, realizing how clueless their friends were before they panicked. Everybody on that thing now, they yelled as they both signaled the others to come with them as Nezuko got back in the box and they all jumped down. Genya having a harder time than the others as didn't have access to total concentration breathing like the others, meaning he rolled onto the ground while the others landed on the train. They all went down to the caboose door before realizing Genya hadn't landed on the train. He gasped as he ran to get onto the caboose of the train, the others encouraging him to keep up and reaching their hands out for him. With a yell, he jumped forward and got onto the train with his friends pulling them on. As they briefly celebrated, they looked to the car door that would lead them to their first mission as official Slayers together. Genya smiled at that before realizing that before the mission had even started, they had gotten into a fight, made a spectacle, gotten in trouble with the police, and subsequently tricked said police. As they entered the train, Genya's sweat dropped. This was either gonna end well, or incredibly badly. One of the two. Either way, it should be interesting. He then entered and was briefly blinded by the light before he cleared his eyes and looked ahead, only to be shocked at what he saw before immediately calming down and relaxing, lightly berating himself. Demons, trains, guns. That's not my life at all, he thought as he looked ahead to see his house and walked towards it happily, carrying supplies from his shopping trip and wearing a hand-me-down yukata. My life is with my family, and they aren't dead yet. Warning, this is where the two paths diverge. If you wish to stay on the more positive side, go to the next part, or for convenience use the link below. The Five Senses, all aboard the Demon Slayer Express rewrite. Chapter 1 SaiakuMonoNarrator Gui Mai no Ren. Demon Slayer, Kaimtsu no Yaiba. If you wish to stay, know this. This story will get dark, and I will not be blamed because I gave you an out. Continue. Dreams are a wonderful thing. The train was full of sleeping people, the only exception being the conductor and a couple of kids who were sent to deal with the only threat to the master of the train. They can be good, they can be sad, they can be normal, and everything in between. They were greeted by the sight of 5 teenagers, all slumped on the floor outside of the open caboose door, likely having fallen asleep the moment they entered. The best part, one by one, a kid connected a rope that was wrapped around their arm to the arm of one of the teenagers and entered their dreams. I can turn them into nightmares whenever I so wish. The 5 senses, all aboard the Demon Slayer Express, dreaming and watching. Tanjiro smiled as he hung out with his siblings, lightly warning Takeo and Shizuru not to be too rough when playing with Rokuda. Hanako sat beside him making the most lovely flower necklaces, and Nezuko was out shopping with their mother. Everything was, meet my big sister you guys, Kana said as she introduced her friends to Shinobu and Kani, who smiled at her friends. She had been a bit nervous about introducing them, mainly because her friends could be a bit unique. But as she watched her friends interact, she realized she had nothing to worry about. Everything was, "Dang Zenitsu, I didn't think you'd actually manage to make friends," Kaigaku said with a smirk as Zenitsu introduced his friends to them, causing Zenitsu to whine at the joke before he smiled. Kaigaku was just as snarky as ever. Everything was, King Lord Inosuke shouted as he led his minions. Tanjiro the raccoon, Monastu the rat, Jironiko the bunny, Akano the deer, and Angie the badger. His mighty minion team was ready to take on the demon of the cave, the Loco Locomotive. Everything was. Genya smiled as he raised his hand to knock on the door, his left hand holding the groceries. He could hear his father play fighting with the kids and his mother laughing at them. He was so happy he was blessed with such a happy family. Everything was. Wake up. Suddenly, his right hand exploded in pink flames as it grabbed onto his face and startled him, causing him to drop the groceries as he panicked, wondering what the hell was going on. Wait, did I just say hell? I don't curse, he thought as the flames slowly spread to his body, burning of his yukata as he screamed and fell to the ground. The fuck, I just did it again, he thought as scars appeared on his face and his long black hair turned to a buzz cut. What's happening to me? He thought as memories of him shooting a person's head off flowed through his head, though he got the feeling it wasn't a person. As his hand started tearing his skin off, he was shocked that blood didn't gush from his wounds, instead more skin was under it. But it was different, it was more tough, more worked and muscly. When did this happen? I'm not out of shape by any means, but I don't work out to this extent, he thought as he tried to reason with what was happening before he calmed down. Right, I had to train my body so hard because I couldn't do total concentration breathing, he thought to himself as he got one issue down, and could now focus the pink flames. At least he could before he paused. The hell's total concentration breathing, he thought before memories surged back into him and he screamed. Tiano, Tanjiro, Zenitsu, Inosuke, Nezuko. He thought these names as his uniform changed from a hand-me-down yukata to his Demon Slayer uniform, and he stood up from his crouched position and opened his eyes as the flames stopped. They were no longer filled with the happiness that shone from himself a few minutes ago. Now they were mad, furious, as he heard his family inside laughing happily. Tears of wrath fell from his eyes. Why couldn't my life have been like this? He thought as he heard his father play with his siblings. Why couldn't I have been happy? He thought as his mother laughed. Hesitantly, he reached forward his left hand this time, hoping to open the door and embrace this fake world. That was before his right hand stopped it, and this time he was fully in control. He then ran away, not looking back for fear of being roped in. He needed to focus. He only stopped once he was sure he was far enough away that he was sure he wouldn't turn back. Think of something else, he thought as he looked around before seeing his right hand. I heard the words wake up. It sounded like someone else's voice though. A girl, I know less than 10, and she didn't sound like any of them, he thought before he heard the voice again. Who are these kids next to them? Why are their arms tied together? Something tells me I shouldn't cut it. How did these guys fall asleep anyway? How do I wake them up? Okay, he needed to communicate with her somehow. Hey, I'm right fucking here, he yelled loudly, only for the response to be nothing. Must be only one way. Wait, she said something about kids being tied up next to them. Them must mean me and friends, so they're asleep too. But what are kids doing next to us? He thought before his hand twitched in a specific direction. He raised his eyebrow before moving his hand in that direction again, receiving another twitch. He shrugged before he ran in that direction, running past houses and trees, only to find a black-haired girl in a worn-down yukata trying to get past. Was that a barrier? Come on, she said as banged an ice pick against it. I cut through the dream. The spiritual core should be right there. What the hell is this thing? She screamed as she raised her fist to hit it again. Click, only to freeze as she heard the telltale sound of a gun being ready to get shot. I think you and I have some things we need to discuss, Genya stated angrily as he held the gun to the back of her head. Suddenly memories came into his mind. They entered the caboose, only to be greeted by the sight of all the passengers sleeping. Now this wasn't something they found odd, no. What they found odd was the bulky man wearing a black suit with black shoulder-length hair that faded into red and blue near his neck. He had gray skin, visible veins on his head and yellow markings under his blue eyes. On his left eye, he had the mark of rank 1 in the form of a kanji 1. He was clearly a demon. With a moment to regard them, he raised his right hand, and a mouth opened up on the back of it. Sleep. So, that's how he got the drop on us, he thought before internally screaming on how he didn't actually get the drop on them. He looked like he didn't even realize they would be there and just acted on instinct. That's embarrassing. he thought before looking at the girl. Why, you had a perfect dream, a perfect life. All I wanted was that and you ran away from it. What the hell is WR? She was cut off as Genya swept her legs and shoved her to the ground before properly inspecting her. The skin looked rough, she likely had a bad life. From what she said, she was likely working for this demon to get a taste of a happy life. It was completely logical to do what she did. Hell, had he not become a slayer, he probably would have done the same thing. However, you put me and my friends in danger so you could have a happy dream. He screamed angrily. Do you have any idea how fucked up that is? He didn't even stop as the girl screamed in anger. Tell me how to get out now, he yelled. I don't know. No one's ever gotten out before. Once you're hit, you're as good as dead. She sobbed loudly. Genya froze at this. All of them gone. Shadows grew over his eyes as he pushed the girl's head further into the dirt with the barrel of his gun. If that's true, then there's no reason to keep you alive, he said as he prepared to pull the trigger. He ignored the screams of the girl, only thinking about his friends' lifeless bodies. Genya, my sweet boy. He froze as he heard the voice of another woman, different from the one he had been hearing, and different in that he knew who it was. Mom, you've grown up well, despite everything. I'm so sorry for what I did. Now I don't understand everything, but Tanjiro told me enough. You're pointing that gun at the wrong thing, he heard as the voice started to fade. Looks like my time's up. He wanted to turn around, see her face, hug her, but he couldn't. I'm so proud of you and Enmu. Don't stop trying to get to him. I will always love you both. And with that she disappeared. A tear fell from his eye before he looked at the gun in his hand, wondering what she meant before he realized there was only one other thing he could aim it at that would wake him up. He tensed as he held the barrel of the gun to his head. Here we go. What the hell are you doing? He froze as he heard the voice of someone he screwed over a long time ago. He didn't dare turn around, but he knew Enmu was right behind him, and before anything else could happen, he pulled the trigger, tears falling from his eyes as he heard his brother scream. Looks like I was the one leaving this time. Genya shot up and gasped, grabbing the attention of Nezuko, who was currently in her small form and was in the middle of trying to wake the others up. She rushed over to him and hugged his leg, clearly happy to see him awake. Genya smiled at this and patted her head. Thanks for watching over us, Nezuko. I owe you one, he said fondly before he thought of something. Hey, have you been trying to wake us up? PH, she said as she nodded her head. Weird, though come to think of it, I've never heard her voice before. He raised his eyebrow before he closed his eyes. What is he doing now? He widened his eyes as he heard the voice again and looked at Nezuko, who tilted her head in curiosity. Is something wrong? Is there an enemy nearby? Nezuko, think of a number between 1 and 10, he said slowly as she raised her eyebrow before 6. 6, he said immediately. Nezuko, I think I can read your mind. They both froze before Nezuko concentrated and looked at him. No way, she thought before Genya recalled his newly found memories. Shit, that guy who put us to sleep is Lower Moon One, he said as he stood up before he suddenly stumbled, causing her to grab some bento and give it to him. You guys have been beating demons back to back, and Tanjiro only beat the Lower Moon 5. You need to wait for the others to wake up. She had a point. No matter how much training they did, they were still human, and humans have limits. Especially humans who were doing the jobs that hundreds of people used to do. He refused the bento though, before looking at her. Sorry to ask this, but I need a snack to get my energy back. Nezuko rolled her eyes and went to cut herself, knowing that it would be pointless to stop him before she stopped herself and started ruffling through Tanjiro's things. What are you doing? He asked as she went through the belongings of her sleeping brother. Tanjiro wanted to give this to you when we met up, but the cops ruined things. But either way, she said as she pulled out a vial of blood. If you're gonna fight Lower Moon One, you better go with the game, she thought as she, unknown to Genya, gave the second vial of Rui's blood to the demon eater. Enmu stood atop the train, loving the sound of the dreams that would soon turn into the screams of nightmares. Bang! At least he was thinking of it before his hand was shot off, followed by his neck being shot into, nearly severing it from his head. This was followed by the sound of a boy swearing before he turned around to see one of the kids he put to sleep, reloading a gun. Oh, I guess you didn't like the dream I gave you, he asked as he spread his arms. It had been so hard to adjust to his bulky body, but he was glad he could do other things just as well. Maybe I should give you a dream of a world where you can breathe properly, he asked the boy who looked in shock at him before frowning with his black clear eyes. I sense you would be happier with that, given I killed myself in front of my brother in the last one, he asked as he shot forwards. Not fucking likely. Zenitsu knew something was up the moment Kaigaku didn't throw fruit at him, or insult him, or tell him he wasn't good enough. He didn't know why. Kaigaku had always been nice to him before. He had gone away from the others to think about why everything felt so weird. He was having fun with his friends, everyone was happy, everyone was alive. What? Why would I check that? He thought before he started crying. The weird thing was, he didn't know why. All he was thinking about was Kaigaku and what the hell. He screamed as his hand was set ablaze. What's with the pink fire? He panicked as he tried to put it out. I thought I told you not to come crawling back to me. He suddenly froze at the sound of his brother speaking from behind him. He would have turned around, but he noticed his surroundings start to get distorted. What's going on? I know it sucks, but you have to get to work. If you don't, Genya will die. Wait, what? Genya had tried to get close to the demon to get his head off, relying on the moments of surprise given to him by quickly breaking out of his blood demon art, which relied on bursts of sound that came from the mouth on the back of his hand. He had been shooting himself in his dream and finally gotten close enough to kill him when PH. His scream was muffled as the demon grabbed the lower part of his face and slammed him down to the roof of the train. Close quarters. A while ago, you would have been correct in assuming that was my weakness. He grinned as he squeezed harder as he pushed downwards. Now, I have the strength of 5 moons. That's more than enough to squash your life out like a little bug, he said gleefully as he kept applying pressure, grinning as he heard the telltale crack of bones as Genya let out a muffled scream. Damn it, this is bad. He's gonna tear my lower face off. Suddenly, he felt the pressure go away as he saw a flash as the lower moon one gasped as he lost his hand, only for it to regrow. Oh my, he said as he looked at the one who stood beside Genya, who was now eating his discarded hand. What is it with kids not staying asleep this night? He said as he looked in curiosity at the boy. Oh wait, you are asleep. How curious. Zenitsu stood next to Genya as he stood up, having finished the hand, taking note of Zenitsu before shooting at the demon's foot, knocking him off balance. Zenitsu took note of this and shot forward, slicing his head off. The demon widened his eyes as the head rolled onto the roof of the train, looking at the two in shock. Genya sighed in relief before fleshy tentacles came from the train and grabbed them both before squeezing hard. Genya screamed as he felt his bones get crushed. Suddenly, he would feel heat as he was set free before looking up as he hit the roof of the train. Tanjiro and Inosuke had woken up, but damn it was he in pain. As his bones slowly began to heal, he looked in horror as he saw Zenitsu's mangled body. Suddenly, more fleshy tentacles burst from the train as they were all grabbed and sickening crunches were heard as they were all killed. All except Genya, who was thrown onto the tracks ahead of the train. His eyes widened as he wordlessly screamed, his mouth having been crushed as he was run over and subsequently killed. Nezuko gasped as she felt tentacles grab her limbs, keeping her from bleeding and holding her captive as she was forced into a dream. As she lost consciousness, her eyes widened in terror as she saw body parts belonging to her friends fall from the roof of the train. How had things gone so wrong? She thought in despair as she was thrust into a nightmare, filled with more graphic images flooding her mind as she saw Tanjiro get skewered, Inosuke get decapitated with his blades like a scissor, Zenitsu had his legs cut off and was left to bleed out, before seeing Genya get continuously shot in the belly with his own gun. Nezuko screamed, "Stop it, stop 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 it." As the bodies bled and the voices screamed on stage, Kanao slowly stood up from her seat. "What's wrong, Kanao? I figured you'd like this," Kani asked as she looked up to her little sister. "I thought it checked all your boxes for a nice play." Kanao's sweat dropped before she started talking. "Oh no, it's fine," she assured the oldest sister. "It's got action, it's got comedy, the acting's great, and I'm glad my friends could get the lead roles. It's just a little dark," she said slowly, before backpedaling at seeing her sister's fallen face. "Not that there's anything wrong with dark," she said quickly before she realized it was intermission. "I'm gonna go get us some snacks," she said as she walked away. Okay, so when Kani said I should check out this play my friends made, I was happy. No question. Joyous day and everything. But watching it now, it's really different from what I was expecting. More deaf. Nezuko's acting was great though when she used her face to convey how she wanted everything to stop. She thought as she looked for the concession stands. Still, it's a pretty cool idea, she thought as she picked up a stick and thrusted it forward. Kanao, demons, secret breathing arts, cool swords. So cool. Kanao, I wonder if I could be in the play. I would look so cool. And the special effects Ufotable provided looked so cool. I could be like the secret character come to avenge her friends. Kanao, she suddenly noticed a burst of flame. Pink flame. Huh? She thought as she went over to it as it dispersed and found a book. Huh? The script for the play, she said aloud before she leafed through it, only to raise her eyebrow. Hey, I'm in this. Must be an uncut edition. Weird that they used me and my friends' names. It's as if they were made specifically for me and my friends to play. Now, as she leafed through the script, she noticed it was supposed to be much lighter, much happier. Hey, maybe it was because she was there to help. Flower breathing. Hey, I feel like I could have gotten something cooler. Now, suddenly, the book caught aflame again, spreading from it to her body as she screamed. She yelled in pain as memories flowed in through her mind. Memories of battle, friendship, and death. Tears flowed from her eyes as she realized that her life, happy as it was nothing but a dream. As the flame died down, Kana was left on the floor sobbing, and in her demon slayer uniform, sword and all. Tears fell from her eyes as she pounded the dirt, screaming at the unfairness of it all. Kana, I know this is tough, but you have to wake up. No, she screamed. I want to stay here and hang out with you guys and not risk my life every day. And she broke down into tears as she wailed on the floor. Kana, what happened in the play will happen in real life if you don't wake up. She froze as she heard the voice speak. What? She thought as she slowly stopped crying. Kana, you know what you have to do to wake up. Kana heard the words and looked at her sword as she realized what she had to do. She rose up slowly as she held her blade high. Yes, I do, she said as tears streamed down her face. I'm just not sure I'll be able to do it. It is either this or your friends die. Then let's go, she said before she ran off. Kana, where are you going? Suddenly, screams were heard as the ghost saw Kana standing over the headless body of Dream Kana as she sobbed. I am sorry. I have to do this to wake up. She sobbed as tears streamed down her face. What are you doing? Kana shot up as she heard the voice again. I thought I had to kill my dream to wake up, she said as the surrounding people panicked. I don't think I can kill any more. And no, you have to kill yourself. What? Why didn't you just say that? I had to be vague. I thought it was obvious. Well, it wasn't. Why do ghosts have to be vague? She screamed as she sliced off her own head, waking herself up. Nezuko was guarding the passengers and restraining the kids who had woken up. She had used her power on Inosuke and Tanjiro, so they should be up soon. She quickly screamed through her muzzle as her limbs were grabbed and she was restrained by fleshy tentacles. She was unable to cut herself and therefore unable to use her power. Suddenly, an eye appeared on one of the tentacles, possessing the kanji for dream. She was suddenly watching her friends die. Logically, she should have used her power to wake herself up, as was in her ability due to the blood not having to leave her body. Unfortunately, her mind was flooded with violent imagery and the sounds of her friends screaming in death. Fortunately, her instincts activated her power and she woke up, only to look straight into the eye again. Oh no, Genya screamed as the tentacles grabbed him and Zenitsu, his hand being unable to burn away anything. And his gun was out of reach. He heard Zenitsu scream in agony as they squeezed him. Shit, he doesn't have a healing factor. Zenitsu, he yelled to the yellow-headed boy. Thorn-breathing first form, ravaging snapdragon. He widened his eyes as the tentacles were sliced and he got some breathing room. He rushed over to Zenitsu and started using his abilities to heal him. Luckily, it wasn't that harsh and would be healed in a minute or so. He then turned to the one standing between them and the head of the demon connected to a flesh tentacle. Took you long enough to wake up. He sighed as his powers worked their magic. How are the others? He took note of her rapid breathing. Clearly she was stressed, likely having just gone through something. I take it you had a shit dream too. Yep, Kana said after a sharp intake of breath. So what's going on here? At this, the demon head connected to the flesh tentacle chuckled. I sense confusion, though it only makes sense. Those two managed to decapitate me, but that was not my true form. He chuckled as Kana raised her eyebrow. Nor is what you see before you. While you lot slept, I, Enmu, merged with the train. He said gleefully. Oh, now all these. He stopped as he turned to Kana. And sorry, did you say oh? That's quite the unique reaction. Are you unable to comprehend what that means? Oh, I comprehend it plenty, do you? She asked curiously. What? Of course I do, he said with a continuous smile on his face. Why would I do something I didn't comprehend? Well, it's definitely impressive and I don't really see how we can beat you. But what are you gonna do after this? She questioned. What are you talking about? Well, you're a train now. You can't really move away off the tracks, she said. You know, 'cause you're a train and all. How are you gonna get food? She questioned. He chuckled. You have no idea the foolishness of humans. They'll get inside me and I'll gobble them up like candy. Yeah, maybe for a couple of times, but eventually they're gonna get wise and not take the train. Also, how are you gonna hide from the sun? It rises in like an hour or so and there aren't caves around for like ever. How are you gonna hide? At this, Enmu paused. Well, I mean I guess you don't have to worry about this since you could just unfuse with the train and get away. As she said that, however, she took note of the demon's eyes widening. Wait, she then smirked. Can you not unfuse? She said between laughs as started full-on laughing. Genya looked at this in amusement before he reluctantly giggled. The great lower moon won everyone. She suddenly moved out of the way as a fleshy tentacle pounded where she once was. You are certainly one of the most annoying slayers I've ever faced. And one of the most prideful, he said as tentacles came out of the train and rose menacingly. If you thought you could face me alone. At this, Kano started laughing again. What is so funny? He asked as the tentacles surged towards her as something banged against the roof of the train from the inside. You thought I'd actually try and take you on alone. She laughed as a boar-headed slayer busted right through the roof of the train and slashed at the tentacles and cackled as he did so. So I was right. This train was a demon all along. Inosuke boasted as he cackled loudly. I expect you all to bow to me in gratitude. Genya was about to respond before pausing as Zenitsu stood up. All right, thanks for being right, Inosuke, he said begrudgingly as he got up with Zenitsu. As Inosuke cackled, he grumbled verbally, causing Kanao to laugh even harder. And by the way, I was just stalling for the big guy to wake himself up. She smirked as she pointed downwards. Nezuko screamed as she kept seeing the imagery. She would wake up, then see the eye, then see the nightmares, then it would just repeat over and again. Please send Opus this, she screamed mentally and wordlessly literally as she cried and tears flowed from her eyes. What is that smell? Salt water? No, it's something else. It's mixed with the scent of Nezuko. Wait, so that would mean she's crying. Slowly, footsteps sounded through the train car as the one making them looked around. Flesh tentacles, passengers, the others are on the roof, but first. Numerous consecutive slashes were made with a blade that emitted flames that burned like the sun as they slashed throughout the train before ending with slicing the tentacles holding Nezuko before being thrusted straight into the eye. The wielder of the sword twisting it to make it extra painful before catching Nezuko as she fell. Nezuko, thank you for waking us all up. I'm so grateful for you. Nezuko tensed as she heard the voice. She knew who it was, but the tone of the voice was so different. She then looked at her savior's eyes. It was as if they were rage incarnate. You've done so well so far, but I need you to stay here and protect the passengers. Can you do that for me while I go take care of the demon? She nodded her head before going back to back before feeling the slayer vanish in bursts of sun like embers. As she readied her sword and shot forward in a trail of pink flames, she knew one thing for certain. That demon is about to face a fate worse than death. The five senses, all aboard the Demon Slayer Express. Raging sun. Suddenly, Enmu widened his eyes. What was that? It was like my insides were just burned up. Why aren't they healing? He thought before he suddenly felt himself get pushed out of the train. What's going on? He thought in a panic as he slowly pushed into the roof of the train. Pants forming on his legs. He gasped for air. The slayers looked at him weirdly before rushing at him. Still feeling his power in the train, he conjured flesh tentacles to block them before he grabbed one and raised himself above them as playfully hung from it. It appears my new form does not allow my entire body to merge on a long-term basis with the train. At least, not yet anyway. He laughed as he looked down at them. So you're the one in charge here. Everyone on the roof of the train tensed as they heard the voice before they looked to see a boy in a red haori at the base of Enmu's tentacle. Enmu on instinct summoned eyes from the tentacles he was hanging from in an attempt to put the slayers to sleep. Tanjiro paid no mind to this as he rushed forward, slicing the tentacle as he used it to get to Enmu, climbing it and using his sword to slice the eyeballs. Impossible. How is he not even faltering for a second? Enmu thought in shock as he swung his flaming blade at him, cutting off his arm. As the boy cut his other arm off, he took note of his eyes, widening his own as he realized the boy had likely popped a blood vessel behind his eyes because of how bloody they had become. Is he not processing the effects of my power? Because of how angry he is. He thought in amazement before his veins started bulging as his body transformed. How amusing. He thought in ecstasy as he grabbed the boy and threw him away from him, lightly noting the others who gasped at the sight. Oh, now I see why Master Musen was so interested in you. He thought as he held his own face with another set of arms that had grown just in time to save him from being decapitated. You have a uniqueness about you that extends from here to eternity, he said before ripping away at the seared stumps that were his original arms, allowing his original arms to grow back. At least, you did, he said in a sick sweet tone as he watched the boy he had been told to kill fall away from the train and towards the ground. Genya gasped as he reached his hand out to Tanjiro, hoping to grab him, only for the falling boy to stop in mid-air. What the? He thought before seeing. Were those threads? What looked like threads brought Tanjiro back to the train before retracting back into his right hand. Weird, I wasn't able to do that a couple minutes ago. Do the blood demon arts take longer to come in when it's just the blood? He thought before he saw Tanjiro getting ready to charge again. Bonk on the head. What? He thought before Kano hit Tanjiro on the head with the butt of her sword and knocked him out. A night for you, she said as she held him up. She then noticed them looking at her. What? Why the hell did you knock him out? Genya asked angrily, causing Kano to wave her hands rapidly. His body was about to give out. She said frantically, I needed to stop him somehow and knocking him out was the best way to do it. She said before she picked him up and moved out of the way of the tentacles. I can see how that was the only thing you could do, Genya said as he shot at the tentacles. But now we have to protect Tanjiro and fight this guy without our strongest fighter, he said as he and the other two surrounded her, back to her to defend them. At this Kano looked downwards. I am sorry, really I am, she said genuinely. I just didn't want him to die. Genya rolled his eyes at that and sighed. Forget it, he said as he looked at the four-armed demon that could summon trained tentacles, all with creepy eyes that put you to sleep if you looked at them. He said his new body wasn't able to properly merge on a long-term basis, so he wasn't always this powerful. Still, he was able to give the train his abilities. Does that mean we have to kill both the train and him? Ugh, demons are so confusing. He thought in anger, another tentacle coming at them before getting an idea. If I mix those two then, he thought before he sent threads coated in pink flames, slicing the tentacles into slabs. Zenitsu, Inosuke, he yelled, getting their attention. Where the hell is this guy's kill spot? Zenitsu tensed his face up in concentration, as Inosuke simply used his seventh form. After about 5 seconds they both responded. His presence is clearly spread out through the train. But the part that creeps me out the most is that four-armed guy's neck, the two said as they finished each other's sentences off. Genya acknowledged this before staring straight ahead. So all we have to do is decapitate a demon that can put us to sleep, crush us with any one of his forearms, summon tentacles that can crush us, and currently has the advantage on this train, all while protecting our strongest fighter. He closed his eyes and sighed before hearing Enmu laugh. It's not just him, you know. He laughed gleefully. The scraps of me that exist in the train can still feast for me, and all 200 of those sleeping humans will be like snacks to me. How can you protect all of them? Nezuko growled as she slashed at the tentacles with her claws and her blade. Looks like the demon's figured out he just needs to tear away at the burnt flesh to heal as usual. Not good, she thought as she cursed her inability. Even as a demon with all her training, she could only protect 4 cars at once. I've been training to rapidly use different breath forms so that I can fight for longer with as much variety. But I can't do it forever, she thought as she simply used her flaming sword, not wanting to risk setting her timer. For that matter, she thought as Tanjiro came into her mind. Time isn't his friend either. Nezuko was walking alongside Tanjiro in her small form in the middle of the night, smiling in the moonlight, when she suddenly gasped as Tanjiro stumbled. She worriedly started scratching herself, drawing blood to heal him. Did he get injured in the battle with Rui? She thought before he stood back up almost immediately, good as new. I made you worry, sorry, he said as he patted her head. But you might have to get used to it happening, especially since this isn't as bad as it's going to get. She tilted her head in confusion and sadness before Tanjiro picked her up and wrapped her legs around his neck so he could carry her. Sun breathing is the most powerful of the breathing forms, but it's also incredibly straining. Performing multiple attacks with it without rest will eventually tire me out much worse than this. If Rui had simply avoided me and continuously attacked from afar, not allowing me to fight him up close, he would have eventually tired me out and beaten me. She hugged his head from behind, showing she didn't want that to happen. Don't worry, he smiled. I'll get strong enough so that I can finish people stronger than him in the blink of an eye. She prepared to use her breathing to protect all 8 cars, seeing the other passengers in danger. I'll have to rely on them finishing this quickly. If I stop like I did in the forest to regenerate, these people will be doomed. Suddenly, she stopped her attack as her demonic senses heard footsteps from inside the train. What the? The footsteps sound so calm, like they're taking a stroll. Who could be awake and calmly walking at a time like this? She thought frantically before she realized something. She had put her blood on someone else. In a flash, the tentacles that were reaching for humans were sliced up, and the one responsible for them was right in front of her. She watched as the sword wielder took all the details in, including her form, before smiling a smile so familiar, only now it felt warm. I am quite happy to be proven wrong, Kyojiro Rengoku said as he looked at her. You've been fighting to protect humans, even going as far as to use breathing forms, sloppy as they are. Well, I didn't really have a teacher, she thought with a sweat drop. It's been decided, he suddenly yelled before turning around and raising his blade. The 5 senses shall deal with the demon, while we protect the passengers, after which we shall all go and have a hearty meal, and I shall declare to the core my decision to make you one of my two Tsugoko. She widened her eyes at this before she turned around and had her back facing his back. Unknown to him, Nezuko had unintentionally been relaying everything to Genya, who grinned. "Oh, you just worry about yourself, demon." And with that, every single slayer shot forward, with the goal of saving and defeating. As they went, the only one who was exempt from this statement unconsciously clenched his fist. In a cloudy area filled with fog, 5 people were seen talking amongst themselves. "Well, that was certainly interesting," Kanny said slowly after seeing her youngest sister kill a version of herself. "It's nice to see my sister being so emotional though," she said with a smile on her face. She heard a sigh and looked to see Genya's mother. "At least your relative didn't shove a gun to a child's head," she said as she shook her head with a smile on her face. "Oh, give the kid a break." They both saw Kaigaku groaning. He thought he and his friends were gonna die because some kids wanted a better dream. "I'd have done the same thing," he said angrily before turning to the figure who had brought them all here. "And why did you bother bringing us here if you could wake them all up yourself?" The sickly man looked at them with a calm smile before speaking. "I thought it would be nice for you all to see how your relatives have been," he said with a smile before turning to a woman beside him. "Though I am curious why you didn't go and see Inosuke." The woman who had been spoken to smiled sadly. He was going to wake up on his own, and despite everything he made a new life for himself without any knowledge of my existence. "He hasn't needed to see me since he was a baby," she said with a somber tone before a path in the fog opened up. "Welp," Kaigaku said as he sat up from his position of laying down. "Guess that's time," he said before he started heading back first before he heard the others chuckling at him and turned around angrily. "What? It's clear to everyone that you want to leave because you're worried you'll stay here to watch over Zenitsu," Genya's mother said with a kind-hearted laugh, causing Kaigaku to blush before Kanny spoke up. My, the cold-hearted orphan has a heart, how sweet." This sent him over the edge. "Oh, that's it," he said as he drew his sword. "Best part about being ghosts is I get no consequences for cutting off your heads," he said as he rushed towards them, chasing them into the pathway of the fog. Tanjiro and the woman looked at the 3 before chuckling. "I'm glad our loved ones are getting along, though I do admit they can be a bit eccentric," he said before following, with the woman walking beside him. "Maybe we could get together every now and then, it should be interesting at least. And we wouldn't have to worry about them alone," she suggested as the fog engulfed them. Not a bad thought. The 5 senses, all aboard the Demon Slayer Express. Dream's End. Kana screamed as she rushed towards the 4-armed demon. Combine the 2nd form of Thunder, the 5th form of Flower, and the 4th fang of Beast, she thought as she unleashed a ravaging attack that shredded the 2 tentacles that were sent toward her, using her body to spin around and deliver a mix of arching and diagonal slashes that weaved into each other. Thorn-breathing 3rd form, Furious Azalea. Only form Enmu to grin as he summoned another tentacle behind him and produced an eye that Kanao unfortunately had in her line of sight. Within an instant, she was asleep, and though she woke up a few seconds later it was already too late as Enmu impacted her with his fist, sending her off the roof of the train only to be caught by the leg through Genya's thread. "Oh," she screamed, as she was tossed upwards so that she was above Enmu and descending towards him. "Why did it have to be eyes? I'm literally the eye girl," she complained as she brought her sword down, combining the 4th form of Thunder with the 2nd fang of Beast, and the 4th form of Flower as she raised her blade and brought it down in a swift diagonal fashion while using the force from her body to rotate it elegantly. Thorn-breathing 2nd form, Irate Agarita. As she did this, Insao coiled his body into a spring-like fashion before shooting himself at Enmu, who already raised 2 of his fists to block Kanao, while Zenitsu shot forward alongside the boar-headed boy. Beast-breathing 12th fang, Ravaging Falcon Talons. Thunder-breathing 1st form, Thunderclap and Flash. Using his blades and the rotating motion of his body, Inosuke shredded 2 arms on one side and Zenitsu and Kanao took out an arm each on the remaining side. Enmu gasped before preparing to attack, seeing the Slayers in a vulnerable position having just launched a slash each, only needed to wait until one of his arms regrew to have the ability to crush them all. Click, before he turned to see the Genya, pointing his gun towards his neck before he prepared to pull the trigger. In that one moment, Enmu acted on pure instinct. Sleep. The moment the word left his lips and entered the ears of the 4 conscious Slayers, they all left the land of consciousness as they fell to sleep. Enmu grinned as he felt his arms start to regrow rapidly, having also gained the regenerative abilities of the 4 moons shoved in his body. It appeared all who heard him speak were now subject to falling aslumber. How fortuitous! He cackled as his arms fully regrew, preparing first to crush Inosuke, having learned the names of every kid due to invading their dreams. Of course, he couldn't tell the boy was the one his lord wanted dead from such a peaceful dream. His mistake. Suddenly, Genya's hand lit ablaze before his eyes shot open and looked at the scene, unleashing a blazing thread that sliced the two left arms of the lower moon. How the hell did you get a boost of 4 moons? Genya asked as Kanao, having cut her neck, worked with Zenitsu, who was already asleep, to bring Inosuke back to Genya, who used his burning hand to wake the wild boy up. Oh, it was simple. Master Musen was enraged by the defeat of one of his favorite moons, and sent me to kill the one who did him in, he said as he tried to activate the power of his voice and send them off to a nightmare. Apparently it had a cooldown. No matter. He continued to speak as he parried strikes from Kanao, Insauk, and Zenitsu, dodging thread attacks from Genya, frequently using the mouths on the back of his hands and the tentacles that he spawned from the train to keep up with them, quickly put them to sleep, and avoid getting beheaded. Don't tell Master I said this, but I think it was because Tanjiro was the one who slayed him. The others widened their eyes at the statement before Inosuke cut his blades into Enmu's left side, causing the demon to thrash in rage and grab Kanao's arm, gripping it in a sickening crunch, causing the girl to scream before Zenitsu sliced the arm, gripping his friend before he used his strong legs to kick him backwards for Inosuke to grab her and throw her to Genya, who shot 2 flaming bullets into Enmu's mouth and eye, not decapitating him, but preventing him from using his newfound ability which had just finished its cooldown. Holy shit, that actually worked, Genya said as he looked at the right hand that held his gun before switching to the left hand as he used his flames to start fixing up Kanao's arm. He didn't think using his power with his gun in tandem would work since he had a regular gun, but he figured if people could merge different styles of breathing, then it wasn't that out of the box for him to merge different styles of offense, seeing as it worked with 2 blood demon arts. He watched as Zenitsu and Inosuke dodged the attacks of the demon and from time to time slashed at him. They were holding their own, but they obviously couldn't win on their own. Hell, this guy's taking on 4 of us and it's an uphill battle. If not for me, they would have been dead already. Though he'd be lying if he found the fact that he was heavily relied on for healing displeasing. He looked at Tanjiro and groaned mentally. Obviously he wanted to be the one to take down a moon, given it would put him closer to being a pillar. But they needed their big gun back. As he fixed up Kanao's arm, he rapidly shot a bullet at Enmu, noticing him about to open his mouth again. He was not risking that freak opening his mouth again. He then rushed forward alongside a freshly healed Kanao, brandishing his kodachi in his right hand and covering it with fire. He unleashed a downward slash across the demon's chest, causing him to scream. Well, he would have if he had a mouth. In this moment of pain, the 3 others went to slice his head off. At this sight, Enmu's veins bulged as he ripped off the burnt lower half of his face and screamed. Sleep. As he screamed, the sound waves reverberated throughout the train itself, knocking out everyone aboard. Fortunately, Nezuko could wake herself up due to being a full demon, and do the same for Rengoku. Alas, for the 4 in his presence, he made their dreams particularly horrifying, so terrifying, so mind-numbingly destructive, that their feeble human minds wouldn't be able to process the fact that they needed to kill themselves. First introduce corpses of the ones they loved, both dead and gone, gushing blood from every hole in their body. Then once they've been properly shocked, he began the true nightmare. He mentally scarred them so heavily that they wouldn't be able to behead themselves. Even the sleeping one couldn't fight anymore, only able to do as much the other 3, which was shed tears as he made their last minutes alive pure agony. He grinned before he cackled as tentacles rose from the train and grabbed each of them. He clapped his 4 arms as he slammed their bodies against the train, taking a sick delight in how, while they were more durable than the average human, blood still came from their bodies. Oh, what a lovely cacophony this shall make upon this night. He cheered in joy as he rubbed their unconscious, bloody, nightmare-filled, numb bodies against him. How grateful am I to receive such power. He cheered as he twirled around, gleefully laughing at the sound and sights of the bodies being rammed downwards onto the roof. Bastard. He froze before pure instinct caused him to create a tentacle that thrusted him upwards before it was suddenly chopped down along with the 4 holding the slayers, and he ended up falling onto the train and on his stomach before he turned around and looked up to see Tanjiro looking down on him in fury. He then noticed the others slowly coming to. What is this? He thought before looking at them all. I've never felt anything like this in my life. Not when Master Musen was in the middle of killing, not when fighting 4 slayers at once, not ever. His thoughts yelled as the sun breather raised his blade. Is this fear? Was my feeling of fear enough for them to break free? he thought as the blade shot towards his neck. No, suddenly, a tentacle spawned under Zenitsu, shooting upwards and taking him along with it, drawing the attention away from him and allowing him to run away and wrap himself in layers of tentacles, all covered in eyes that would send anyone to sleep with a mere glance. As the others watched in panic as Zenitsu was carried into the air, Genya groaned in anger before he ripped off a piece of the tentacle and ate it up before Tanjiro chopped it down like a freaky tree. Unfortunately, this left Zenitsu in the air, causing them all to panic before Genya screamed after noting the Thunder Breathe user was far enough away and falling. "Screw this. Guys, get ready to go," he said before he jumped off the train and pointed his gun downwards. "We're ending this now." He then fired his gun with his right hand at the ground, infusing as much demon power into the first shot, and using the force to send him flying upwards to the Thunder Breath user. He then grabbed Zenitsu and angled him so that the golden-haired boy could use his chest as a leaping board. "Make it a big one," he said with a calmness that betrayed the fact that if he didn't attack soon they would hit the ground and die. Zenitsu nodded and whispered sorry, before every single muscle of his tensed on the legs he had positioned on Genya's chest before he shot forward with speeds never seen by anyone on the roof of that train, the force of which caused Genya's chest to nearly cave in. The demonic strength he possessed and regenerative abilities he had being the only thing that stopped him dying, and instead having the only consequences to his health be coughing up blood. The breathless slayer then aimed his second shot upwards, and fired with the same amount of force, sending him flying towards the Enmu, trailing behind Zenitsu as he holstered his gun and unleashing every blood demon art his right hand had stored up as they both screamed. Godlike speed. Killer slice. Zenitsu, having arrived first due to his greater sped, sliced away at the tentacled shell before he tumbled onto the train roof, Genya using his flaming claw and threads to eradicate the few he didn't get. As Enmu's shield was destroyed, he looked in fear to see Kanao and Insao coming at him, both destroying two of his arms with Kanao slicing his mouth, not wanting to risk him using that new power till they were done with him. Ravaging falcon talons, furious azalea. He then looked in fear as suddenly Tanjiro was right in front of, and looking him straight in the eye. Locking that gaze he slashed his head off with a blazing sword of the sun, burning his neck swiftly but making it feel like an eternity as it carved through his neck like a knife through butter, but him feel as if it happened slower than a sloth climbing a tree. As his head fell to the ground, his eyes were wide in shock. "Am I going to die?" he thought as he looked around in panic. No, 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 he thought as his very thoughts were set astray and out of order as he screamed at the unfairness of it all in his mentality before one on thought of glee gave him solace. "At least I left my mark on those 4 slayers. They'll be traumatized for life." "What the hell did you do?" He snapped his attention back to see Tanjiro looked over his head, the slayers in the back clearly shocked and numb due to the dream he gave them. "Whoops, I said that out loud." He spoke with glee as he relished the thought of tormenting them. "All I did was give them a nightmare of them ripping at each other's flesh and bodies like they were ravenous animals. That was all he got out before a flaming sword pierced through his tongue as Tanjiro screamed in rage, before he continued his onslaught on the head of the dying demon. He didn't even use proper sword forms. He just stabbed his sword up and down across the demon's face like a child banging a hammer. Tanjiro saw demons as tragic creatures. That had always been true. Now though, as he ripped out one of the disintegrating demon's eyeballs and looked as he looked it straight in the eye, the only thing he felt was pure, ravaging, unfiltered rage. As the detached eye looked at him, it knew that even amongst the flames of hell, that would be the face that tortured him. Tanjiro crushed the demon eye before it finally died, turning around to look at his friends, specifically the one covering his ears. "Sorry about that, I was too loud," he said before noticing the state of his friend's legs. He wasn't a medical expert, but he clearly couldn't use them. "May I carry you down to the cars?" he asked calmly as he walked forward, heartbreaking as Zenitsu flinched away. "Why yes please," he stuttered, having just woken up from a horrible nightmare. Tanjiro slumped in his seat, with Nezuko right next to him. The others were in different cars, Nezuko giving them all bento boxes, and none of them feeling like being next to each other. Tanjiro didn't want to ask, but he knew all the same. They were in each other's nightmares. That monster made his friends get nightmares of being killed and torn apart by their friends. Kanao had used bandages she carried for medical purposes to blindfold herself. Zenitsu wouldn't stop covering his ears. Inosuke and Genya kept clawing at their skin, as if they were trying to get rid of the sensation of something. Genya was doing the same in his mouth, so that didn't bode well. Let's not forget their injuries. They all had beaten up bodies. Kanao's arm still needed some healing and Zenitsu had nearly broken his legs. only avoiding it due to the training he received from the sound pillar. And him, the one who was closest to being a pillar, he was fucking fine. Aside from collapsing into his seat the moment he was alone due to overusing sun breathing to make that thing's last seconds alive as painful as possible. I didn't even keep count of how many attacks I used, so I don't even know my own limit. I think it was more than 10. He looked upwards to the ceiling, seeing the stab holes through the roof. Definitely more than 10. In terms of actual good news, everyone else on the train was sleeping and Rengoku was making sure the passengers were unharmed. The flame pillar and Nezuko were also getting along. That was a definite plus. Through charades, Nezuko had told him everything that had happened. Apparently he now had a sibling, Tsuguko. I'm lucky Nezuko has always been so good at charades, otherwise I never would have learned Rui's past. And I wouldn't be able to communicate with her at all. He thought before he remembered how she was crying. I failed everyone, and now they're traumatized. While he slept, his friends fought for their lives, and vaguely remembered hearing it say that because of him, it got that strength boost. I bet if Zenitsu had taken out Rui, Muzan wouldn't have done it, or better yet Genya. He deserves to be closer to pillardom than me, he thought depressingly. Heck, the only reason we all aren't in the best shape possible is because he and Nezuko are mentally tired from the battle. And who could even slightly blame them? He looked in silent fury at the glass, glaring at his reflection. This is all your fault. If you just worked with them and not got caught up in your stupid rage, Kanao wouldn't have knocked you out and you could have killed it easier. Actually, the glass wasn't strong compared to his strength. It would be so easy to jump out of the window, let the impact of the ground affect his body, and then he would know. He focused harder as his veins tensed. I can't kill myself. That would just make things worse, he thought as tears streamed from his eyes, not stalled in the slightest by Nezuko hugging him. What ails you, young Kamado? He looked up to see Rengoku looking at him from the seat in front of him, the smile not reaching the concern that came from his eyes. He then moved to the seat next to him, picking up Nezuko and placing him on the lap of the pillar. Tanjiro looked at him for 5 seconds before he started sobbing as he told the pillar everything. Every last detail left his mouth as the flame pillar's eyes were widened. When he finished, Tanjiro looked away from his master, not wanting to see the disappointment in his eyes. I know I failed. But please, just leave me alone. I already hate myself enough. He stuttered through the tears before he was suddenly hugged by the man. Young Kamado, you and your friends have just been through something harrowing, as is the life of a slayer. This was not your fault. The demon is to blame for all of this, though you are correct in stating that you could have done better. But you do not need despair over your actions. Instead, learn from them. Make sure they never happen again, he said as he and his sister hugged him tightly. He couldn't stop himself as tears fell from his eyes and he wrapped his arms around his master and his sister. They stayed like that for at least a minute before Rengoku took Nezuko and stood up. Please take some time to recollect yourself. While the world will not wait for you, I can assure you I will, he said before he sat in the seat across from him and looked ahead with a smile on his face. It helped betray the raging inferno that was his pure wrath. Veins bulged underneath his clothes, and he had to hold Nezuko with his arms and not his hands, for he would break anything in his grasp if he held it. The only thing that kept him from destroying things out of rage was that his Tsuguko needed him. He'd talk to the other kids later, but maybe he should get some advice. Victims weren't exactly his specialty, and he knew even if it was a dream, it was real to them. He thought of the woman he had saved before coming onto the train. There was a reason he specifically wasn't helping her. The only thing that stops that demon being burned down to the bone, the soul, is death, he thought before he looked at Tanjiro. Should I try and lighten things up with a joke? No, even I know that's a bad idea. He knew he wasn't an idiot by any means. He was always just better at being direct, and that always worked. Eventually, though he needed to be tactful about this, think, how do I uplift his spirits so that I get young Kamado to talk with the others? That group was one of the most close-knit he had ever seen. He wished could have seen them battle together. Either way, the first step was getting them talking to each other. He thought, okay, maybe I should get some help with dealing with young Shinazugawa, young Kacho, young Agamatsu, and young Hashibira. I'll just focus on young Kamado for now, he thought before an idea flashed through his head. Young Kamado, you know why I gave you that red Haori? Correct, he asked, causing the wearer of said Haori to look at him. Because I look cool in it, he asked slowly, causing the flame pillar to laugh heartily, only stopping to give him a sincere smile, an answer before he and the two young Kamados shot upwards, Tanjiro stumbling a bit due to stress on his body before someone busted in from the roof. They all saw a very muscular young man of average height with skin so fair it appeared bright green tinged white, decorated by a pattern of thick blue lines. He had short, bright pink hair that fluffed out around his head, and inward tilting yellow eyes with pink eyelashes and blue sclere that looked somewhat like cracked glass. The lines on his face curved through each of his eyes from below his ears to over his temples, another blue line running from the center of his hairline to the bridge of his nose, with 2 more lines running around his neck, 3 others branching off the lower one to his torso. The center line ran directly down his chest to halfway down his stomach, and the other 2 branched off to the sides over each side of his chest to join the 2 other lines. This same 3-line pattern they're also repeating around his waist. On his arms there were lines running down the front of his shoulders that ran into 2 more, which went around his biceps, before continuing to run down to his wrists, below which it could be seen that each of his fingers are also dark blue with an orange fingernail, his toes also sharing this unusual appearance. He wore little, only sporting a short, sleeveless dark purple-pink haori that was cut off at his waist, left open to expose his chest, that was decorated by a square pattern on his back. Below this, he sported a pair of baggy white pants that he rolled to just below the knee with a blue rope belt to secure them at his waist. He was barefoot, but wore a chain of large round pink pearls around each of his ankles. "Greetings to all of you," he said with a smile on his face. "I've come to offer the 6 of you humans an offer." He looked at all 3 of them, giving them a clear view of the kanji in his eyes, the daiji for 3 in his left iris, and the kanji for upper rank in his right iris. "How would you all like to become demons?" Insauk remembered the 4-armed demons screaming desperation, putting them all under his spell before. Kano appeared floating in a black void, wondering what happened before she was horrified by the sight of his friends floating in the air, bleeding. Zenitsu screamed as he looked around, terrified at what he saw. Hurriedly, he went to slice his neck, when suddenly one of the corpses grabbed his arm, causing the other to swarm around. He screamed for them to let go, but they were unrelenting as they ripped into his flesh. Mentally, each one of the 4 senses that had fallen asleep were torn apart like pieces of food by every one of the corpses, their loved ones. The 5 senses, all aboard the Demon Slayer Express. Ekaza. When the master appeared before him, he didn't know what to expect. It certainly wasn't being streamlined, disturbing memories of Lower Moon 1, and then being sent to go kill a specific slayer. He knew he was one of the more tame upper moons, but he liked to think that all of them retained enough humanity to find what happened to them disgusting. It was a horrible thing, and sure, he's killed many a human, but he had limits. Either way, he had a job to focus on. He easily found the tracks of the train that supposedly held the slayers, and after putting his ear to it, he was able to figure out which way to go. He got into a running start and shot towards the train. In a matter of 2 minutes, the train was in sight, and in 15 seconds from there, he was on the roof of the train. "Let's see what I'm dealing with here," he thought as he checked out the battle spirits of the car under him and widened his eyes. "One of them is definitely a pillar, and the other 2 are above average," he thought before he raised his fist to enter the train, and as it lowered, he did a quick run-by of all the fight scenes he had watched. As his fist slowly headed downwards, he marveled at the way the slayers fought together. Excellent teamwork, obvious training, clear trust in each other, pure power. A shame it must all go to waste given I have to kill them, he thought as the fist impacted the roof. As he fell through, preparing to land, he had an idea. "Sure, no one's ever taken me up on it, but these 6 are certainly unique. The pillar especially, he's different from the others I've killed. They didn't take me up on that offer either." He finished his thoughts as he landed in the train. "Greetings to all of you," he said with a smile on his face. "I've come to offer the 6 of you humans an offer." He looked at all 3 of them, giving them a clear view of the kanji in his eyes, before he spoke the offer that he had agreed with himself to bring forth in a span of 10 seconds. "How would you all like to become demons?" Kano sighed as she banged her head against the window lightly, staring into the deep dark void. Well, the darkness was probably because she had blindfolded herself. "This is stupid," she thought as she prepared to try and meet with the others. Her thoughts were cut off by the memories of that awful dream. Memories of her screaming as a corpse of Genya clawed at her flesh while Cain ripped into her eyes before she banged her head against the window. She kept doing that until she didn't think about the memories anymore. Whenever she got blinded or someone flashed a light in her face, she didn't open her eyes for an extended amount of time. The visuals she had experienced were definitely a substitute. She groaned as she felt a tear come from her eyes before poking her head out the window and screamed, knowing that if she screamed inside, Zenitsu would hear it, and loud noises always bothered him. "What's wrong, Zenitsu?" "I'm just a bit hungry." He shot his head to the side as the voice came from nowhere before he realized it was just from the dream. He looked around as his eyes darted from one place to the next, still worried the owner of the voice might be there. He knew Kanao, Hinatsuru, Makio, or Suma, none of them would ever do that. It made perfect sense, right? They were his friends, right? Though I'm never any help in fights. I always just end up injured, he thought as he looked down to his useless legs. I don't blame Genya for not wanting to heal me, he thought as tears streamed down his eyes as he remembered Dream Inosuke tearing into his body like the wild boar he dressed up as. Like he was freaking food. I'm useless, he thought before he covered his ears once more as the voices came back. I'm the king of the mountains. He remembered screaming as he ordered his minions, his friends, to stop. But they didn't. They tore at his skin and rendered him helpless as they mauled him. Animals did it all the time, but they never killed their own, not if they were sound of mind. He clawed at his skin, desperate to make the feeling go away. But it didn't. That stupid demon made his dream so not fake his very skin remembered it. He was lucky he chewed his nails or else he'd be bleeding by now. Genya looked at the gun in his hand as rubbed out his mouth with his shirt before rubbing at his skin. At the end of the day, it was a simple tool, made through the use of gunpowder and metal. It'd be so easy to kill anyone he wanted with it. He bashed it against his head as he tried to get the memory of what happened in the dream out of his head. He never liked being touched, and this wasn't exactly any better. As he thought that, he wondered if maybe this was all a dream. Maybe that was his last trick and they were about to be killed. He eagerly pointed the gun to his head and pulled the trigger, only to realize the fucking safety was on. Either way, he realized that either way he would still remember what happened. Thanks to the blood, his mouth would remember what happened. And if he wasn't dreaming, his friend would find his corpse. And if he was dreaming, he'd likely already be dead by now, and he'd just be wasting time. Either way, he was dead. Tanjiro looked at the demon, being able to smell how he was like Musen. He smelled the most like him since that bastard he killed on the roof. There was no question. The only reason they were alive right now was because he was interested in offering them demonhood. Okay, sure, he spoke, causing the demon to widen his eyes before he looked directly at him and smiled, before he grinned widely. Why, you're serious, he said in disbelief. You well and truly wish to become a demon? He asked once more, likely wanting to make sure. Yeah, I admit it, I have failed tremendously, he said as he thought of the others before sighing. Maybe the demon version of me will do better than the human version of me, he said with a tone of depression, and succeed where I failed. He said as he thought about how he had to be careful carrying Zenitsu down because he couldn't use his legs, how the others were in different cars because they couldn't be in the same space as each other. Just do it. Akaza smiled so wide it may have split his face before he held out his hand and gouged a wound in it. This kid isn't lying in the slightest. He well and truly wishes to become a demon and shed his failed human life, he thought before something resonated with him, and for the briefest of milliseconds, he paused. Why does that seem so familiar? Forget it, he thought as he dismissed the sensation. All you have to do is let my blood seep into your wound, he said as he held it out to him. How simple, he said before he held out his sword before pausing. Oh, though there is one problem that I neglected to tell you about. Akaza raised his eyebrow and stopped his grin before he saw the one with the immense battle spirit in the reflection of the window behind the kid. Tanjiro, if he recalled the streamlined memories correctly, moving to sever his head. In the second he noticed that, he also noticed the betrayer swinging her sword towards him as well. It appeared Tanjiro noticed his noticing of the attackers as he swung his sword towards his neck. He acted in a manner he knew would catch me off guard, knowing the others would take this chance, he thought before he grinned once more before he saw how the flames erupted from Tanjiro's blade. His eyes widened as the cells given to him by Master awakened, and the boy was replaced with the image of a different swordsman, the one known as Yorichi. He thought before he saw how the master of the past was incredibly terrified and the memories shut out before he cackled as he moved out of the way of the three sword wielders, damaging the floor of the train so that they would stop and listen to him. How adept you are at fighting, he said happily as he hung from the ceiling before he landed on the floor, the small cut to his neck healing so fast it was like it never even happened. Even if one of you is a demon, that doesn't change how she had to read you like a book to know what you were planning, he said before he tipped his head towards them. I am Akaza, Upper Moon 3, he said politely before he looked at all of them. I must insist you all become demons. Well, I'm not too sure about the demon girl. Maybe she could pledge her allegiance to Master, he said as he questioned things before shrugging. But still, we refuse. He looked at the pillar, raising his eyebrow as he began to converse with him. How steadfast. The one beside you is the exact opposite. Still, it is curious how I didn't detect any hesitation or lying in his words. Battle spirits wavered when they people weren't being true to themselves, and his eye for detail allowed him to notice this. He truly wanted to shed his life as a human, or believe he would be better as a demon. May I ask your name? He said as he raised his hand to bash the head of the man sleeping in his seat next to him. The pillar noticed this and shot forward quickly, cutting off his hand before turning his blade towards his neck. Alas, he was already gone. He jumped to the ceiling before landing on the opposite side of the car. "And the flame Hashira," the pillar stated before he glared at him. "Why would you raise arms against a defenseless innocent?" he asked him, to which he looked at him with a smile. "Weakness of any sort disgusts me, and all humans reek of it. Well, at least most of them," he said as he looked at the humans in front of him, specifically Tanjiro. "I saw the memories of the enhanced moon those kids defeated. You had him on the ropes the entire time. The resolve you had to take your own life even in a dream was pure gloriousness. And the skills you held, the teamwork you showed, oh, if you became demons, you could gain an instant increase in all of them, and the strength you possess would skyrocket. You could even replace all 6 of the lower moons that were killed." He offered happily as Kyojiro widened his eyes while Tanjiro stayed neutral, likely not caring. "Your only problem is your humanity. That leaves you spiritually scarred from your guilt," he said in a somber tone. "My apologies," he said sincerely before he turned to the pillar. "Now as for you, Kyojiro, you're strong, but you will never become strong enough to engrave your name in the emblem of time and enter the realm of the Supreme. You know why?" he asked as before he ripped both his arms off and kicked them into the air as his arms regrew before the discarded ones even hit the ceiling. "Because you're human, cursed to grow weak and old and die," he said as he pointed at the human Kyojiro had saved. If that human you saved had been a demon, bashing his head and wouldn't have been anything more than a simple flick to the skin. Painful, but barely even an annoyance, for it would heal in a minute, he said as he caught his discarded arms as they fell down. "Good as new," he said with a smile. "Things aren't beautiful because they remain everlasting. They are beautiful because they are destined to fall." Kyojiro replied to the high-ranking demon. "Humans know their time alive is destined to end, so they do as much as they can with every day, knowing their end is coming," he said before he moved the man's head so it wasn't leaning into the walkway. "Being an immortal demon, you'd be doomed to a life of innocent death just to survive day by day. The humanity these kids have is not a weakness," he said as he glared at him. "Do not dare insult them, or there will." He sighed before he stomped on the train floor, quaking it, and shot forward, aiming to deal Tanjiro a fatal blow. Tanjiro noticed it, but was too slow to do anything as he prepared to skewer him. He would have to accept to survive. Suddenly, he was moved out of the way as Kyojiro pushed him out of the way before slashed through the middle of his fist. "Then I'll put you in the ground." Tanjiro hit the floor and looked to see Akaza and Kyojiro fighting in the middle of the train. Their movements were barely noticeable, and that was only because they were in such tight quarters and the training he had to be able to properly use sun breathing. But even then he knew he wouldn't be much help. He needed to get to the others. "Guys," he winced, knowing Zenitsu wouldn't like that before continuing. "I need you to." He stopped as he was face to face with Genya holding a gun to his head. Immediately, Tanjiro assumed the worst, that maybe he was blamed by the others for what they went through, and who could fault him, or any of them, if he had just done things differently then. An image of Genya laughing and smiling with everyone else shone through, and Tanjiro berated himself for thinking that. Idiot. Despite the horror they went through, they wouldn't forget the time we shared together. Don't insult them more than you already have, he shouted in his mind as he leaned to the side and mentally sighed in relief as Genya fired the gun at what he knew was the true target. Akaza grinned as he clashed Kyojiro, getting a hit in whenever he caught the pillar off guard. "That's what you get for focusing on protecting the weak," he thought out of nowhere. Why did that specific phrase come up? He thought before he felt 2 things hit his back. What were those things? They didn't even do any actual damage to me, he thought before he suddenly felt his back erupt into pain. He screamed in pain before he caught Kyojiro's sword just as it cut into his neck and redirected it before he felt his flesh break through something and regenerate. There was a delay in my regeneration. What the hell were those? He thought before he noticed Kyojiro looking at something behind and snarled before continuing his attack. "Keep your eyes solely on me," he said as he backhanded Nezuko to where he sent Tanjiro. Normally he wouldn't lay a finger on women, but her being a demon changed things a bit, so he guessed he could afford to just shove her out of battle. "Nezuko told me everything that happened," Genya said as the two went to go get the others aware of what's happening. "Wait, she told you?" Tanjiro questioned before shaking his head. "Forget that. We need to alert the others and get back up." This demon as he was interrupted by Genya flicking his forehead before wincing at his fingers. "Damn, your head is hard," he said in frustration as they both stopped before Genya looked at him. "We're on a moving train, filled with sleeping humans that aren't gonna stay sleeping, and this is upper rank 3. We don't have time to get back up," he said angrily before he saw Zenitsu and moved towards him. You get the others, I'll start fixing up Zenitsu. Tanjiro nodded before he rushed to the next car, only to see a maskless Inosuke scratching at his skin. Inosuke, he said as he grabbed his shoulder, causing the blue-haired boy to turn around rapidly with a panicked look on his face before he visually calmed down. There's an upper-rank demon on this train. We need to group with the others and come up with a plan. His heart broke at how Inosuke's face dropped when he mentioned grouping with the others. Before he could respond, Tanjiro beat him to the punch. I'm sorry, I should have been there for you guys and I came after the trauma instead of before. And I know there's nothing I can say or do to make this better and I'm not even sure what to say now. But whatever you need or want, I will do whatever it is. But we need to. He was cut off by his mouth being covered by Inosuke's hand as he put on his boar head. If you'd let me talk, my loyal minion, you'd know the king does not wish to discuss what happened, he said before he headed to the others, likely sensing them with his skin. Tanjiro looked at him as went to the others and sighed. I'm really bad at this, he thought before he headed to the car where he smelled Kanao. As he entered the car, he saw she was at the front right side, sitting down with bandages wrapped around her eyes. He ran up to her and began to talk. Kanao, there's an upper rank on the train. He noted how she lightly gasped in shock. We need to meet with the others and you need to take off the blindfold or... No. He stopped as she heard him interrupt her, but it was more than that. It was the finality in her voice. I'm not talking it off, I can work with the others, but I can't take this thing off. Tanjiro looked at her in anguish before continuing. I'm sorry, but I need you to be at your best, she asked as she faced forward, but somehow it was as if she turned to her head to look at him. Well, I'm not, am I? She said before she stood up and turned toward him. None of us are, and it's all why she stopped herself before covering her mouth, waiting a few seconds before continuing. I am sorry, she said tearfully as she sat back down, accidentally bumping into someone before sitting down. I'm so sorry, she said as she had her face in her hands as she cried. Tanjiro knew what she had been about to say, and though she apologized before she even said, and likely believed it, he knew. He blamed himself for what happened, and he could not agree with what Kanao had said more, but this wasn't the time for that. Kanao, Genya tried to get hold of Zenitsu's legs so he could heal them, only for the yellow-haired boy to keep screaming as he continued to cover his ears. Zenitsu, please, just hold still, he said, trying not to raise his voice as he spoke with urgency. I can't. I keep hearing them, and seeing them. And it's too much, he screamed in panic as he cried. Genya knew exactly what he was talking about. He couldn't look at Zenitsu without being reminded of what happened in the nightmare. Memories of the nightmare kept flashing into place as he tried to heal his legs, only to see someone's. He shook his head and closed his eyes shut. I know you went through something horrible, actually, I don't know it. And that makes it worse. Genya then paused as he heard cackling and turned his head to see Inosuke coming towards them. What's more than that, he was scratching his skin. He's remembering it clearly as day, but he's coming right towards us, he thought before he sighed and looked at his panicking friend, seeing the flashes of the nightmare and only pausing physically. He could save the freak out for the mental world. But you guys are amazing, and I promise that after this, we can go through this as much as we need to, more than that even because you deserve that. So please, he said as he bowed to her, help me, hey Zenitsu. The yellow-haired still thrashed around, but he knew he heard him. Remember when you saved me, back in final selection. Amidst the thrashes, he saw him shakily nod his head. You were horrified, and you knew you were gonna get hit, but you saved me anyway, he said as the thrashing calmed down. And you don't remember this, but right before the trauma settled in, you and I pulled off an incredible combo attack, he said as he watched the thrashing decrease again before Zenitsu slowly talked to him. We did. I didn't screw anything up, he asked shakily, and Genya could feel how badly he wanted the answer to be yes. Of course you didn't, you never have. And you and I have always been there for each other, and we have always been there for the others, he said as he slowly stood up. We're not right in the head, not since we got fucked over as kids, and not since that nightmare. But even though I am getting, frankly horrifying scenes in my head and all of us will very much need some therapy after this, I know I can still trust you to be there for me, he said as he reached out his hand. Slowly, Zenitsu gripped his hand and he stood up on his newly healed legs. Grinning, Genya was unsure if he wanted a hug and shakily prepared to do so before Zenitsu, as if reading his mind, shook his head. Oh thank the Buddha, he thought as he dropped his arms. Glad to know none of us are ready for that. Or is that a bad thing? Whatever. He then saw Tanjiro coming back along with no one else. Kanao is gonna be a little while, meaning we are down to a group of 4, he thought dryly, though he couldn't say he really blamed her. He was honestly shocked he was around 2 people who were in his nightmare. He supposed it was a blessing he didn't see a speck of Tanjiro in that nightmare. He assumed it was the same for everyone else because they were all looking at Tanjiro and trying desperately not to look at anyone else. Heck, he only knew that because they were in the corners of his eyes. Okay, what is Nezuko doing? They all turned to the girl Genya had pointed out and saw she was sticking her head out the window. We will deal with that later. First we need a plan to deal with the upper moon on the train, he said as the train suddenly lurched before going back to normal. Fast, unknown to them, Nezuko had heard what Tanjiro and Genya said about backup, and she knew that it was worth a try to see if her idea could work, given they had nothing to lose should it fail, that they already weren't going to because of the demon with the 3 in his eyes. As she looked to the sky and closed her eyes, she sent out a thought she hoped would be received, along with where they were in the situation. Please, help us. I'm on my way. Alright, let's assess the situation, Tanjiro thought as he took in the surroundings and the status of everyone. Kanao's out of commission, Genya, Zenitsu, and Inosuke are powering through their trauma, but still hindered. I'm pretty tired myself, but other than that I'm fine. Nezuko's always in top shape, and Mr. Rengoku is currently fighting Akaza. So, there are better situations to be in, he thought sheepishly before he saw the passengers slowly moving around and started speaking. Enmu's power was the only thing keeping them from waking up now that he's gone. The others widened their eyes as they realized what he had seconds ago. The passengers on this train were about to awaken to an upper moon demon fighting a pillar on a train that was taking damage with every attack parried and launched. Definitely better situations to be in. The 5 senses, all aboard the Demon Slayer Express. Off the rails, Genya looked at the civilians as they slowly awakened. We need to get them off the train, he said before Zenitsu spoke up. But how? The yellow-haired boy asked nervously. Jumping off the train now would be a death sentence for anyone but us. Maybe we could carry them, Inosuke volunteered, only for it to be shot down by Tanjiro. No, we don't have enough people. Besides, we wouldn't be able to properly land carrying others anyway, he said as he bit his lip before Genya groaned. If only we were going over a pond or... Genya paused as he remembered something before he turned to Tanjiro. I might actually have something of an idea, he said as the others turned to him. Kanao, we have a plan, Tanjiro said as the girl in question moved her mouth to object before he cut her off. And you don't have to take off your blindfold, he said quickly, causing her to pause before she slowly turned her head to him. Seeing she didn't respond, Tanjiro sighed. Please, I need your help to save these people. I'm gonna regret this, she said as Tanjiro looked at her gratefully before he apologized. Akaza looked directly at the swordsman he now fought, admiring his opponent greatly. What an ironclad stance, he said in amazement before he allowed himself to get a slash across the chest, making the swordsman watch as the wound that would be fatal to a human healed in seconds before he smiled at him. What a magnificent attack. You must become a demon now, he said as they clashed in the aisle. Like I told you before, though I thank you for the compliment and think your attacks are quite honed, I will not, he said before he struck his sword downwards. Blazing universe, he shouted before redirecting his sword to go upwards. Rising scorching sun, he screamed as the attacks took out an arm and a leg respectively before he went for the head of the pink-haired demon, who smiled before he flipped away with his one leg before the severed limbs regenerated midair, and he landed. Think about it, you haven't reached your peak yet, he said before they both shot towards each other and clashed into a standstill right over the hole in the floor he had made. Become a demon and we can spar endlessly, he said as he got close to Kyojiro's face, wanting to make sure his words were heard clearly. Just think about it, us two, battling together forever and ever. He cackled gleefully. Kiss, kiss, kiss. They both froze before they looked to where he had thrown Tanjiro to see a blindfolded girl whose head was turned in their direction with a smile on her face as she tapped her fingers together. Hey guys, what up? She said as she waved to them as they both looked at her. So question, you wouldn't happen to know anything about a demon that freezes things, would you? She said as his veins bulged at the mention of that fucking bastard as he clenched his teeth. Okay, based on the sound of your teeth grinding together I'm going to assume yes, she said as she moved towards, shakily. Was she counting her steps under her breath? Young Kacho, he heard Kyojiro ask. What was that you just said? Wait, I remember this girl's name now, Kanao Kacho, he thought as Kanao looked at Kyojiro with what he assumed was curiosity. It was hard to tell with a blindfold. Oh, I was just enacting a master plan to get you guys out of the train, and I wandered in on the most interesting flirting session I ever did see, she said as she brought her hands together. Dang, has flirting gotten more aggressive, or is this just how they did things back in the day, am I right? She asked. No one. As both the demon and swordsman heard the words of the girl they both blushed and stopped their attacks. Wait, he said quickly. You have it all wrong, he said as he held up his hands as Kyojiro did the same. Young Kacho, that is hardly an appropriate topic to discuss at this specific point. The flame pillar said in agreement with him. Oh pish posh, come on you two, I heard how you were both complimenting each other left and right like you were firing bullets back and forth, she said as she patted both their heads. Now don't you two lovebirds worry, you can fight to the death later, for now just enjoy your date, she said before she clapped her hands. We even brought flowers and everything, though they kind of ended up powdered, she said before snapped her fingers and Akaza widened as he saw purple packets fall from the hole he had made before he felt Kyojiro slash his blade into him. Only he cut the packet, and its contents seeped into him. Wait, these are wisteria packets. This girl got us distracted so her friends could drop the packets, knowing Kyojiro would realize what he needed to do. He was feeling more sluggish, a result of the poison being so deep in his bloodstream, and the fact Kano had taken the liberty of wildly swinging her blade to unleash the other packets meant this place wasn't exactly optimal for a fight. He roared as he jumped out of the train, coughing as he had inhaled some of the powder. Briefly noticing the other slayers ducking back into the train, he prepared to shoot forward and get them easily before he felt his leg get cut off. I won't let you escape. He quickly turned to balance on his hands as he saw Kyojiro and unleashed a kick on the side that sent him towards the front of the train. Noting that he coughed up blood, he then shot towards him with his newly regrown leg as he cackled. Guess it was time to get serious. Don't die on me yet, Kyojiro, he yelled before he clashed with his blade, the increased power sending Kajiro backwards. Kano threw up, trying to aim at the hole she couldn't see. She smiled in victory as she heard the spew hit the tracks. Given I was this close to an upper moon and patted his head, I find that this reaction is pretty tame, she thought as she shakily stood up. Noka, are you okay? She tensed as she heard Inosuke talk to her as she gave him a thumbs up before the train suddenly lurched again and she felt a body land on her. Get off of me, she shouted as she thrashed around, hearing the screams of someone but ignoring them as the memory of the nightmare replaced the actual situation. Please stop, she shouted as tears pricked from her eyes. It was then she realized her blindfold had fallen off when the body landed on her. She immediately screwed her eyes shut off as she started feeling around, needing desperately to find it. Tuna, stop, she heard Inosuke yell before she responded. Shut up, I need that blindfold, she said as she kept wondering where it was. No you don't, you just need to back away slowly. His voice was desperate. Why? Doesn't matter, where is that blindfold? She thought as she kept crawling around. Kanao. She froze as she heard him speak before she was suddenly pulled back and she started screaming once more before she felt her eyes being blindfolded. She calmed down as she was able to comfortably look into darkness. Inosuke must have used his wrappings to substitute the blindfold, she thought in relief before she heard him panting. You were about to stick your hand into the tracks. She felt herself pale as she realized how close she was to losing her hand before she took notice of how stressed he sounded. Wait, he has enhanced touch, so him touching me. Fuck, she thought before she spoke up. Inosuke, thanks, she said with a smile, before turning away to frown as she realized the other person screaming was Inosuke. Are we broken? Her heart broke as she heard the boy raised in the wilderness talk. When my sword maker saw me make my blade better, he said I broke it. I didn't care. But are we broken now? Kano sighed before she gripped her blindfold and winced before she removed it, wincing at the images that came into her head as she zeroed in on Inosuke. She frowned as she saw the tears before squinting, trying to block the images from the nightmare. She noted his boar head was next to him before continuing. As she fought through the terror, she put her hand next to Inosuke, not touching him for fear that would be even worse. Hey bud, you don't have to worry about that, she said as images contrasting the worried boy in front of her flashed in her retina. Because even if we are, you just saved me, even though you can barely stand to touch, well, anyone right now. And I am so thankful for that, she said before she shoved her face downwards and bowed. My king. She'd be lying if she didn't smile at how she heard his panting slow down before she rapidly put the blindfold back on. She mentally sighed in relief. Yeah, I definitely need this thing, she thought before she started talking. Inosuke, can you tell where those two on the roof are going? She asked the beast breath user, who she assumed started using his 7th form before he responded. They're heading to the front of the train, he said before she remembered the plans she and the gang had made. 1. Get those two out of the train using her, the one person who could catch an upper moon and a pillar off guard. 2. Fuck. Hey, do you know what step 2 was? She asked Inosuke. I honestly didn't even think we'd get past step 1. Get the peasants away from the fight. He's going longer without pausing. Good. I'd probably need to be watched or else I'd fall through the hole in the train, so, she noted before speaking. I'm gonna go see if any of the others need help. You need to start bringing them to the back of the train," she said before she realized he couldn't really touch anyone. Okay, here's what we're gonna do," she said as she removed the short white cloak she always had on her. "Use this to cover your hands and arms. You should be able to move the others normally then," she said as she gave it to him, who took it hesitantly. "See, there we go," she said happily before she went to go see what she could do to help. "Blood, water, breathing, 8 form, waterfall basin," Nezuko shouted mentally as she brought her sword down on pink-haired demon vertically, having gotten on top of the train roof to fight alongside Mr. Rengoku. Unfortunately, he dodged and she hit the train roof instead. Mr. Rengoku took this opportunity to slash at his neck, causing the bad demon to focus on him, allowing her to unleash another attack. Blood, thunder, breathing, first form, thunderclap and flash, she thought before she shot forward, flames coming from blade but molding into the shape of lightning as she sliced off his leg. Multiple breathing styles, just like Kanao. How magnificent. She smiled lightly at the praise before realizing it came from a bad demon and growling. She then saw the burnt stump of his leg bulge before it broke through the burnt part and regenerated, causing her to widen her eyes. Not good, she thought before she smelled human blood and realized Mr. Rengoku was bleeding, possibly from the inside. Definitely not good, she thought before she rushed towards him, attempting to heal him. Unfortunately, she remembered him saying his name was Akaza. Akaza noticed this and after dealing with the sword to his neck, kicked her away with a newly regenerated leg, causing her to let go of her sword. This also sent her tumbling off the train before she reached out with her hand to grab the side. She layered one hand over the other, aiming to get back on before she saw Akaza with her sword in hand. She tried to activate her blood and flesh in the sword, hoping to burn him, but the demon was too fast. He stabbed her through both her hands in the train, essentially pinning her there. She screamed through her muzzle as he looked at her face to face. "You're not going anywhere," he said menacingly before Mr. Rengoku came up behind him, aiming for the neck. Only he saw it coming and moved out of the way. Panting, Mr. Rengoku turned to her, aiming to remove the sword that practically crucified her, only for Akaza to grab him by the shoulder, twist him around, and nail him in the stomach, causing him to cough up more blood. Nezuko screamed as the flame pillar was hit in the stomach multiple times. Akaza finished this with a smash to his left eye, causing it to permanently shut. Rengoku fell downwards, sheer will keeping him from falling to his knees. Akaza sighed and shot forward, kicking Mr. Rengoku off balance before grabbing him by the throat and slamming him down on the roof of the train. "I told you, you'll never enter the realm of the Supreme, not unless you become a demon," he said as he crouched downwards, using one arm to pin his throat to the train, and a leg to pin the arm holding his sword. "All the ailments you suffer from, smashed internal organs, a non-functioning left eye, things that would end your time as a slayer would heal in a matter of moments for a demon. You couldn't end up sick, or broken, or poisoned." For some reason, his temper flared as he said that last term and he put more pressure on the pillar. What was that? She thought before she shrugged it off and kept trying to free herself, tearing up at the pillar's noises of pain. "So, say you'll become a demon," he said coldly but also sadly. "Say it, or I'll kill you and everyone else on this train." "We both know I will." Weird. He's clearly leaving some group of people out of his threat though. "So, what's it gonna be?" Kyojiro Rengoku. Suddenly, a dimmer flash shot across the train before Akaza found his arm holding the sword arm sliced off before dodging the swing from the flame pillar as he shakingly got up. She smiled as she saw Tanjiro, who was a bit tired, but not as much as if he actually did a sun-breathing attack in his current condition. That was weaker than before, but you conserve more stamina," Akaza thought as he scratched his chin. "Smart, mixing forms to decrease the strain. I'll make a demon out of every last one of you yet," he said as he calmly walked forward. "Not likely," her brother replied as Rengoku shakily stood up next to him. "Okay, so we should be passing where you said the train was carrying us over water. We can drop the passengers off there," and Genya was interrupted as he laid out the other steps of the plan. Wait, she said as she stopped her demon-eating friend. "That thing is over 500 feet from the water. That would kill us," she said loudly before he heard Genya curse under his breath. "Fuck, I thought you said 5 feet, he said before she heard him hit something. "Damn it, this whole thing is blown," he said before she heard him slump against the wall. In the actual cars, she heard people waking up, not needing super hearing to know this whole thing was screwed. "If only we could put them to sleep," she thought before speaking. "Genya, what if you used his power to put everyone on the train to sleep again? It won't solve all our problems but it should help," she said positively before he responded. Really not looking forward to this, he said before she heard him open the door to the engine room, likely knowing there was a speaker system there. You ruined my chance to dream you, a voice said before Kanao instinctively punched what sounded like a man, hearing a body slump against the wall. Who did I just punch? Also she said as she rubbed her fist. Never really punched anyone before, she said, now finding it weird as she looked back on it. She said as she narrated her thoughts to Genya, who shrugged before speaking. I think it was the conductor. Bastard probably helped with putting people to sleep in exchange for happiness, he said before she felt something get placed on her head. Though knowing him, it would have been a nightmare. To be fair, any of us could have been like those kids, or this man. Also, what just got placed on my head? She asked the demon eater. Whatever. He shrugged before responding. The conductor's hat, what else? And don't act like you wouldn't have worn it if you saw it. Somehow, she knew he was grinning. Touché, she said before thinking of something to say to those who were awake, which was appearing to be more civilians by the minute. Hey, you should say this, she said as she said her idea, which Genya thought was stupid. This caused Genya and Kanao to start bickering before Genya relented and spoke into the speaker, which reverberated throughout the train. Ladies and gentlemen, please stay in your seats, he said before Kanao took over, because you are now riding the Demon Slayer Express, she said excitedly as she practically felt Genya roll his eyes and smirk. And we're gonna save all of you, she said before whining as Genya took back the speaker and spoke. Now go the fuck to sleep, he said, his voice affecting the passengers of the train before Kanao thought of something. Wait, I thought your power only let them occur through your right hand, she questioned before Genya cursed. Oh shit, he said loudly before he calmed down. What was that? She questioned before Genya shot her down. There was a mouth on the back of my hand. Ew, yeah, he said before he opened the door and made sounds that showed he was grunting before he sounded as if he landed from a high place. Shit, that upper demon has them all on the ropes, we need to do something, now, he said in a panic as Kanao freaked out. Okay, fuck, I have nothing, she thought before she coughed. Ugh, this smoke isn't helping, she said before she paused. Hey, this thing runs on fire, right? That is a very big oversimplification of it. But essentially yes. Wait, what's your point? Genya asked cautiously. I'm saying, let's give it some fire. Akaza prepared to kill and fatally injure the two before he caught something aimed at him in one hand before he caught something else in the other. What the hell are these? His question was cut off by his own screams as the objects he caught suddenly light aflame, burning both his hands. Quick, before he recovers, Kanao said as she gripped the side of the train and the speaker. Guys, hold on to something. Tanjiro and Rengoku heard this before they stabbed their swords into the roof of the train car. Insauk and Zenitsu dropped their civilians onto the seats before gripping said seats. Genya braced himself before he set his hand ablaze and shoved the demonic fire into the engine. Akaza screamed as he was sent flying off the train as the speed of it suddenly amplified exponentially. Tanjiro screamed as he held onto his sword for dear life, looking to his wounded master, and gratefully seeing he was still there, alongside Nezuko, who was still pinned to the train. Your friends certainly are quite resourceful, Mr. Rengoku said in a hoarse voice before he winced, likely due to the pain he was in. Yeah, he agreed. You won't find anyone better, he said, wondering how they must have done it before seeing the smoke of the train burst into pink flames as it washed over both of them. Tanjiro didn't change much, but he smiled as he saw Mr. Rengoku get visibly better. He said with his voice now better, but his left eye clearly still damaged. So this is the power of your sister's healing flames, he said before he winced once more. It's better when it comes from the source, the sun breather assured, causing the flame pillar to smile before he turned serious again. Impossible, he said before he turned his head, looking behind them and widening his one eye. This is most unfortunate. What is he talking about? He thought before carefully turning his head, keeping his gripping on the sword, before he paled at what he saw. Oh come on. Zenitsu suddenly paled as he heard the sound coming and crouched down as he gripped the seat. This is bad. Insauk looked at him worriedly. What's wrong? He said as he moved closer to him, making sure not to touch him for fear that would freak him out. He watched as his friend pointed to a window and he looked out it and widened his eyes. Seriously, Genya kept a tight hold on the doorway, trying to hold on until he could get used to the speed, before he widened his eyes at what he saw outside the window. The upper moon was keeping pace with the train, practically a blue blur at this point. He watched in horror as it slammed into the engine car, rocking the whole train. You're not getting away, he screamed demonically. It was then Genya realized something horrible. We're at the fucking bridge, he thought as he saw the bridge that carried them over 500 feet above water. He paled as the demon prepared to ram into the engine car once more. Sorry Kanao, he apologized as he grabbed her arm and jumped into the car behind them, which was fortunately already empty. As Akaza rammed into the engine car, the demon fire burst out, burning him. And that wasn't all that happened. The impact caused the engine to turn over, which in turn caused the train to derail. The momentum it had built carried it to the bridge as it destroyed the railing and subsequently fell off. As if in slow motion, the Mugen train carrying around 200 passengers fell from the bridge and towards the river in a 500-foot drop. Tanjiro screamed as he held on for dear life as he and the flame pillar were on the outside of the train along with Nezuko. He watched as they all fell downwards, before they suddenly lurched forward, or downward, before the fall suddenly stopped. What happened? Did the end of the train catch on the bridge or something? He thought before he hung from the grip of his sword, trying not to fall. Young Kamados, are you both okay? Mr. Rengoku asked both the siblings as he too hung from his sword, already working on trying to get inside the train. Yeah, I'm fine. What about you, Nezuko? He asked as he looked at his sister who now had a proper foothold and was working on freeing herself. I'm PH, she responded before her face turned. Nezuko, are you happy? He questioned, prompting her to nod and move her foot upward. Wait, she's using it to point. He thought before he looked upward. Mr. Rengoku followed suit as they both turned their gazes overhead to see the train was floating. There wasn't anything holding them in the air. Suddenly, the moonlight shone in just the right way and he widened his eyes as he realized what was keeping them suspended and smiled in tandem with Nezuko. Young Kamado, what reason do you have for smiling? Aside from us still being alive, of course, Mr. Rengoku said before Tanjiro's sweat dropped and chuckled sheepishly as he heard his friends stick their heads out the windows of the train, hearing their conversation and having similar inquiries. There may have been something I've been meaning to tell you guys, he shouted, making sure they all heard him. But first, he said as he turned his head upwards once more, I'm glad to see you're all right. How have you been? He screamed as everyone raised their eyebrows and looked to where he was screaming, before they all widened their eyes. Up in the air, arms outstretched and grunting, was the one currently keeping them from falling to their deaths. Hi Tanjiro, these must be your friends I've heard so much about. And that must be your master. A voice screamed as someone came into view. His outstretched threads from one hand held the end of the train and the threads of the other held onto the bridge. It's so nice to meet you all. A boy yelled with a smile on his face. The smile on his face strained due to the stress on his arms. I'm Rui. Hi Rui. Kana screamed. Nice to meet you, she said happily as everyone else looked at the demon with gaping mouths and wide eyes. After a minute, she spoke again. Why is no one else saying hi to Tanjiro's friend? She asked loudly. Oh right, her blindfold means she can't see Rui. Tanjiro thought before he responded. So about that thing I wanted to tell you guys, he said loudly before he heard a voice from above. Tanastu wants to know if you guys are gonna be shouting the whole time. Insauk yelled, causing the others to sweat drop as they realized their yellow-haired friend might not fare well. Hey Inasuk, can you just use the white cloak Thenji gave you to cover his ears? He heard Kana shout before he saw her wince. And sorry Zenitsu. She apologized before the others followed suit, saying their apologies to the sound-sensitive boy before watching him duck back into the train. So now that that's settled, why is no one else saying hi to Tanjiro's friend? Kano asked loudly once more, causing the others to get back on track. Because he's a fucking demon. Genya yelled. Oh, dude, I'm right next, you didn't need to yell. Kana said grumpily before her mouth dropped. Wait, what? She screamed. Yes, Genya said before Tanjiro watched him look upwards. Wait a second, you're Lower Moon 5, he stated. Aren't you? He accused before Tanjiro gulped. Okay, maybe this can still be salvaged. Well, I used to be, he said guiltily. How do you know? Why can't I ever have nice things? Tanjiro thought as Rui responded. Because you're using the strings that I got from drinking Lower Moon 5's blood, he stated, causing Tanjiro to pale as the others now knew of the demon's status. What the hell, Tanjiro? Yes, I believe you owe us an explanation. He paled as he turned to his master, who was now questioning him. He looked at everyone hesitantly before he suddenly sighed and eventually started explaining. So when a demon is infected with Nezuko's blood, they become free of Musen's influence and control. So when I had Rui dead to rights. Hurtful but true. Rui interjected before he was told to shut up by everyone else. I saw him crying and stopped mid-decapitation, allowing Nezuko to free him. Then we learned of his past and sent to protect the other demons that were out of Musen's control. What do you mean other demons? Rengoku interrupted. How long has this been going on? he asked in shock, causing the others to start asking their own questions. Will you all let me finish? He asked loudly, causing them all to silence. Thank you, he said before continuing. So we sent him to protect the other demons, and now he's here to help us. Wait, he turned to Rui. How did you know to come here? He yelled to Rui, who took note of this. I got a message from Nezuko saying you needed help, so I rushed over here as fast as I could. You're lucky we were close or I wouldn't have made it in time, he shouted before groaning a bit as Tanjiro smelt blood coming from him. Tanjiro assessed the situation, and after a few minutes, he and Mr. Rengoku looked eye to eye. Can we agree that the first thing we need to do is get the people off this train? He asked as they hung from the train over the ditch. Mr. Rengoku did the same as him, cautiously looking around before nodding. That we can, but we will have a lot to talk about when this is over, he said before turning to the demon above them. Demon, use your strings to carry the passengers to the bridge, he ordered, causing Tanjiro to wince before he looked at Rui. He didn't seem happy to be ordered around, but looked like he felt didn't deserve kindness. I'm sorry, I'm using everything I can to hold the train and grip the bridge, he said before realization flashed on his mind. Can you have people carry them up the strings? Thanks to chain I can make them sticky enough for others to climb, he explained, before his face scrunched up in thought. Chain is the name chosen by the other demon you sent with me, Nezuko. She says hi by the way, Rui responded while Tanjiro looked at them questioningly before groaning. Nezuko, we are talking about this later, he said before Mr. Rengoku spoke. Young Hashibira, take young Agamatsu and start carrying the passengers up to the bridge. Young Shinazugawa, young Kacho, help us get inside the train and we can assist them, he said before a noise came from inside the train. What was that? Genya ducked back in the train and looked downwards to the entrance to the engine room to see someone crawling out of it, and widened his eyes. He looked as a burnt corpse somehow crawled out of the engine room that was burning with pink flames. Its skeleton was charred black and it had barely any flesh on its arms, legs, or face. The torso was no better, given he could see all the ribs. It was basically a skeleton with chunks of flesh splattered with parts of flesh. In short, it was fucking terrifying. Genya, he looked to Kanao, who couldn't see a thing, but somehow was shaking in her boots. What do you see? Genya yelled to the ones hanging outside the train. We might be a while, he yelled as the creature roared and shot upwards, before it banged into the walls. Genya looked at it before his eyes widened. That's what they say its name was, right, Akaza? Why hasn't he properly healed yet? He's had more than enough time, he realized before remembering how it rammed into the engine and how that thing was currently burning. Right, he healed from burns, but now his body's aflame, which is apparently enough to counter his regeneration. He thought before he noted how it was moving questioningly. He watched as it banged into another of the train walls. What is that thing doing? He asked out loud as Kanao took note of his voice. Thing? What thing? She asked, causing Genya to relay to her what he saw before she hummed in thought. If what you're saying is true, then all of his sensory organs are shot. I don't think he can tell left from right, much less actively seek us out, she said gratefully before continuing. This might be our only chance to kill him, she said seriously as Genya looked at her in shock. In case you've somehow forgotten, you're blindfolded and I'm out of the strength I got from eating the demon's flesh. Besides, if we accidentally destroy the parts that are on fire, he'll regain his full strength. We won't be able to stop him then, he said grimly before he crouched down to the seat as Akaza slammed into the side of the train. Whatever you guys are doing there, could you stop rocking the train? He heard the demon keeping them alive yell. My threads might not snap from it, but the same doesn't go for the bridge. Genya's eyes widened before he looked downwards at Akaza in fear. Even as a fucking flaming walking corpse, he's still a threat to us, he thought in a panic. Alright, change of plans, he said as he prepared his gun and yelled to the ones hanging outside the train. We are definitely going to be a little while. The five senses, all aboard the Demon Slayer Express, burn. Rengoku tried consistently to get inside the train. Of course the demon survived, and now those two are in danger. I have to get in somehow, he thought before he winced. You need to calm down. He turned to young Kamado as he spoke. Nezuko hasn't been able to heal you properly yet. He had a point. Glad to see you have such concern over me, he said in huff as he continued his attempts. Okay, I sense you're angry with me, Tanjiro said hesitantly. Oh, you can tell. I thought you were busy leaving me out of the loop of this, he continued angrily before he realized how he was acting and sighed. I'm sorry, I trust you wholeheartedly, he said before he looked at him. I just thought you trusted me. His gaze turned somber before he refocused himself on trying to get into the train. Forget it, we need to get into the train. Wait, it's not that I don't trust you. Kyojiro turned to face Tanjiro. It's just that the Hashira haven't exactly been willing to give demons a chance. Kyojiro went to object before realizing that had Oyakata-sama not continuously pardoned Nezuko, they likely would have killed her. Ha 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 ha. He laughed heartily before he winced again at the pain he was in. He eventually calmed down and turned to Tanjiro. You may have a point there, young Kamado. How about this? First we get into the train, then I go personally meet your demon friend, deal. He'd be lying if he didn't beam at how young Kamado smiled. Deal. Inosuke growled as he carried the people of the freaky threads on his back, thankful for the cloak Noka gave him so that the peasants could touch his back. So, hi. The demon who Nikazu had turned spoke to him as he climbed past him. He growled in response as he carried the ones on his back upwards. Listen up, Rumahaku. What? I, Lord Inosuke, have graciously decided to give you a chance. It would be wise of you not to waste it, he said as he climbed up to the bridge to drop the people off, meaning he had to climb over Ryutaku. The demon grumbled as he was used as a stepping pad to get to the higher strings. Rui knew what he was getting into when he came here, a train full of civilians, 5 slayers who didn't know of his existence, one of which was able to kill him easily, and an upper moon. He knew he risked a lot, information on Miss Tameo and Mr. Yushiro, but he had to do it. Because of the Kamados he had a second chance at life and he was willing to do anything to repay them. Though being a footstool is a bit out there, he thought as he whined mentally before sighing in his mind. It's fine, I can deal with this, he thought before he saw the yellow one, Zenitsu if he remembered correctly, whimpering as he neared him while carrying a kid. Please don't. Oh, for the love of, he rolled his eyes before he saw how scared he looked and sighed. I'm not gonna eat you. You don't have to worry about that, he assured Zenitsu as he watched the boy pause for a few moments and visibly relax before he continued over his body. I can deal with this, he thought contently, happy that people were being saved. Genya gasped as he punched upwards by the rampaging corpse and slammed into the walls before he landed on one of the seats. Jesus fuck, that was stronger than the last moon. He groaned as he saw Kanao next to him. And what are you doing exactly? He asked as he saw her kneeling. How many rows of seats are there in the car? She asked as she looked to be prepared to move. He looked downwards and counted the rows before turning to her. 10 of them, why? He asked before she launched from her position and shot around the train car. He watched as she smacked her sheath sword against the flaming corpse of the demon, and also the walls, and the floor, and the windows. Kanao, what are you doing? What do you want from me? I'm the eye girl and I have a blindfold, she stated as she kept wildly swinging her sword. Just shoot his head off, she yelled as he rolled his eyes. This is why we talk things through before we wildly go into battle, he said as he fired at the demon's neck. Unfortunately, the demon moved out of the way as it jumped around and threw Kanao upwards. Genya screamed before he was impacted by the girl. After they both scrambled off of each other, Genya paused. Wait a second, he said as he sniffed. Is that you? He asked as he turned to the blindfolded girl who tilted her head. What me? She asked curiously. That fucking smell. Is that you? He asked the girl who blushed as looked at him. No, and there isn't a smell for you to smell, she started loudly as she fussed. I'm not even demon enhanced right now and I can smell it, he said as he covered his nose. Jesus fuck, how did I not smell it before? He yelled before realizing that she had fallen to a lower seat. Oh right, you're below me and the smell goes upward and… Shut the fuck up, she interrupted. There isn't a smell to smell because I don't smell, Kanao said loudly. Oh, there's definitely a smell, dear fuck, when was the last time you took a bath? He said grumpily as Kanao suddenly paused before she spoke up. I've just been taking baths in lakes I happened to pass by, she said as Genya looked at her in incredulousness. Okay, I can feel you looking at me in shock, but Inosuke. Oh, don't bring him into this. He already did that, so no one cares if he keeps doing it. You were a girl who took baths in a house, so people are going to notice if you stop taking baths, he said as Kanao stammered. Well, what was I supposed to do? I can't just go into people's houses and bathe in them. All I've had were wisteria houses for something like that, she complained. Those places have baths, he said blatantly, causing the dual-breathe user to freeze up. She paled immensely as she faced him before she started stammering. Then her face lit up in joy. Oh, Tanjiro, if I actually smelled bad he would have said something, she said proudly. Oh, they both heard a voice from the outside that they identified as Tanjiro. Are you guys talking about Kanao? Kanao smiled at Genya as she talked. Yes, in fact we are. Can you tell this insolent fool how I don't smell? She asked loudly as she leaned back on the seat. Genya watched as Kanao froze before Tanjiro continued. I didn't want to say anything but… Oh fuck you, she said before she continued her attack. Akaza was used to pain, so he wasn't exactly having trouble with his currently burnt form on that end. On the other hand, every single one of his 5 senses were useless and he was left trying to bring what he assumed was the train down. Or at least try and lose the fire. It didn't help that there were slayers close to him, clearly taking advantage of his current state. Wait a second, he thought before he paused and pressed what little of his flesh was against the area, and he felt vibrations. As he tried to find them, he realized he could see something if he looked upwards. They were blurry, but they were definitely battle spirits. He mentally grinned before he prepared to shoot towards them, planning on skewering them both as he clenched what remained of his muscles to the maximum limit. As Akaza did this, a menacing aura coming from his spirit broke his body, allowing it to restructure anew. He grinned as he properly saw his targets, frozen in fear, and readied himself to skewer them. Tanjiro widened his eyes. He and Rengoku felt an incredibly deathly aura. "We need to get into the train, now," Mr. Rengoku said, still no closer to actually entering the train than he did before. Tanjiro could smell the massacre that was about to occur, but unable to do anything but rock side to side like. He paused as an idea came into his head. "There's no way I can do that. That sounds more like a Kano idea." The smell rendered his nose. "Well, it's not like I have any other ideas," he thought before he turned to his master. "Mr. Rengoku, I have an idea," he said boldly, causing his master to turn to him. "I'm going to swing to you, link my legs with yours, pull my sword out, causing me to swing to my sister. PH. Then using that momentum that will come from you pulling your sword out, you'll swing to the area between the cars, and we'll get into the train," he explained to his master, who looked at him with a smile. "Truthfully, your idea is crazy," Mr. Rengoku said. "Crazy enough to work?" he asked with a smile. "No. Oh, but it is quite literally our only idea possible. So do it we shall," Mr. Rengoku said loudly before he turned to him. "Commence." Tanjiro smiled before he swung his legs to Mr. Rengoku, who locked them tightly. "Okay, this next part is going to be tricky," Tanjiro said before he looked at both of the ones on the outside of the train with him. "Mr. Rengoku, make sure your legs are tightly locked, and Nezuko, swing your legs to me at the right time." "Understood." PH. He took a deep breath before he pulled out his sword, paling as he fell downwards before being swung upwards. He mentally sighed in relief before he grabbed Nezuko's legs. "Okay, now Mr. Rengoku, you just need to push off with enough force, and Nezuko, you need to swing yourself so that Mr. Rengoku gets to the area between the cars." "Of course." Tanjiro's life flashed before his eyes as he was swung around before he felt himself get pulled upwards. When he opened his eyes, he was being pulled into the area between the cars. "That actually worked," he said happily before he made the mistake of looking down into the abyss. He paled before he grabbed Nezuko and brought them both closer to the door as Mr. Rengoku opened it so they could go downwards. Knowing time was of the essence, they all rushed downwards. Kyojiro rushed downwards, leagues ahead of the others even with his injuries, arriving just in time to see Akaza, fully healed, ready to launch. He saw young Shinazugawa and young Kacho, unable to do anything. He estimated he had 2 seconds before the demon launched. "Kyojiro, do you know why you were blessed with such strength?" Words from someone long past rang through his ears, mind, heart, and soul before he knew what he needed to do. "Time till Akaza attacks, 2 seconds. Kyojiro grabbed the 2 before he threw them upwards, angling them so they would land on the seats. "Time till Akaza attacks, 1 second. He then unsheathed his sword and slashed away as he spun around midair. He then, "No mother, I do not." As if time had stopped, everyone conscious in the immediate area paused, knowing something was wrong. As misfortune would have it, 2 things were wrong. 1. Kano's blindfold had fallen off, and she was currently viewing everything in detail. 2. Zenitsu, Inosuke, and Rui had felt something was wrong, but Nezuko, Genya, Kano, and Tanjiro could see it. Kyojiro had estimated 1 second too much. Now the 4 slayers looked at the pillar, who now had the fist of a demon skewering his chest. They watched as his eyes filled with pain as the pillar registered the blow, all of them unable to move as they watched in terror. Akaza looked at him in pity before he removed his fist and threw Kyojiro downwards to the flaming engine room, only to land disgracefully on one of the seats. "A pity," he said as his eyes showed an infinite amount of emotion. He hung from the frame of the train as he looked at them all. "And now it's over for all of you." Suddenly, the train creaked and Akaza instinctively looked downwards to see the skewered pillar looking at him with determination. "No, just for me." It turned out when he slashed his sword outwards, he had cut something. "It is so you can protect the weak." As the cables connecting the other cars to the one Kyojiro and Akaza were in fell apart, Kyojiro smirked as he felt the car fall downwards, with the upper rank in tow. "Kyojuro." Tanjiro screamed as he watched his master fall downwards in the train car and plummeting towards the ground. Next chapter, finale of All Aboard the Demon Slayer Express. The Flame Pillar, Kyojiro Rengoku. You hear that Kyojiro, Akaza said as he pushed Kyojiro to the wall by the throat. It's the sound of flame going out.